Chapter 76 Irene officially joins Fairy Tale. Mavis, we are invincible in the world. After that, Ian stayed in the ward for a full half-month. This was more than a week longer than his expected recovery time. The reason is not worth telling to outsiders. I can only say that those who understand will understand. Time has also changed from the original X778. It came to the beginning of X779, January 1st. At the same time, it is also the new year of this world. For a while, the whole town of Magnolia was decorated with lights and everyone was celebrating the festival. Even the Fairy Tale Guild, which was simple and classical, tattered on the outside, and patched up inside and out for 3 years, hung up various decorative lanterns. Perhaps it was because Fairy Tale the worldview of Tomo is a state of great fusion of multiple cultures. Therefore, the new year in the world of Fairy Tale is a super fusion of Chinese, Western, Japanese, and other styles. On this day, you can see spring festival couplets, blessing characters, Christmas trees, and roasted turkeys. There are also temple fairs, fireworks festivals, and yukata festivals in the evening. Satisfy your various tastes. As for Ian, he was pale at the moment, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His originally strong muscles seemed to have shrunk a circle, and the whole person looked listless. He walked into the Fairy Tale Guild with a frivolous step. "Morning everyone." With a bleak smile on his face, Ian greeted his companions in the guild. "Good morning." Many guild companions turned around subconsciously and greeted Ian, but when they saw Ian's appearance, they couldn't help but wonder, "Strange, who is this guy? Are you sure there is such a person in our Fairy Tale Guild? Please give me a glass of wolfberry wine, thank you." Ian came to the bar and ordered a glass of fine wolfberry wine from the waiter. No way, life is not easy. He can only give up his beloved water of life temporarily. You are Ian, right? Why did you become like this? Are your injuries really healed? Did I hit him too hard last time? Hey, are you really okay? Gildarts, who was drinking oolong tea at the bar of the guild, turned around silently after hearing Ian's voice, and then was shocked. He immediately put down the wine glass in his hand and began to care about Ian's health. "Don't worry. My current state is not because of you," Ian said, smiling helplessly, his face still embarrassed. "Really? Don't lie to me." Gildarts frowned. He clearly remembered that he stopped fighting with Ian last time. How could Ian be beaten so badly? He didn't understand. Kaka. Just when Gildarts was puzzled, the door of the Fairy Tale Guild was suddenly pushed open, and Irene, who was radiant, beautiful, and ruddy, and obviously well-maintained, walked in from the door of the guild with Urza and Ellie. For a moment, the entire Fairy Tale Guild was silent. Obviously, everyone in Fairy Tale still remembers the overwhelming fighting power that Irene showed when she and Selene made a scene at the Fairy Tale Guild beauty pageant at the Harvest Festival last October. Could this woman be? Even Gildarts felt his hair stand on end and his body trembled the moment he saw Irene enter the Fairy Tale Guild. The emotion called fear rose in his heart again. The reason why Ian was able to defeat Gildarts on Tenro Island was that Gildarts was suspected of letting him go in order to educate his daughter Kana. Then Irene was able to kill Gildarts in seconds purely because of the huge gap in strength between the two. To be honest, Irene and Gildarts are not much different in their talent for practicing magic. One is a genius in separation and attachment magic, and the other is a genius in crushing magic. However, Irene practiced magic for 400 years longer than Gildarts, which is the huge gap between them. Fortunately, Irene was not here to cause trouble to other people in the guild. I saw that Irene's eyes swept around the Fairy Tale Guild hall for a week, and finally locked on Ian. The corners of her bright red lips slightly drew a faint arc, and she whispered, Ian, why didn't you tell me and my daughters when you came out of the ward? It made us, mother and daughter, run for nothing. Here. This is the soup we made for you, so you can taste it. Irene came to Ian's side when she said this. She put the soup in the thermos in front of Ian, and then looked at Ian expectantly. Good dong. Ian looked at the bowl of soup in front of him, which was as black as cola, with a little regret, and he didn't know whether it could be called a thick soup, and swallowed hard. Just smelling the slight taste of the soup floating in the air, Ian knew in his heart that this thing was really good. Ian, don't you want to drink it? Irene said, looking deeply at Ian, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Drink? Drink it now. Ian didn't dare to hesitate, picked up the thermos in front of him, and drank at least 5 liters of soup in the bucket in one gulp. After drinking the soup cooked by Irene, Ian wiped the soup stains on his mouth. He only felt his lips numb and his teeth were uncomfortable. Ian, you are also hard-working. At this moment, Gildarts seemed to understand something. Well, he understood everything. At the same time, Gildarts looked at Ian with a look in his eyes with an inexplicable feeling of pity. Puff. However, the smile on Gildarts's face exposed his state of mind. He had no sympathy at all, and only laughed at Ian's joke of being afraid of his wife. Hee. To the urge, Ian just chuckled. After he finished reading all the medical books of Senior Polaka, he would definitely rescue Kana's mother Cornelia. Not only that, he would also teach Cornelia the dragon-slaying magic, so that Gildarts, who was laughing at him at the moment, could also enjoy his current happiness. Good morning, everyone. Just when Ian made up his mind, the current president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov, the first president, Mavis, and one of the founders of the guild, Volodchinkin, came together and greeted the magicians in the guild. Hello, President. Happy New Year, President, give me the red envelope. Well, in the world of fairy tale, there is also the custom of greeting elders and asking for red envelopes. Take it. Take it. Makarov was very generous today. He held a stack of red envelopes in his hand and gave a red envelope to everyone who passed by and greeted him, regardless of whether they were members of the Fairy Tale Guild or not. President Makarov is so generous. As expected of you, President. President, you are simply my idol. For a while, the mages in the guild praised Makarov's behavior and opened the red envelopes in front of Makarov, and then they were dumbfounded. So, what on earth is this? The mages of the guild, led by Makeo and Wakaba, held the pale IOU in their hands, frowned, and asked in confusion. Don't you understand yet? These are all the losses you have caused by destroying the guild this year. You bastards, you actually have the nerve to ask me for New Year's money. Pay back the money you owe me first. Makarov put his arms around him and spoke loudly. Ah! Why is it like this? President, give me back the praise I just gave you. In response, the magicians in the guild cried out in pain. I knew it would be like this. Wakaba was extremely calm, as if he had seen through Makarov's character a long time ago. He held the IOU in his hand and flicked it gently, and the IOU immediately caught fire. Wakaba used the flame on the IOU to light the cigar in his mouth. Suck, hey. Wakaba took a deep breath and showed a numb and comfortable look. Damn it. On the other side, Makeo cursed inwardly and burned the IOU to ashes. Ha ha ha, this is really the style of President Makarov. Gildarts glanced at the farce in the distance and said with a smile. Isn't this natural? That's what Makarov gave. These little guys dare to ask for it. So heartless. Ian shook his head. Experienced people like them would not accept the red envelope handed over by Makarov. You know, Makarov's voluntary gift is definitely fraudulent. Father, Happy New Year! Just as Ian was talking, Urza and Elle came to Ian hand in hand, bowed to Ian, and wished him a Happy New Year. Ha ha ha, good! Father has indeed received your blessings. Here. Red envelopes for you two little ones. Ian smiled and handed the red envelopes he had prepared in advance to Urza and Elle. "Thank you, father." When Urza and Elle opened the red envelopes in their hands with great joy, they found that each red envelope contained a large bill of 10,000 yuan. "It's okay," Ian said, gently stroking the little heads of Urza and Elle. Then, Ian raised the big stack of red envelopes in his hand and shouted to everyone in the guild, "Is there anyone else who wants to wish me a happy new year? I have red envelopes here, different from those given by President Makarov, real red envelopes with lucky money. Brother Ian, I wish you a happy new year. Brother Ian, happy new year. Brother Ian, I wish you a long life. Congratulations on your prosperity. All the best." The first to come out after hearing the voice were naturally Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina. He. Happy New Year to you too. Ian smiled and gave each of the 3 Myra Jane sisters a red envelope. Of course, they were all worth 10,000 yuan. "Brother Ian, I want a red envelope too." After that, Natsu ran to Ian and asked for money. "Speak human language." Ian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Brother Ian, I wish you good health." At this time, the harpy flapped its wings and came around Ian, wishing Ian a happy new year. "I'll give you 2. There's no more Natsus." Ian gave all the red envelopes from Harpy and Natsu to Harpy alone. "Love!" Harpy shouted excitedly, holding the red envelope. "What do you love?" Natsu looked up at Harpy, who had snatched his red envelope, and the 2 brothers became enemies. "Brother Ian, I wish you great wealth. I wish you great blessings. I wish you and your wife a happy life. Love and affection." At this time, Gray, Leon, and Arusha came over and congratulated Ian and Irene. "Ah! I like you, little girl." In response, Irene stood up, pinched Arusha's little face, and gave Arusha an extra red envelope on top of the red envelope given by Ian. "May you have a baby soon. May you live together till old age. May you spend your old age in peace." For a moment, the other children in the guild seemed to have found the code to wealth, and congratulated Ian instead of Ian and Irene. Swish! 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 "This is for Kana, this is for Bigusro, this is for Freed, this is for Lucky, and this is for Lacuses." Seeing this, Ian did not hesitate and distributed the red envelopes in his hand like playing cards. "Ah! I have one too? Who cares about this? Anyway, congratulations to you, Ian, and Senior Irene." The blonde, arrogant Lacuses carefully put away Ian's red envelope. He was reluctant to open it and planned to frame it at home. With Lacuses' financial situation, he didn't care how much money was in the red envelope Ian gave him. After all, his ability to make money was among the best in the guild. He only cared that someone finally gave him a red envelope, and everyone didn't forget him, but was thinking about him. "You kid, you even remembered my name. You are very careful. In that case, I'll give you an extra red envelope." Irene didn't expect Lacuses to remember her name. With a smile on her face, she took an extra red envelope and handed it to Lacuses. "Thank you very much." Lacuses blushed slightly. This was the first time that an elder praised him for his thoughtfulness. "Ian, I wish you the best too." Just then, Makao and Wakaba came to Ian with a sly smile on their faces and said with a smile, "Adults, get out. If you want a red envelope, find a way to earn it yourself." Ian said, rejecting Makao and Wakaba's congratulations. However, Ian still gave Makao a red envelope. Of course, this red envelope was not for Makao, but for Makao's son, Romeo Kongbo, who had just turned 1 year old. Just then, not long after Ian distributed all the red envelopes, a muffled sound suddenly exploded in the guild. "Natsu, give me back my clothes and my red envelopes." Yes, because the harpy can fly, Natsu, who couldn't get his red envelope back, still attacked Gray. Ah ha ha ha. If you want a red envelope, come and grab it. Natsu chuckled, holding Gray's red envelope tightly in his hand. Damn it! Ice Shape Holy Sword. Gray didn't hesitate and used his strongest ice shape magic. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu didn't hesitate, holding Gray's red envelope in one hand and the other hand wrapped in flames, and hit Gray. Boom! When the flames and ice collided, the whole guild was filled with misty water vapor. Ahem! Who is not trying to steal my red envelope? Don't step on my feet! Bastard! I think you are looking for death. When the vision of the people in the fairy tale guild was blocked by the steam, a new round of chaos seemed to begin. Well, in X779, the first round of chaos in the fairy tale guild was caused by a red envelope worth 10,000 J. Don't smash the table. Elfman, you stepped on the floor I just repaired. Gray, don't destroy the chairs, you and Natsu go out and fight. Ah! My heart is so tired. Makarov looked at everything in front of him, and tears the size of broad beans kept falling. The debt owed last year has not been paid off. At the beginning of this year, the finances of the guild were calculated from the debt. Well, this is fairy tale. If I had a body, I could also play happily with everyone. In response to this, Mavis, the first-generation president, put her hands on her hips and said complacently, "First generation, don't come to join in the fun." Makarov looked at the first generation, who was not even as tall as the table, and said helplessly, "It's okay, President." Ian looked at the powerless Makarov, with a smile on his face, and came to the other side, patted Makarov's shoulder gently, and smiled and comforted him. When these children grow up and become stronger than they are now, then your nightmare will officially begin. Think about it, dear President. When Natsu and his men reach the level of Holy 10, they will demolish a town today and bomb a small country tomorrow. I'm afraid that by then, you will have to live in the Magic Council and will never be able to come back. Ian imagined the future. Ian, if you don't know how to comfort, please don't comfort me. I was sad enough, and now I'm even sadder because of you. Makarov knelt on his knees, wiping his tears while complaining. By the way, President. Let me introduce you briefly, this is Irene Belzarian. The mother of Dragon Slayer magic who created Dragon Slayer magic 400 years ago, the queen of the kingdom of Dragonov, known as the Dragon Queen, the Dragon Slayer Queen, the Scarlet Goddess. She is also my lover, my wife. From today on, she will also become a member of our fairy tale guild. Ian said, picking up a seal of the fairy tale guild and gently pressing it on Irene's forearm. This is also the place where Ian printed the fairy tale seal. Is it true? Mrs. Makarov was numb, and he noticed that in the corner of the guild, the smiling, beautiful Irene Belzarian. Perhaps because Irene was wearing casual clothes today and her temperament was not the same as before, so he did not recognize her when he first entered the guild. What a huge amount of magic power is this? Can humans really possess such powerful magic power? Mavis is a student of the dark mage Ziref. She has seen how powerful the existence at the top of the Eslanden world is. But, maybe it's because Mavis hasn't met Ziref for too long, or maybe Ziref kept his power when teaching her. When Irene appeared in front of Mavis, Mavis suddenly discovered that in terms of the amount of magic power, Irene is still above the dark mage Ziref. This is the wife of His Majesty Emperor Supergan of the Albaraz Empire. No, that's not right. To be precise, in this Ishgar continent, she should be called the wife of the Black Mage Ziref, the founder of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale, and the first president, Mavis Viviamilio. At the same time, it is also the fairy heart itself, which is known as the source of infinite magic power that Ziref has been coveting for all these years. Interesting. If Irene wanted, she could now plunder the fairy heart from the fairy tale guild and give it to the black mage Ziref. But there is no need for that. Irene and Zaref are not simply superiors and subordinates, but a cooperative relationship. The fundamental purpose is to reunite with Ian. Now Irene's goal seems to have been achieved. If there were no foreign enemies on the northern continent of Kiltana who were eyeing Ian, Irene would have planned to resign from the Albarez Empire. Nice to meet you. My name is Irene Belzarian. I am the mother of Urza and El, and Ian's only wife. Irene lifted her skirt and saluted Makarov, Mavis, and Vlad. When introducing herself, she emphasized the word only in Ian's only wife, as if she was emphasizing something important to the people in front of her. Nice to meet you. I am Makarov Doria, the current president of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. Please give me your guidance in the future. Makarov immediately returned the greeting to Irene upon hearing this. He looked very proud. While bowing to Irene, he complained loudly in his heart, "First meeting, what the hell? I still remember the last time you almost destroyed the town of Magnolia. It was really terrible, like the end of the world." Mrs. Irene. Nice to meet you. I am Mavis, the first president of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this time, Mavis imitated Irene and saluted by lifting her skirt. First meeting. I am one of the founders of the Fairy Tale Guild, Vlad Shinkin. This is the New Year's money for you. Vlad handed Irene a red envelope with an attitude of looking at a junior. Thank you. Irene said, accepting the red envelope. This means that Vlad and others have recognized her identity, which still makes her feel very happy. Although Irene's magic power is so strong that it makes people feel desperate. But she does have the same heart as her guild mates. In this case, there is no problem at all. Besides, with Irene joining, our Fairy Tale Guild will be invincible, right? Mavis' eyes were shining, and she thought excitedly in her heart. As for how much trouble will Irene bring to Fairy Tale after joining Fairy Tale? Mavis doesn't care at all, as long as it can enhance the strength of Fairy Tale, it's enough. Well, you have to know that Mavis is the #1 idea king of Fairy Tale. Chapter 77 Attack of Selene, the tragic Shura field between the Dragon Queen and the Moon Dragon. Noon. Boom. As the battle in the Fairy Tale Guild intensified. Finally, Warad, the senior of the guild, seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. He summoned countless vines and stopped all the troublemakers. Hey! You little brats, are you trying to make me angry? Don't you know that I hate noise the most? If you keep making noise like this, I'm going to drive all of you out of the Fairy Tale Guild. Warad had a gloomy face and a serious look. His terrifying magic made everyone present feel depressed. A strong man at the inhuman level was definitely not an ordinary person. Can't match it. Sorry. Please don't drive us out. Under Vlad's overwhelming magic, Natsu, Grey, Leon and others knelt on their knees, apologized to Vlad and begged for mercy in the posture of a soldier. Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding. I like the Fairy Tale Guild the most, this lively atmosphere. Even the flowers and trees I planted like the lively atmosphere. But, you should more or less consider Xiao Ma as the president. Xiao Ma is not easy. Without waiting for Natsu and others to say more, Vlad suddenly changed his previous seriousness, squeezed out a bright smile on his face, and waved his hand to use wood magic to repair the dilapidated guild. Senior Vlad, didn't we agree to let you scare them? In response, Makarov came in front of Vlad and reminded loudly. Ah! I forgot. Warad scratched his broccoli-like head, pretending to be enlightened, and explained weakly, Xiao Ma, you should also know that once people get older, they are prone to amnesia. This is the state of the old man now. Although it looks no different from ordinary people, there are not many times when I am awake. In short, don't worry. Warad first patted Makarov's shoulder, then looked at the noisy magicians in the guild, and said loudly, you should treat the joke I just made as a joke. In fact, I am still very angry. Senior Vlad. We have heard your conversation with President Makarov clearly just now. In response to this, the magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild complained rather weakly. On the other side, Ian and Irene had already left the guild. They walked hand in hand on the streets of Magnolia Town, like a couple in love. Ian, look at this. Everything here is so interesting. Ian, do you want to eat candied haws? Ian, have you ever eaten this apple candy? Ian, there are bagels for sale here. Do you want to try them? Irene seemed to be shopping for the first time. She was full of curiosity about everything in the market. She would pick up small toys like rattles from time to time, or be curious about the snacks sold by the vendors and plan to try them. Although dragons have different tastes from humans. But Irene, inspired by Ian, had a lot of ideas and learned to temporarily attach human taste to herself, so as to gain the lost taste. Buy them all. Ian was like a ruthless money-dispensing machine, constantly paying for Irene. Ian didn't care about these. Why? Because he is rich. Do you understand the value of investing in advance, the largest construction team in the Kingdom of Fiori, and thus becoming the richest man in fairy tale? After all, free fairy tale people, demolition every day. In the Kingdom of Fiori, even the king may face unemployment, but the construction team will not. Brother Tomo said that he dreams of traveling to the world of fairy tale, which is simply a paradise for them, the civil engineers. In this way, Ian and Irene went shopping and bought all the way. Until Irene walked in front of a clothing store, she stopped her feet, and showed curiosity. This is. What Irene saw was a beautiful white wedding dress. At this moment, Irene's eyes were shining. Oh, this guest. You have a good eye. The wedding dress you see is unique in the entire Kingdom of Fiori. It symbolizes your unique attitude towards love. Just when Irene was fascinated by the wedding dress and stopped to admire it, the salesperson in the store noticed it. He immediately rubbed his hands and came to Irene and Ian. After a round of compliments and praises, he introduced his own products. At this point, the clerk paused. After looking Ian and Irene up and down, he continued. You are a couple who are about to get married. You are a perfect match, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are a match made in heaven. Our family is the largest wedding dress store in the Kingdom of Fiori. We must have all the wedding dresses you expect. At the same time, I wish you a happy wedding. It must be said that there is a reason why the sales champion is the sales champion, and what they say is better than ordinary people. Ian. Heard of this, Erin turned around and looked at Ian beside her. Buy it. The girl. The young woman's blush was better than anything else. Ian didn't hesitate and bought the wedding dress directly. Oh, thank you for your patronage. The smile on the clerk's face was as bright as a flower blooming in summer. He took the magic bank card from Ian and went to the store to swipe the card. I wonder when you two are going to hold your wedding. After swiping the card, the clerk packed up the wedding dress that Erin had chosen and asked Erin and Ian. They are already married and even have children. In response, Irene took the wedding dress from the clerk with a smile on her face. You have children. I really can't tell. After all, you are so young. The clerk was shocked after looking at Irene and Ian. To be honest, judging from their appearance, Irene and Ian are only in their early 20s. Haha, you are really good at talking. Irene smiled and shook her head. Excuse me, when did you get married? The clerk looked at Irene, who seemed to be an elder looking at a younger person with a caring look, and couldn't help asking. Hey, who still remembers to invite? When Irene said this, she looked at Ian beside her. Ahem. If I remember correctly, it should be February 14th, X376. Ian didn't dare to delay and directly told the day he and Irene got married. Haha, it's good that you remember it. Irene smiled even more brightly. Irene, Put the knife down first. As for Ian, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So it was February 14th, X376. Hee. That's a long time ago. Wait, didn't that happen more than 400 years ago? My guest, are you kidding me? The clerk was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, today should be January 1st of X779, right? If so, the wedding day of these two people has been over 403 years ago. No. We did get married more than 400 years ago. It was a temporary wedding held on the battlefield. Irene didn't even have time to wear her wedding dress. To be honest, it was too hasty and too regrettable. Ian showed a look of nostalgia, recalling his past experiences. Buzz. As for Irene, she snapped her fingers lightly. The wedding dress wrapped by the clerk was already on her body. Irene, do you think I look good in this dress? Wearing a holy white wedding dress and holding a sharp sword in one hand, Irene asked Ian. Do I need to hold a sword when wearing a wedding dress? The clerk complained silently in his heart. Of course it looks good. But it's not that the wedding dress is so beautiful, but that you are the most beautiful in the world when you wear it. This wedding dress is beautiful because of you. Ian looked at Irene affectionately and praised. Well, at this moment, Ian's desire to survive was almost overflowing from the Ishgar continent. Oh, we are an old couple, so annoying. Irene put away the sword and patted Ian's shoulder hard. Boom. Perhaps because Irene's strength was too great, the whole store was shaking with her movements. Please. Hurry up and take this crazy couple away. The clerk of the wedding dress shop was quite helpless and said loudly in his heart. Goodbye. After Irene put on her wedding dress, made a few poses in front of the mirror, and used the magic of photography to record these scenes, she finally left this unfortunate wedding dress shop hand in hand with Ian. Welcome to come again next time. After Irene and the others left, the clerk bowed as if he had sent away the plague god. Irene and Ian continued to play until the evening. After it got dark, Irene wore a yukata and walked with Ian in the temple fair. Swish swish swish. Soon, one after another of fireworks suddenly flew into the sky and exploded over the town of Magnolia. The beautiful fireworks were so eye-catching that the entire town of Magnolia was peaceful. Of course, it was not because the continent of Ishgar was peaceful and comfortable. It was simply because the fairy tale, the first wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiori, was here, so the townspeople living in Magnolia, along with the townspeople of dozens of surrounding towns, could live such a comfortable life. As for the Magic Council, to be honest, although the council tried its best to protect the safety of the people on the continent, their ability is really limited. Not to mention the enemies of the Holy 10 level, they are powerless to stop even the S-level enemies. Facing the dark guilds of the level of Devil's Heart and Gate of Hades, there is no need for Preshedo or King of Hades Maldo guild to take action. Any cotter of the two guilds can turn all the members of the council into dust. The council, except for mastering the magic elf power and the ancient weapon Fis, has nothing worthy of the fear of the top strongmen on the Ishgar continent. Otherwise, they would not let Deliara run rampant on the Ishgar continent, destroying towns everywhere, causing countless people to die and be displaced for 400 years. It is precisely because of this. The Magic Council turned a blind eye to the various brutal behaviors of Fairy Tail. They still need Fairy Tail to help them deal with some powerful enemies that they can't deal with. Ian, look. The fireworks in the sky are so beautiful, it's so bright. Irene took Ian's hand and came to a quiet place, where they quietly admired the fireworks show. No matter how beautiful the fireworks are, in my heart, they are not 1,000th as beautiful as you. Ian held Irene's hand and said some embarrassing love words. However, in this world, these words are not tacky. Oh, hate. Irene blushed. She and Ian are already an old couple, but she still blushes easily like a girl. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Ian looked up at the sky and saw the full moon in the sky. He smiled and spoke softly. However, before Ian finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the moon today. For some reason, the moon tonight was particularly round and large. This is... Ian looked carefully and saw a huge nine-tailed fox in the sky, dragging the huge moon under her, falling towards the Eslanden world. Damn! Ian was startled. He broke out in cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, the moonlight tonight is not beautiful. Selene. Ian would never make a mistake. The terrifying existence that could affect the moon was undoubtedly the moon dragon Selene. Ian. In the sky, Selene roared. Her purpose from beginning to end was only one thing: Ian belonged to her, Selene. Damn Irene, a little bitch who stole the house, go to hell. Hee hee. Irene just sneered at this. She was full of disdain for Selene's overestimation of her own abilities. Not to mention that Irene's strength was not weaker than Selene's at all. Even if Irene's strength was not as good as Selene's, she would use a voice full of righteousness and justice to speak loudly, Selene, mistress. Irene, you little bitch who stole the house, bitch. What about the fair competition? Dirty humans are just cunning. Selene was naturally unwilling to admit defeat, and she kept cursing Irene in her heart. Ian, rest assured. Selene doesn't dare to do anything to us. She doesn't have the strength. I'll go meet her and come back soon. Wait for me. Irene said, and gently comforted Ian beside her. In a blink of an eye, her eyes became stern, her expression became extremely serious, and she turned into a red meteor and flew into the sky. Boom! For a moment, endless magic exploded in the sky above Magnolia Town. As Irene said, Selene did not dare to go all out. She could not afford to provoke the invincible Black Dragon King Akunalaja, who was wandering on the Ishgar continent. She only dared to use the power of the isolation magic circle to run wild in the sky above Magnolia Town. As for Irene, it was the same. Therefore, Irene and Selene fought very restrainedly in the sky above Magnolia Town. The power of each of their moves was enough to turn the entire town into ashes. Ah, this! In response, Ian was silent. There was no way, whether it was Irene or Selene, Ian could not afford to provoke them, he could not afford to provoke them at all. Boom! As for the townspeople in Magnolia Town, they looked up at the colorful magic circles in the sky and the explosions that were enough to destroy the town, and smiled. This year's fireworks are particularly beautiful. Well, the townspeople of Magnolia have long been accustomed to this kind of magic circle that explodes the sky and the earth. Those who are not used to it have long moved away from Fairy Tale and Magnolia and moved to nearby towns to live. So, a week later. During this week, Irene seemed to have lost contact. If it weren't for the deafening roar in the sky from time to time, Ian would definitely think that Irene had returned to the western continent. In the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, Makarov, Vlad, and Mavis stood on the podium of the guild, seeming to be announcing something. Everyone! The gathering of the 10 holy wizards is imminent. Senior Vlad, you are you, and I will go to the meeting immediately. During my absence, everything in the Fairy Tale Guild will be managed by the first president Mavis. You little brats, you must listen to me carefully and never make President Mavis angry. If you have any problems, wait for me to come back and solve them. Do you understand? Makarov's expression became serious. He looked at the mages with husky attributes in the guild and warned them seriously. Why did Makarov, who was so powerful and had a great possibility of entering the non-human field, fail to enter the field in the end? Because Makarov was slightly distracted to practice magic. The huskies in the guild could tear down the guild he had been thinking about. Fortunately, the arrival of Mavis and Vlad helped Makarov share some of the pressure, which also gave Makarov more personal time. After Makarov was surpassed by Ian and Uru in succession, he finally had some confidence in his personal strength's request. Yes, Makarov has planned to pick up the magic heart he lost at the beginning, and planned to start his exploration of the magic again. At the same time, this time with the help of Vlad, an experienced senior. Makarov still has a great chance to enter the non-human field. I understand. In response, the magicians in the guild echoed. Alas! Hearing this, Makarov sighed helplessly. It would be great if these fairy tale magicians could really understand what he said. By the way, Ian and Guildarts, follow me. After sighing, Makarov continued his business. Chapter 78 The Meeting of the 10 Holy Magicians begins. Ian, let's go and show our power to the council. It happened in a flash. After Makarov announced publicly that the meeting of the 10 Holy Magisters would be held in the Magic Council, and that he would go to the meeting with Vlad and others, and that he would temporarily hand over the work of the guild to the first president Mavis, everyone left the guild and set off together. On the carriage. So, President, Guildarts and I don't have the title of the 10 Holy Magisters. What is the purpose of going to the Magic Council for this meeting? Ian sat on the spacious and luxurious leather sofa, and asked Makarov in front of him in confusion. Yes, not long after Makarov announced publicly that Ian and Guildarts should wait for him, he tricked the two into getting on the carriage to the Magic Council. Let Senior Vlad explain this. Makarov himself was not easy to explain. He couldn't say that the reason they called Ian and Guildarts, who were not members of the Holy Ten, to the Holy Ten meeting was to show the Fairy Tale Guild's extraordinary muscles to the Magic Council and the other 10 holy mages, right? This explanation was too crude. Therefore, Makarov left the task of explaining the purpose of this trip to Ian and Guildarts to Vlad, who had mastered the art of speaking. The purpose of this trip is actually very simple. Our main purpose is to show the strength of the Fairy Tale Guild to the Magic Council and the other 10 holy mages on this continent. Vlad spoke truthfully without much hesitation. Speak out. Senior Vlad just spoke out so bluntly. Speak out without any scruples, without any embellishment. Makarov was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Vlad to not even bother to pretend, and just told Ian and Guildarts the purpose of their trip so bluntly. I see, that is to say, our main purpose is to show off our muscles, right? Ian suddenly realized. He looked at Vlad and asked. Of course. Vlad nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. In short, Ian and I are the thugs of our Fairy Tale Guild on this trip, right? Guildarts's train of thought was simpler and clearer. You can also understand it this way. After Vlad thought for a while, he found that Guildarts's description was quite appropriate. That's easy. After receiving Vlad's accurate answer, Ian and Guildarts looked at each other and smiled confidently. They didn't say much about the other things, but in terms of fighting, they had no rivals on the Ishgar continent. Hey! Wait! If it's just for a simple show of muscle, I don't think I have to bring Ian and Guildarts, right? I am enough by myself. At this time, you interrupted the conversation. She always felt that she was underestimated. Now I am confident that I will not lose to Senior Urafhaim or Senior Haberian. If it's just a show of muscle, it's not Ian or Guildarts' turn to take action. As you said, a terrifying cold air burst out of his body. For a moment, the temperature in the entire luxurious carriage dropped a lot, and a layer of frost even covered the outside of the carriage. Alas! Calm down first. The current situation is not what you think. Makarov looked at you with helplessness. Calm down, how do you want me to calm down? You frowned slightly and asked in confusion. First of all, there is a very important thing. You must be mentally prepared. We will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the Magic Council and some of the Holy Ten when we go to the Magic Council this time, and we will be given a certain blow. It can even be said that the Holy Ten meeting held at the Magic Council this time may be specially held to hit our Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov looked at you, with a bit of helplessness in his expression. Ah? Why? Uru was puzzled. She thought that Fairy Tale was still honest in the past year. The answer is very simple. Because our Fairy Tale guild is too powerful. 3 holy 10 in one guild. 2 of them are among the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. President Makarov is vaguely the first person under the 4 heavenly kings. To be honest, this lineup has already threatened the survival of other forces on the continent. Even the Magic Council has a sense of crisis. Without waiting for Makarov to answer, Ian has taken the lead and told the Fairy Tale Guild the problems they are facing at the moment. So, Ian, are you saying that the Magic Council will take the opportunity to deal with us? Uru gradually calmed down, and she looked at Ian and asked. Yes. Ian faced Uru, and after he nodded slightly, he continued, the Magic Council will definitely try every means to take advantage of this Holy 10 meeting to disintegrate the power of our Fairy Tale Guild. Based on my guess about the council, these counselors are probably planning to let Senior Vlad continue to live in seclusion. Then find a way to let Uru, leave the Fairy Tale Guild. At the same time, find a powerful opponent for the Fairy Tale Guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. In this way, we can tie down the energy of President Makarov. In this way, we can achieve the goal of balancing the dominance of Fairy Tale. Ian spoke out his malicious speculations and guesses about the members of the Magic Council who were idle all day and only knew how to intrigue in front of everyone in the carriage. Ian, how did you know? What methods will the Magic Council use to deal with our Fairy Tale Guild? As Ian finished speaking, everyone present was silent. They seemed shocked by Ian's strong political sense and asked in confusion. Because if I were a member of the Magic Council, I would definitely use this method to limit the power of the Fairy Tale Guild. Ian smiled and said proudly. Ian, you are so despicable. Ian's answer drew unanimous praise from others in the carriage. Does this have anything to do with my inability to show off my muscles? Just then, Uru's voice continued to ring in the carriage. She still seemed to not understand what Ian said. What direct relationship did it have with her? Uru, are you stupid? Ian was helpless. He looked at Uru with some concern in his eyes. Hey? You are the fool. Uru blushed and angrily retorted to Ian. I have said before, Uru, you are the Magic Council, the focus of the Holy 10 meeting this time. After all, no matter what, President Makarov and Senior Vlad are both old men, and their time is over. But Uru, you are completely different. You are not only powerful, but you have already entered the realm of non-human. You are still so young, it is not an exaggeration to say that you have a promising future. Everyone sees you as the first of the future Holy 10. Ian paused when he said this. Well, thank you for your compliment. In fact, I am not that good either. As for Uru, she blushed and felt a little shy because of Ian's public praise. So, if I were a member or speaker of the Magic Council, then I will definitely find a way to target the person with the greatest potential in the Fairy Tale Guild and the greatest threat to the Council in the future, that is, Uru. As long as Uru, are dealt with, Makarov and Vlad, these 2 dying old men, will not be a problem. Then the most important question is, how will the Magic Council target you? In my opinion, there is an 80% probability. This time, the Magic Council will let one of the 10 Saints suddenly attack you at the 10 Saints meeting, and at the moment you fight back, you will be detained on the grounds that the 10 Saints are not allowed to start conflicts privately. Ian said this with a calm expression. It was as if Ian had seen through the Council's routine. Just detain me? What else can they do to me? Uru didn't care at all. In her heart, she didn't take the Magic Council seriously at all. They won't do anything to you, but they will spread your actions in the Magic Council to the whole continent in a way of exaggerating and confusing right and wrong, in order to undermine the reputation and morale of the Fairy Tale Guild. In this way, they will undermine the important position of our Magician Guild Fairy Tale on the Ishgar continent. Although the reputation of our fairy tale guild is not very good in the Ishgar continent. After doing all this, they will start pooing you, putting all the responsibilities for the damage to fairy tale's reputation on you, and then persuade you to help the Magic Council in the future for the sake of the reputation of the Mage Guild fairy tale. At that time, they will probably promise you a seat in the council, and tell you that joining the council will help fairy tale better, using these reasons as bait to force you to quit fairy tale and work in the council. When you are really tempted and quit fairy tale, they will use the reason that the Grand Mage of the Holy Ten quit the guild to attack fairy tale again. The BA Guild has dealt a second blow to its morale and reputation. At this time, they are persuading Senior Vlad to continue to live in seclusion. In the end, they only need to find another magician guild that also has the Holy Ten sitting in front of them and has a grudge against the Fairy Tale Guild, and compete with Fairy Tale in the Kingdom of Fiori. In this way, their mission will be completed. Ian told all the little thoughts of the council members. As Ian finished speaking, the whole carriage was silent. Ian, you are really amazing. I didn't think of so much. Makarov looked at Ian with some admiration. What does this have to do with the president and Senior Vlad calling you and Guildarts to show off your muscles in the parliament? You pursed his dry lips, looked down at Ian, and continued to ask. Haha. Of course it's because Guildarts and I are neither the Holy Ten nor have any sense of public morality, and never care about our reputation. Ian was amused by Uru's question. He put his arms around him and said proudly, in other words, Guildarts and I are not subject to the regulations of the council. They are nothing in our eyes. On the continent of Ishgar, we can beat whoever we want. Hasn't the Magic Council always wanted to give our Mages Guild Fairy Tale a blow? We don't understand and we don't respect. And decided to give them a warning, so that they can understand who is in charge of the Ishgar continent. Ian said in a deep voice, as if he was the big brother. Well, the Magic Council is the challenger. Fairy Tale is the embodiment of order. Ian is the main player who is against Tian Gang. It has to be said that Uru is convinced. But, she really likes Ian's completely unreasonable attitude. When will Uru be as bad as Ian and Guildarts? When will being unreasonable be a good thing? That's right. Makarov smiled and told the truth. Yes, Ian and Guildarts are the thugs they called over this time. The word thugs has a positive meaning. You know, the Holy Ten is the 10 most powerful magicians on the Ishgar continent ranked by the Magic Council. But what if the 10 strongest people ranked by the Council are beaten down by strong people who are not the Holy Ten? By then, both the Holy Ten himself and the Magic Council will have to swallow this loss. After all, if they admit that the Holy Ten was defeated, it proves that there is a problem with the ranking of their council, and the Holy Ten is not invincible. But if they don't admit it, the Holy Ten himself will be beaten in vain. No matter how you look at it, the council is at a great loss. I understand. Uru finally understood the routine of Makarov and others. At this moment, Uru had to admit that although her magic attainments had caught up with or even surpassed Makarov, she was still far inferior to Makarov in terms of scheming. This old guy is very bad. On the other side, the Magic Council. Don't worry. Respected Crawford Shim, the counselor. The fairy tale of the Magister Guild will be completely destroyed by me, Joseph Pola. One of the 10 holy magisters, the president of the Phantom Ruler, Joseph Pola, bowed respectfully to someone in front of him and spoke elegantly. Oh, hoo. As expected of you, Joseph. I feel relieved when you say that. Crawford, the chairman of the Magic Council, smiled and nodded to Joseph Pola, then turned his back and walked away. After Crawford left, Joseph Pola, who had a smile on his face, suddenly fell in anger and said angrily, Fairy Tale. And Makarov. Your hatred with me is not over yet. Yes, this hideous hypocrite, a real villain. It was Joseph Pola, the president of the Phantom Ruler of the Magister Guild, who had some verbal conflicts with Makarov at the Magister Guild President's meeting last year because he drank some wine, and was eventually beaten up by Makarov. At the same time, Joseph and his ghosts were found by the council to balance the power of Fairy Tale and weaken the power of the Fairy Tale Guild. At the same time, currently, Habarian, who ranks first in the Holy Ten of the Ishgar continent, and Urufhaim, who ranks second in the Holy Ten, have also been received by Crawford, the president of the Magic Council, and other members. They used euphemistic tones, hoping that Habarian and Urufhaim could help their council. Hey! Habarian, what do you think the council wants us to do? Should we help or not? Urufhaim, who wore a plain beret, a light-colored vest and flowered pants, and reading glasses on his nose, was crouching with his hands behind his back. He was still hesitating whether to help the council deal with the fairy tale matter. Hee. So the council means that we should do our best to persuade Volodchinkin to continue to live in the Ishgar continent like we did. Is he hiding in a corner of the world? With his hair combed meticulously, wearing a black coat and a classic cashmere outfit like a medieval noble, Habarian, who is like a vampire in a novel, has walked into reality. At this moment, he is holding a red wine glass in his hand, shaking the milk in the glass, with a hint of coldness in his expression. I think it is completely unnecessary. Obviously, the Magic Council's concerns about the Fairy Tale Guild are completely unnecessary. You and I know Volod's temperament best. You is also a good boy. Habarian said this, brought the wine glass to his mouth, and gently tasted the special fresh milk in the glass. Well, just like Habarian's dress, he is a user of blood-sucking magic. At the same time, the blood-sucking magic he mastered can successfully suck blood without contacting others, indirect blood-sucking magic. As for why Habarian drinks milk, it is likely that milk is also a kind of animal body fluid. In this case, you and I will just wait and see. Urufhaim yawned and finally made a decision. To be honest, Urufhaim didn't want to work for the group of self-righteous idiots in the council. In addition, Urufhaim had a bad temper and didn't have a good relationship with the council members. After Urufhaim and Habarian made their decision, they went to the meeting room of the Holy Ten, sat in the main and second seats, and waited quietly for the other Holy Ten Magisters to enter. I know. Not long after, accompanied by the sound of a door being pushed open, the first person to enter the meeting room was Joseph Pola, the president of the Magister Guild Phantom Ruler, who was already in the council. When he strode into the meeting room and saw Habarian and Urufhaim, who had arrived at the meeting room before him, his pupils suddenly lit up. Hey! Isn't this Lord Habarian and Lord Urufhaim? It's been a long time. I'm Joseph Pola, the president of the Phantom Ruler. Joseph changed his previous fierceness, put on a flattering smile, bowed deeply to Habarian and Urufhaim, and introduced himself loudly. Yes. In response, both Habarian and Urufhaim just nodded slightly, as if they had greeted Joseph. At Habarian's level, they can already judge a person's nature through the weak magic power that a person accidentally releases. Therefore, Joseph's sticky magic power that makes people want to vomit was captured by Habarian and Urufhaim the moment it entered the meeting room. They also knew what kind of person Joseph was in essence. Hee. After being ignored by Habarian and others, Joseph was not very angry. When the enemy and us when the gap in strength is too big, it is hard to get angry. After Joseph was sure that Habarian and others didn't want to pay attention to him, he found a seat and sat down, imitating Habarian and others, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Time just like this. Minute by minute. After almost an hour, the door of the meeting room of the 10 Holy Magisters was pushed open again, accompanied by the crack of the door. Although the people outside the room have not entered the meeting room yet, several powerful magic powers have penetrated from the crack and swept towards the 10 Holy Magisters in the meeting room. What is this? Urufhaim looked at the frozen water cup in front of him and frowned slightly. Hee. Irene used his own magic power to protect the milk in his hand, so that the milk still maintained the appropriate temperature and would not freeze at this extremely low temperature. After taking a sip, he whispered, "The real master is here." Boom! Accompanied by the violent magic power, it slapped on the face of each of the Holy Ten. Vorod Sinkin, Makarov Dalea, Uru Merkovich, Gildartskolvi, and Ian entered together. "Bold Makarov! You are too presumptuous. You were late for the Holy Ten meeting, and you even brought outsiders to participate in the meeting that only the 10 holy magisters can attend? Do you really take the rules and regulations of the Magic Council into consideration? Do you really take Senior Irene, the first of the Holy Ten, and Senior Urifohaim, the second of the Holy Ten, seriously?" It seemed that Joseph finally found his chance to show off. He stood up from his seat and pointed at Makarov's nose and cursed. At this moment, Joseph was very proud. He thought he had won over the 2 great seniors of the Holy Ten to his side. Unfortunately, Irene and Urifohaim, whose names Joseph mentioned, frowned. Frowning, "They are neutral, do not disturb." "Ah! Isn't this the Holy Ten meeting? Why is there a dog barking?" In response, Ian, the well-known high EQ of Fairy Tale, looked around the meeting room and asked in confusion. Chapter 79 Dark Guild, "This woman has no strength at first glance." "Irene, are you talking about me? Could it be that Senior Irene or Urifohaim raised a dog in the meeting room? Although it's not appropriate for me to say this dog is really ugly, not only in appearance, but also in barking." As Ian said this, he looked at Irene and Urifohaim. "It seems that I made a mistake. Is that the dog raised by Mr. Crawford, the chairman of the council?" After Ian found that Irene and Urifohaim were unmoved by his words, he knew that this matter should have nothing to do with them. The 2 are now more like a neutral attitude. "Stinky boy, do you know what you are talking about? Do you know who you are talking to? Didn't that old guy Makarov tell you who I am?" After hearing Ian's words, Joseph's whole old face was twisted with anger, and the terrifying and sticky magic was released from his body, making the entire meeting room used for the Holy Ten gathering look a bit gloomy. "Boy! Listen to me. If that old guy Makarov didn't teach you how to respect your magic senior who you can't afford to offend, then I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of Makarov." As Joseph spoke, a magical light had already lit up on his fingers. While speaking, Joseph was about to use magic to teach Ian a painful lesson. People can't teach people, things can teach people once. Pa! Without waiting for Joseph to use magic, Ian had already arrived in front of Joseph at lightning speed. He waved his arms and slapped Joseph's old face. Puff! Ian's slap was so powerful that Joseph's eyes were full of stars. While he was spitting blood, 2 molars came out of his mouth. "My teeth!" Joseph looked at his spitted teeth with a ferocious and terrifying expression. He, Joseph, was just a genius who became one of the 10 great magicians in his 30s. Why should he suffer such pain? Do you know how much damage a big fight caused to the heart of a young 10 great magicians? Dogs are just bad mouths. They bark at people. They are bad at educating. If your master doesn't know how to educate you, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your master." Ian mercilessly said what Joseph said to him back to Joseph. Joseph felt that he was about to have a heart attack, and a mouthful of blood almost spurted out. "How dare you? You don't take me seriously. A little unknown magician dares to attack the Holy Ten? I ask you if you have any sense of justice." This time, Joseph was really angry. He burst out with all his magic power, and the whole person was shrouded in a dark atmosphere. He vowed to teach Ian a lesson. Stupid! Ian looked at Joseph, who burst out with amazing magic power in front of him, and a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. He couldn't beat the invincible Black Dragon King Aknologia, the immortal Black Magician Zirav, the Magic King August, and the dragons that dominated the northern continent of Kurtana and were eyeing him covetously. But he couldn't beat you, Joseph Bora? You, Joseph Bora, are a bastard? Boom! Ian just waved his hand at Joseph Pola, and the mighty gravity fell immediately, completely destroying the magic power around Joseph. The terrifying power made Joseph feel a little sweet in his throat, and then he half knelt on the ground. So strong! Overwhelmingly powerful! Impossible! How can the sky of this world be so big? Joseph's face was full of horror. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying magician in this world. You know, he is Joseph Pola, who has stood at the top of conventional magicians and is respected as the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. He was defeated just like this, defeated by a little-known character. Even if Makarov took action himself, he couldn't defeat him so easily, right? It was as if he and Ian were not magicians at the same level at all. A frog in the well. Ian seemed too lazy to pay attention to Joseph Pola, who was full of fear in front of him. He waved his hand, and the majestic gravity directly smothered Joseph against the wall beside him. Then, Ian sat down in the seat that only the Holy 10 could sit in. He looked at Habarian and Eurifilheim not far away and asked, "Do I have the qualifications to sit here now?" "Of course." Habarian nodded slightly. With Habarian's keenness to magic, he instantly judged that Ian was a strong man at the same level as him. He was one of the monsters who stepped into the inhuman realm. Humph! Eurifilheim snorted coldly and said nothing more. Yes, like Habarian, Eurifilheim noticed Ian's real strength. After confirming that Ian was at the same level as them, he tacitly agreed that Ian had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. No matter which world it is, his underlying logic will not change. Only those who have strength can gain the respect of others, and only the truly strong can have additional privileges. Vorad, Makarov. Your guild is really full of talents. There are many good members. Eurifilheim glanced at Volrod and Makarov, who had just walked in from the gate and were about to take their seats, and said in a cold and sarcastic voice. It's not that Eurifilheim has any opinion on the Fairy Tale Guild, but he simply doesn't like Ian's overly strong attitude. In addition, Eurifilheim's temper is like this, and he will not change no matter who he treats. Haha, that's true. To be honest, Ian is the best one among the countless young talents in our Fairy Tale Guild. You should know Eurifilheim. Young people are naturally a little irritable, but this is also reasonable. As the saying goes, if a person is not frivolous when young, then he is not a young man. You should be more tolerant and don't be so polite. Warad said, gently waving to Makarov, Eurif and Gildarts beside him, indicating that everyone should take a seat. Isn't this Joseph Bola? Why are you sitting on the floor like a lost dog? Do you think you don't deserve to sit at the same table with us? Hurry up and get up. You know I'm the most generous person and don't mind your... Just after everyone successfully took their seats, Makarov looked around the conference room. He seemed to be looking for something. Until his eyes fell on Joseph, who was pressed to the ground by Ian's gravity magic, he showed a look of sudden enlightenment and spoke to Joseph in a slightly artificial way. Makarov, you did it on purpose. Joseph lay on the ground, clenched his teeth, and his eyes flashed with endless anger. He wanted to get up immediately and pull out Makarov's muscles and skin, and swallow him alive. Oh my! Ian, you are such a fool! How can you keep suppressing Joseph with your gravity magic? Why don't you let him go and let him sit down? Makarov looked at Joseph, who was reluctant to get up, and smiled gently. He turned his head to look at Ian beside him, and in a rare gentle tone, he blamed Ian for not letting Joseph get up. Joseph! Are you talking about the famous Saint Ten Magister Joseph Pola? Strange, why didn't I see him? As for the person I suppressed with gravity magic, he is not Joseph Pola, but just a wild dog with rabies. I really dare not let him go, for fear that he would bite other people present. Ian looked at Makarov, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Hey! Ian! How can you mistake a person for a dog? Even if Joseph is ugly and looks like a scabby dog, you can't do this. Listen to me, let him go quickly. Makarov continued to sing the same tune with Ian. Okay. Since you asked me to let him go, I'll let him go. Ian had no choice but to compromise for Makarov and retracted the tremendous gravity he had applied to Joseph. Who? After Ian took back the gravity he released, Joseph felt his body lighten. He showed an attitude of surviving a disaster, panting heavily, with blazing anger flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said secretly, "Laugh. You can laugh at me now. There will be a time for you to cry. Makarov and Fairy Tale, just wait, I will not let you go." This guy. You had been secretly observing Joseph's expression. When Joseph's eyes flashed with a fierce light, you felt cold in his body. Calm down. In response, Makarov secretly waved to you, indicating that now was not the time to take action. If they attack Joseph now, then they will be wrong. Although their wizard guild, Fairy Tale, is more unruly and free-spirited on weekdays. But they are still members of the Light Wizard Guild after all, and cannot do things that only the Dark Wizard Guild can do. Unless they are forced to do so. Or, Joseph took the first step. Ahem. Since everyone is here, the Holy Ten Wizards meeting will officially begin. Warad saw that their Fairy Tale Guild had almost given the Magic Council a warning, so he cleared his throat and began to preside over this year's Holy Ten Wizards meeting. The Wizard Guild Fairy Tale. The strength is really unfathomable. At the same time, Irene, who was sitting in the main seat, was holding a cup of milk in his hand and shaking it gently. There is no need to say much about Volad's strength. We know it very well. He is undoubtedly at the same level as us. The real strength of Ian, who defeated Joseph just now, is absolutely it won't be inferior to Volad. When she entered the door before, you also showed the breadth of the non-human field. It seems that she is already at the threshold of the non-human field. Maybe 1 foot has already stepped into the field we are in. And there is Makarov. I thought that he would only linger at the threshold of the non-human field in his life, and it would be impossible for him to successfully enter this field in his life. Unfortunately, I seem to have guessed wrong. Makarov's breath has become stronger than before. The most important thing is, the middle-aged man with short orange hair and a big back hair sitting not far from me. He should be the one in the rumor, Gildarts, who is known as the strongest magician in the west of Ishgar continent, right? It is said that he has the power to rival the Holy Ten. Now it seems that the rumor is not only correct, but also underestimates his strength. This kind of person is just sitting there. I haven't met a man who makes me feel threatened for many years. After seeing Ian, Volad, Makarov, and Gildarts, Irene couldn't help but smile bitterly. A magician guild, 5 monsters who have entered the inhuman realm. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't even dream of it. No wonder the magic reviewer tried every means to disband or weaken this guild. This guild is too powerful, and has already broken the balance of the continent. Irene looked helpless. Although the Magic Council now thinks that it needs to find a way to weaken the Wizard Guild Fairy Tale, don't you think it's too late? The current Fairy Tale is no longer something you can weaken just because you want to. Perhaps Eurofilhame and I should accept the invitation of the Council and officially join it, so that the Magic Council will have the power to balance the magic world. Alas! There is a long way to go. When Irene thought of this, he sighed helplessly. At this moment, Crawford Shim, the Dean of the Magic Council, was leisurely drinking tea and eating various delicious snacks in his office, looking very uncomfortable. But he didn't know it at the moment, just because he agreed to the request of his counselors to hold the Holy Ten meeting and use the Holy Ten Magisters to weaken Fairy Tale. As a result, after the meeting, he didn't know whether Fairy Tale was successfully weakened. He just didn't expect that after this meeting, Irene and Eurofohame, who had never planned to join the council, suddenly agreed to their previous invitation and officially became a member of the council. Member, and he, the former chairman of the council, just left. On the other side, after President Makarov, Senior Vlad, Uru, Ian, and Gildarts, the undisputed main forces of the Fairy Tale Guild, left Magnolia Town, someone leaked the news and spread the news that the main forces of the Fairy Tale Guild were not there, and the combat power was particularly empty, and it was the most likely time to defeat it. For a while, the Dark Mage Guild King Cobra's Fang, the Dark Quartet, the Commander of Ever Darkness, the Curse of the Dead and more than a dozen others united together, and they had only one goal, to defeat the Fairy Tale Guild. Is the Fairy Tale Guild in front? On the hilltop near Magnolia Town, a group of fierce Dark Guild wizards were using telescopes to secretly observe the situation of Fairy Tale Guild. It is rumored that the main force of Fairy Tale Guild is not in the guild at the moment. I don't know if it is true or false. These dark wizards were very cautious. They did not choose to rush over as soon as they came up. They seemed to be waiting for the intelligence collected by their spies who went to the town. Report to the boss. It has been figured out that the main force of Fairy Tale Guild is indeed not in the guild. Now is the best time for us to invade Fairy Tale. Soon, several spies returned from different directions to the coalition of the Dark Wizard Guild. They reported to the presidents of their respective guilds. Ha ha ha! God help me! Little ones, rush up with us and tear these bastards of light wizards to pieces. As long as we destroy Fairy Tale, the #1 light wizard guild in Ishgar, we can become famous in one battle and become the real guests of honor in the dark world. After listening to the words of their own spies, the bosses of these dark guilds showed ferocious faces. They held their weapons in their hands and pointed directly at the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town at the foot of the mountain, shouting loudly, "Oh! Kill!" For a moment, hundreds of dark wizards turned into a black crowd and rushed towards Magnolia Town. Their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty anger, and even the surrounding air was stained with a trace of blood. It's the wizard of the Dark Guild. Not good. Run! Be careful of these crazy people. In Magnolia Town, when the townspeople saw this group of people who seemed after the members of the Dark Mage Guild were killed, they all showed fear on their faces and hid in the surrounding buildings, not daring to come out. Ha ha ha! Just hide for me. Wait until we destroy Fairy Tale, then we will trouble you. These Dark Guild mages seemed to enjoy being feared. They ran towards the Fairy Tale Guild with a smug look on their faces. Bang! Fairy Tale mages, you will die. Not long after, when these Dark Guild mages kicked open the door of the Fairy Tale Guild, what came into view was a group of fairy tale people who were drunk and lying on the ground and fainted. Ah! For a moment, these Dark Guild mages were stunned. No? Drinking in broad daylight? So undisciplined? Is this still called the Light Mage Guild? By the way, what's the matter with this guild full of drunkards? Does such a guild really need them to destroy it? Even if they don't take action, it will probably die from excessive drinking soon, right? Allah! Excuse me, what can I do for you? Just when the mages of the Dark Guild looked at the Fairy Tale Guild Hall where all the members were unconscious and couldn't even find an opponent, they showed a blank look. A teasing voice sounded in everyone's ears, and a peerless beauty with long scarlet hair appeared in front of everyone at some point. Haha! This woman doesn't look like she has any fighting ability. In response, the mages of the Dark Guild all showed a grim smile. Chapter 80. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the fairy tale people beating the 10 holy mages. You guys! Are you the members of the legendary Dark Mage Guild? A playful expression appeared on Irene's beautiful face. Her brown eyes gave these Dark Guild mages a strong sense of presence. The Dark Mages who broke into the Fairy Tale Guild subconsciously ignored other things in the guild and focused their attention on Irene. That's right. I am a strong man in the Dark Mage Guild. Buster, the so-called desperate. To be honest, my strength is not inferior to that of the S-class mages in the Light Mage Guild. I am a real strong man. The leader of these dark mages is a tall and strong man. The reason why he rushed forward is to set an example for the other mages behind him. As a result, when this strong man saw the beautiful Irene in the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, he threw away the weapon in his hand without any hesitation, and then wrapped his arms in front of himself, constantly posing in what he thought was a cool look, and used his self-praising tone to loudly introduce his identity to Irene, who was not far away from him. "Oh? You said your nickname is Despair." After hearing the word despair, Irene seemed to finally have a little interest in the person in front of her. That's right. The sturdy man at this moment didn't know what he was about to face. He mistakenly thought that his nickname attracted Irene, and nodded proudly, still looking confident. "Have you ever seen real despair?" Irene smiled, and on her beautiful cheeks, the corners of her bright red lips outlined an arc. From this moment, endless surging magic power roared out from her delicate body. Irene's magic power, which she has practiced for 400 years, is really too strong. It is so strong that it seems to be materialized in the air. It is as if it has turned into a crimson dragon with a length of 100 meters, grinning at everyone and roaring continuously. The terrifying sense of oppression that came over it made the eyes of everyone present reflect the most desperate horror. Ah! This is... For a moment, all the people in the Dark Mage Guild were dumbfounded. They had never thought that this beautiful woman, who looked no older than 30 years old, weak and easily pushed down, and charming in every frown and smile, actually had such terrifying strength. Ah! Among them, the strong man who claimed to be desperate felt the most obvious oppression. In his spiritual space, a terrifying dragon with wings spread out to cover the sky and blocked the light of half a town was tilting its head and looking at the strong man with the eyes of looking at prey. "No. You can't win. How can humans beat a dragon? What a joke! How can there be such a monster in this world?" The strong man was desperate, and tears flowed from his eyes. "Answer me. Have you ever seen true despair?" When the strong man was about to collapse, the dragon opened its bloody mouth and asked the strong man. "Ah! I don't know, I really don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything." For a moment, the strong man's heart of Taoism completely collapsed. Tears kept flowing from his eyes. He danced crazily and ran out of the Fairy Tale Guild screaming, like a madman who was completely scared, ran away. "Ah! I can't help playing. You've gone crazy so quickly. I hope you can perform better than that guy just now." Irene was sitting at the bar, holding a goblet in her hand, tasting the red wine in the glass while playing with the enemies who had trespassed into the Fairy Tale Guild without permission. After listening to what Irene said, the magicians of the Dark Guild finally despaired. Yes, if someone asked them next time if they had seen the true despair in this world, they would nod their heads repeatedly and say yes. They had indeed seen it. The true despair in this world, the true despair called Scarlet. 5 minutes later. Strange, we seem to have lost our memory after drinking. What happened here? The drunken mages of the Fairy Tale Guild, who were originally sleeping soundly on the floor of the guild, woke up one after another. They raised their heads and looked at the center of the first floor hall of the guild. The dark mages, who were foaming at the mouth, stupid and tied up with ropes, had a puzzled look on their faces. These happened just now when you drank too much and fell asleep. They planned to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on our fairy tale, the members of the Dark Mages Guild. Now they have all been dealt with by me. However, these people are just the vanguard. The real big force is still behind. So you still have to be alert and prepare for the next battle. Irene seemed a little tired of playing. She looked at the mages in the guild and explained what happened just now. Hey! As Irene finished speaking, the entire fairy tale guild was in an uproar. How dare they attack fairy tale when we let our guard down? Don't they want to live? In any case, the war has begun. Little ones. Let the Dark Guild mages outside see that the mages of our fairy tale guild are not just drunkards. Irene's words caused a huge uproar in the fairy tale guild. Led by Wakaba and Makeo, the useless uncles who used to only know how to drink and play cards became furious after hearing what Irene said. They were ready to make the Dark Guild mages who attacked Fairy Tale pay the price. Quiet. Just when the entire Fairy Tale Guild was in a state of riot, the first president Mavis suddenly stood up. She stood on the podium in the guild hall with her bare white feet and spoke softly to the people in the Fairy Tale Guild. Yes, Mavis's voice was not loud, but it could just reach the ears of every magician present. The first generation. The enemy has come, can't we fight back? After everyone quieted down, Natsu looked at the first generation on the podium unhappily and questioned loudly. Yes. Yes. Gray and Leon also looked like they were going to rush out immediately to fight the enemies of the Dark Magician Guild. Natsu, Gray, and Leon, calm down. Everything is arranged by the first generation. Just when Natsu and others seemed unhappy with Mavis's behavior, Urza came to the side of them and said in a deep voice. Urza. As Urza spoke, Natsu and others finally quieted down completely. Well, Urza still has a lot of prestige in the guild. Ahem. I know that everyone is very anxious now. But please don't be anxious. After all, I promised Makarov that I would take good care of you and not let you cause trouble. Mavis naturally knew the impatience of Natsu and others. With a smile on her face, her voice was gentle and calmed the anger of everyone present. However, immediately afterwards, Mavis suddenly changed her tone, but that was in normal times, not this special moment when the enemy came to the door. So Makarov's request, in my opinion, is completely not applicable. If the enemy comes to our door and we don't go out to fight, it will only encourage the arrogance of these evil forces. It will lay hidden dangers for the future development of our fairy tale and the safety of our members. So, little ones, I have only one request for you. Anyone who provokes our fairy tale must be returned 100-fold. Oh! Long live the first generation! Long live the first generation! Long live the first generation! As Mavis's voice fell, the entire fairy tale guild was boiling for a while. They cheered loudly and were eager to try again. Burn up! Natsu was surrounded by flames. He couldn't wait to rush out and beat all the magicians of the Dark Guild outside. Let's compete. Who hits the first generation? There are more mages from the Dark Guild who have been defeated, right? Gray looked at Natsu and said so. Competition? That's just what I want. I will never lose. Natsu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Lacuses, Altair, and Myra Jane, let me tell you why I was able to pass the S-Class Mage assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild last year. Urza moved her shoulders, making a crisp sound of crackling, crackling, and the whole person has entered the fighting state. Pa pa pa! Sister is so handsome. Ale followed Urza, clapping and praising. Hee hee. Urza, the reason why you were able to stand out in the S-Class Mage assessment last year was just because of your sister's glory. Don't think that you have surpassed me just because you have the S-Class status. Miraja put his arms around him, looking unconvinced. As for Lacuses, he just snorted coldly without saying much. It was just that the thunder and lightning around him seemed to have spoken for him. In fact, since last year's S-Class Magician assessment, Lacuses has locked himself in the Magic Development Bureau in the back mountain of the Fairy Tale Guild, constantly using the Magic Developer to develop his potential. It has to be said that practicing day and night is really useful. With the help of the developer, Lacuses has once again made a lot of progress in the field of magic. So much so that now Lacuses, he has enough confidence to fight against the strong men of the Holy 10 level. Last year, Lacuses didn't want to say much about the S-Class Magician assessment. Losing is losing, and he is not someone who can't afford to lose. But this year's S-Class Magician assessment, Lachesis is determined to win, no matter who it is, don't think about shaking his position. However, now is not the time to compete with Ultia and Myra Jane for the S-class position. The most important thing now is to make those bastards who dare to deal with his favorite fairy tale pay a heavy price. Lachesis loves fairy tale deeply, and he will never allow anyone to look down on fairy tale or hurt fairy tale. Attack! Just when everyone in fairy tale seemed to be full of blood and ready to fight the enemy, Mavis waved the small fan in her hand and spoke loudly. Oh! As Mavis finished speaking, the mages in the Fairy Tale Guild immediately filed out and rushed towards the mages of the Dark Guild outside the town who were planning to attack the Fairy Tale Guild. Mother, the reason why I fell asleep just now is because you foresaw in advance that these mages of the Dark Guild would come to the Fairy Tale Guild to challenge, so that's why I fell asleep, right? Before Urza was preparing to leave the Fairy Tale Guild and attack those blind mages of the Dark Guild, she turned around and looked at Irene and asked. You know, the self-disciplined Urza would not drink, but for some reason, she fell drunk like other people in the guild just now, and after waking up, she forgot a lot of things, as if she had drunk a lot of things. Haha! You are really worthy of being my daughter. You actually found me. Irene just smiled lightly upon hearing this, and then admitted it directly. Iluza, you are also a big kid. You should also be more considerate of your mother, it is not easy for her. After all, Ian is not in Magnolia Town right now, and I am really bored alone. This is not like the Alvarez Empire, where there are criminals for me to tease. I finally met a group of blind toys who came to my door, so naturally I have to play with them alone for a while. Irene said with a bright smile on her face. Well, Irene's words are well-founded, and there is no problem at all. After all, Irene's face is reasonable. Ah! I know, you should be a little more careful. This is not the Alvarez Empire. Even if the magicians of these dark guilds make mistakes, there are still the Magic Council to deal with them. Urza reminded her mother Irene to pay attention to the laws of the Kingdom of Fiori. She drew the night sword at her waist and walked outside. Urza was just reminding Irene not to forget to abide by the law, but she didn't say that she would abide by the law. Since she provoked their fairy tale guild, she would have to pay a heavy price. Aya, angry Urza is really scary. It seems that the magicians of the dark guilds outside are in trouble. Erin looked at her daughter, who seemed to be furious and like a scarlet lion, and couldn't help whispering. But what I didn't expect was that Urza, the little girl, could actually guess that the mastermind behind everything was not someone else, but me. Irene thought that everything she did was very careful. But she didn't expect that her smart daughter would find out. Yes, send the Fairy Tale Guild to the Dark Mage Guild hiding in the Kingdom of Fiori. The main magicians have all left now. Now is the best time to destroy the Fairy Tale, the Magician Guild, and become famous in the dark world. The person who got the secret information is Irene herself. Since Irene herself cannot easily leave Magnolia Town and go outside to find trouble with those dark magician guilds that are not protected by the law, then let the trouble come to Magnolia Town to find her, Irene. There is no difference in essence. Anyway, they are all games to kill time. Yes, this wave is a fishing enforcement. These dark magician guilds that have a grudge against the Fairy Tale Guild will not be able to escape. Forget it. Since this matter has been discovered by Urza, there is nothing we can do about it. Based on my understanding of Urza, she will definitely not spread my actions everywhere. After all, little Urza has no evidence at the moment, not to mention that I am her mother. Therefore, I still need to find a scapegoat in advance to help me take the blame. Irene thought so, and she made a decision in her heart. At the same time, Ian, who was holding the Holy Ten meeting at the Magic Council, suddenly yawned, and a phantom female voice seemed to come from his mind. What? For a moment, Ian's expression suddenly froze. Irene's voice was coming from his mind. At this moment, Irene was telling Ian what happened in the guild after Ian and Makarov and others left the Fairy Tale Guild. And Irene speculated that the identity of the mastermind behind this matter. Okay. So it's you who's doing the bad things behind the scenes. Ian murmured softly. At the same time, Ian looked at Joseph Pola, who was sitting diagonally opposite him in this small conference room. Ah! Joseph was still confused at the moment, and he didn't know what happened at all. Boom! Before Joseph could think about it, Ian had already rushed to Joseph, waving his palm and hitting Joseph's old face with a few big punches. I didn't expect that you, a treacherous villain, actually hired the Dark Mage Guild to deal with Fairy Tale. It's really disgusting, Ian said angrily while hitting him. What? How did you know that I was going to use the Dark Mage Guild to deal with the Fairy Tale Guild? Do you also master mind-reading magic or telepathy magic? Joseph was directly dumbfounded by what Ian said. Honestly, Joseph did think about hiring the Dark Mage Guild to deal with the Fairy Tale Guild, but this method currently only exists in Joseph's fantasy, and he has not really implemented it yet. Just when Joseph made up his mind to contact the legendary Dark Mage Guild Hades Gate after the Holy Ten meeting, Ian suddenly shouted, rushed in front of him, and faced his old face with a big fight. Joseph was also frightened by Ian, and he directly shook out his inner thoughts, which was equivalent to confessing himself. Well, if you count Ian's zero-frame start, this big fight, then Joseph can barely be regarded as being subjected to the great memory recovery technique by Ian. Hee. You admit it, right? You are the employer of those dark mages who are attacking the Fairy Tale Guild, right? Ian sneered, thinking to himself that the Dark Mages invaded Magnolia Town and attacked the Fairy Tale Guild, and Joseph was the mastermind behind all this. Ah! No, I haven't implemented it yet. I just had this idea. Those Dark Mages who attacked the Fairy Tale Guild were not hired by me. After listening to what Ian said, Joseph was stunned for a moment, and then shouted loudly. Hee. You are still stubborn now. Ian sneered, his hand was wrapped with dragon-slaying magic, and he punched Joseph's old face with one punch after another. It's really not me. For the first time, Joseph felt wronged. Joseph had been cowardly, afraid, and regretful in his life, but he had never been wronged. When he was a child, he was a well-known genius in magic. When he grew up, he was treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Only today, he did nothing, but he was said to have done all these things. He was extremely wronged. Pa. It was a pity that the only response to Joseph was Ian's continuous punches. For a moment, everyone present was dumbfounded, even Irene and Eurifilhame did not react. Kaka. Not long after, the door of the Holy Ten meeting room was pushed open again, and the fat chairman of the Magic Council Crawford Shim strode in. As the highest manager of the council, he naturally had to show his face at the gathering of the Holy Ten Magisters. Crawford, who was originally planning to say hello and leave, suddenly froze in place. He was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that Ian was beating up Joseph Pola, one of the 10 Holy Magisters. Magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, what on earth do you want to do? As soon as I entered the meeting room, I saw you beating up the 10 Holy Magisters. Do you take the Magic Council and the 10 Holy Magisters seriously? It's so presumptuous. Crawford Shim roared at Ian. First update, 6,000 words. Chapter 81 Fairy Tale, you are the challengers. Stop it now. Crawford said, but his body seemed to be rooted in place, with no intention of moving at all. After Crawford found that his words were useless and Ian didn't listen to him at all, he looked at Irene, Eurifilhame and others, with a hint of help in his eyes. Alas! Unfortunately, Irene and Eurifilhame seemed to ignore his call for help, and they still sat there steadily, thinking about something. Irene said in his heart, I'm sorry, Crawford. It's not that I won't take action, but if I take action now, I will conflict with these irritable Fairy Tale. Let's not talk about what will happen to me, the war between the mages at the level of King of Heaven will definitely be an extremely heavy blow to the entire Magic Council. For now, we can only wait until Ian is completely calm before we can resolve today's matter peacefully. Well, Irene is the most elegant and rule-abiding person among the 10 holy mages, so he naturally won't do something that he knowingly violates. At this moment, if he makes a rash move, it would be equivalent to violating the rule set by the council that the 10 holy magisters are not allowed to have private conflicts. Irene would not do such a thing that would cause gossip, and this is also to prepare a way out for him when he competes for the position of the chairman of the Council of Magic in the future. Well, once Irene succeeds in taking the position, he can decisively make a move when he encounters the current situation again. Only because, at that time, he will be different from now, no longer an ordinary 10 holy magister, but the chairman of the Council of Magic who happens to be one of the 10 holy magisters. The positions and gaps between the two are very different. As for Irene, he didn't think as much as Irene did. He was just simply very unhappy with Joseph Pola, and since Irene didn't make a move, he couldn't make a move either, that's all. Pa. So, with the tacit consent and connivance of Irene and Irene, Ian continued to beat Joseph Pola. He beat Joseph Pola's face and teeth, and his body was covered with blood. With Ian's strength, beating Joseph Pola was just a one-sided massacre. Joseph didn't even have the ability to resist. Crawford was helpless, and he looked at Vlad, and Makarov for help. The regrettable thing is that Makarov and others are completely different from Irene and others. They are too lazy to disguise themselves and directly ignore Crawford. Nonsense, Makarov, Vlad, and they are all members of the Fairy Tale Guild, so they naturally support Ian, who is also a member of Fairy Tale. How could they care about Crawford, a useless speaker who knows nothing except eating, drinking, and having fun, and a little knowledge of ancient texts that others don't know? Okay, Ian. Stop it. Just like that, waiting for Joseph was really unbearable. Makarov was afraid that Ian would beat Joseph to death, which would make everyone lose face. So he came to Ian's side in an instant and decisively stopped the angry Ian. Makarov. On the ground, Joseph Pola's mouth was constantly gushing with bright red blood. His eyes were slightly moist. He didn't expect that the person who would save him in the end would be his mortal enemy and his imaginary enemy, the old man Makarov. I remember. Joseph said, and fainted. Ian, how could you attack Joseph without authorization? Fortunately, you didn't hit him too hard, so this matter ends here. Makarov came up and scolded Ian. However, although Makarov seemed to be scolding Ian, no matter how he listened to his words, he was protecting Ian. After praising Ian's actions, he simply put them down. President. Joseph hired members of the Dark Mage Guild while we were away and attacked Magnolia Town. Ian looked at Makarov and told him what Joseph had done. What? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Makarov, who had a peaceful face, became angry after hearing what Ian said. He could tolerate everything. But he absolutely cannot tolerate others hurting his family and Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov strode to Joseph's corpse, first spitting, then still not satisfied, he kicked Joseph who had fainted twice, which finally relieved his anger. Ian. Who are the dark guilds that attacked the Fairy Tale Guild? Did they cause any harm to the members of the guild or the townspeople? Whoever dares to harm our companions and families of the Fairy Tale Guild will be retaliated by Fairy Tale. We will settle accounts with them. Makarov's face was ferocious, and veins on his forehead and neck were stretched one after another. The terrifying magic power, like a flood that broke through the dam, was released from his body as if it was out of control, causing the entire Holy Ten meeting room, and even the entire Magic Council, to shake continuously. Makarov. Don't forget your identity. Crawford felt the shaking of the earth, and was shocked and angry. He looked at Makarov and reminded Makarov to remember his identity as one of the 10 great magisters of the Holy Ten. I know my identity very well. I am the father of the children and the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov was very determined about this. He was the head of the big family of fairy tale first, and then the so-called Holy Ten Magister. You. Crawford's face was distorted, and dark emotions continued to grow in his heart. At this moment, he even wanted to completely remove Makarov from the Holy Ten. Boom! Before Crawford could think more, several terrifying magic powers burst out in the meeting room of the Holy Ten. Vorad, you and Gildarts all had gloomy faces. I think the issue that everyone should consider now is not whether our fairy tale is obedient or not, and whether it gives you face or not. It is the issue of whether anyone in our fairy tale guild is injured right now. Everyone present here should know that in the entire Fiori kingdom, all those who knew that the main force of fairy tale had left the guild at the moment are now in this small meeting room. We, the main force of fairy tale, had just left, and those jumping clowns came to attack our guild. No matter how look at it this way, it's a bit hard to explain. Even if you say it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. Just now I heard Ian say that this incident was caused by Joseph Pola, but is Joseph really the only one involved in the whole incident? Or is there a secret that is specifically designed to deal with our fairy tale? In my opinion, each of you is highly suspicious. Gildarts suddenly interrupted at this time. His words were sonorous and powerful, like an ancient clock, vibrating in everyone's ears. So, what exactly do you fairy tale mean? Crawford was a little guilty about Gildarts' words. He stared at Gildarts angrily and roared. My meaning is very simple. If no one in our guild is injured today, then we, fairy tale, will give you a favor and not pursue this matter any further. But if someone in our guild is injured because of this, then I think there is no need for us to continue talking here. Gildarts said this, and he slapped the table in front of him with his palm, making a bang sound, and activated his proud, top-level destructive magic crush. Boom! For a moment, the table was instantly turned into countless dust at a speed visible to the naked eye under Gildarts' magic. Using the top-level super magic as basic magic. Isn't this guy a little exaggerated? This scene attracted the attention of Irene and Eurofheim. They were shocked by Gildarts' exaggerated and somewhat perverted strength. Except for Gildarts, they have never seen anyone who would use super magic as their basic magic. These super magics are all hidden and used as killers. Using it as basic magic, do you dislike your own magic power? In response, Gildarts said, everyone, I'm really sorry. I have so much magic power that I can't use it up anyway. That's why I chose to crush it and use it as my basic magic. Comparing people can really make people angry. Everyone, I don't want to go to the point where swords are facing each other. Gildarts said, he seemed to be ready for war. For a while, in the meeting room, Crawford, the chairman of the council, and Irene and Eurofheim, the first and second seats of the Holy Ten, were all stunned. It seems that they didn't expect that the attitude of the Fairy Tale Guild would be so firm and stubborn. Ian, is everything all right at the guild? At this time, Makarov looked at Ian and asked. Of course it's all right. After all, don't forget, my wife Irene is still guarding the house. Ian smiled and said calmly. Well, in fact, the strongest existence of their fairy tale guild did not come to this bullshit Holy Ten gathering at all, but was guarding the house in Magnolia Town. With Irene's strength, unless the Black Dragon King Acknowledge comes in person, no one can help in Magnolia Town. Especially, Irene in the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town still has the fairy tale buff, which makes her invincible. By the way, Irene is still in the town. Makarov was relieved when he heard this. To be honest, he had forgotten about Irene. With Irene here, instead of worrying about whether the members of the Dark Mage Guild would hurt the members of their Fairy Tale Guild, It's better to worry about whether Irene will have too much fun and blow up the entire Magnolia town, or even the kingdom of Fiori. Speaking of which, what are those brats in the guild doing now? Then, Makarov seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Ian and asked. Of course they took the initiative to attack. Ian answered decisively. It's over. Makarov rolled his eyes when he heard this. The entire fairy tale guild took the initiative to attack. Translated, it means that the first demolition team in the kingdom of Fiori has been in place, and they will demolish wherever they go. My money! My money! Makarov started crying as he spoke, and he howled to the sky and roared. Crawford and others looked at Makarov, who was so domineering that he could fight all the forces on the Ishgar continent for fairy tale, and then knelt on the ground with his eyes blank, howling to the sky and crying continuously. They didn't know what to say. Is Makarov probably seriously ill? By the way, do they really need to deal with the fairy tale guild whose members seem to be seriously ill? Why not just let them go? On the other side, the town of Magnolia. Damn it! Are these dark mages crazy? They actually dared to provoke those crazy people from the fairy tale guild. Run! Hide! The mages from fairy tale are coming out to destroy the streets. Yes, from the beginning, the townspeople of Magnolia Town ran away after seeing the members of the Dark Mages Guild invade the town. It was not because they were afraid of the mages from the Dark Guild, but because they were afraid that these idiots would provoke fairy tale and lure the monsters out of the cage. Ha ha ha! Look, we scared these people silly before we even entered the town. Our prestige is really great. Outside the town, mages from the Dark Guild gathered here one after another. They waited for the vanguard to send a signal, and then rushed into fairy tale and killed them all. Boom! Just as everyone was waiting, the huge town of Magnolia suddenly emitted a series of roars. In order to minimize the losses in the town, the mayor decisively turned on the guild arts mode for the town. What is this? When the guild arts mode was transformed, after a road leading directly to fairy tale appeared in front of the magicians of the Dark Guild, they found that countless magicians of the fairy tale guild rushed out of the guild and ran towards them before they took action. Second update. Chapter 82 Fairy Tale. In order to completely eliminate the dark magicians, the only way is to destroy the kingdom of Fiori. The kingdom of Fiori. In the town of Magnolia. The hunt has begun. Some townspeople sat in their houses, silently roasting fire. He seemed to have anticipated everything that was about to happen outside. Those guys from the Dark Guild really didn't know what fairy tale relied on to gain a foothold in the kingdom of Fiori. Mom, what happened outside? I saw many big brothers and sisters from the fairy tale guild running out of the guild. Many of them gave me candy at the festival. Those candies were so sweet. By the window, there was a little girl under 5 years old, dressed like a doll, lying there and looking out. Her big eyes were full of confusion. She didn't understand why the townspeople in the town were cowering in their homes and didn't dare to go out after discovering that the fairy tale guild was ready to come out of the cage. So she turned her head and asked the young mother who was praying in front of the statue. Hey, close your eyes, don't look at it. You will have nightmares at night if you see these things. Seeing this, the young mother quickly covered her daughter's eyes. They were joking. The demons were about to be released. The next scene, let alone young children, would scare adults into a stress reaction. At the same time. Hey, hey, hey! Am I seeing things? How come those fairies are coming towards us unscathed? What happened to our vanguard? Didn't that guy Buster bring despair to these fairies? What a waste! Obviously, the main force of fairy tale is not here right now. The Dark Guild magicians gathered together, looking at everything in front of them, with a few expressions. They were puzzled. They thought they had seen it wrong. The weak fairies who were supposed to be hunted by them seemed to treat them as prey and kill them. Boom! Just as the dark magicians finished speaking, they heard thunder in their ears, and a golden figure came from the crowd of fairy tale magicians not far away and killed them in front of them. What? How could this guy be so fast? For a moment, all the magicians of the Dark Guild were shocked. Hey! You guys from the Dark Guild, listen carefully. The main force of our fairy tale guild is indeed not in Magnolia Town at the moment. But it's just that we have become weaker. It never means that you bastards are stronger than us. The person who came was naturally Lacuses. He was covered with endless lightning. He knocked down a group of Dark Guild magicians with just one encounter. Ah! Accompanied by screams. Countless dark mages were stunned by the lightning that fell from the sky. Among the dark mages killed instantly by Lacuses, there are actually some strong ones who are said to be able to rival the S-class mages of the Light Mages Guild. Such a powerful magic! I didn't expect that in the fairy tale of the Mages Guild. In addition to Gildarts, who is known as the strongest in the west of Ishgar, one of the 10 Holy Ones, and Ian, known as the Astars, there are actually such monsters. It's incredible. For a moment, countless Dark Guild mages were afraid. Now that you know, get out. Lacuses stared at the group and said coldly. Locked by Lacuses' oppressive gaze, the Dark Guild's magicians panicked instantly. They were afraid that they would become Lacuses' next target, so they scattered like birds and beasts and ran in all directions. Puff puff puff. What are you afraid of? I know this guy. Isn't he the grandson of Makarov, one of the Holy 10? He's nothing special at all. What should a magician like you be called? A magician who became famous because of his father. Ah ha ha ha. Unfortunately, there is no shortage of those blind magicians in this world. Accompanied by bursts of laughter, a magician wearing fancy clothes walked out of the crowd and came to Lacuses. He probably didn't know the difference in strength between the enemy and us, pointed at Lacuses' nose and laughed loudly. Ah! What do you think I am famous as a magician? The veins on Lacuses' forehead were tense, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in his eyes. I said you are famous because of your parents. The magician of the Dark Guild was still arrogant, and he continued to mock Lacuses in a sharp voice. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Lacuses seemed to be too lazy to continue talking nonsense. He opened his bloody mouth and sucked the magic power in the space into his abdomen in an instant. Then, a magic circle with a dragon head was formed in front of him. The next second, endless lightning came out of his mouth and attacked the arrogant magician of the Dark Guild in front of him. Boom! Just a roar sounded. The thunder like a tactical nuclear bomb exploded in the crowd. After just one encounter, the Dark Guild mage who mocked Lacuses in front of the crowd collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. If I rely on my parents for a living, what do you rely on for a living? Rely on your weak strength? Useless thing! Lacuses sneered at the Dark Guild mage he defeated. The famous Zat was killed instantly. Did we provoke the wrong guild? For a moment, countless Dark Guild mage were all shocked. The guy who mocked Lacuses just now was still very famous among them. He was a master who could be ranked in the top 5 among the Dark Guild mage who came to attack the Fairy Tale Guild this time. By the way, the strongest one had been killed instantly by Irene. You finally found out. Unfortunately, it's too late. Since you have provoked our fairy tale, don't think about having a good ending. Just when these Dark Guild mages were shocked by the scene in front of them, Urza had already brought a group of fairy tale mages to these people. Urza raised her sword with one hand, pointed at these Dark Guild mages, and spoke loudly. Change clothes. Heavenly wheel armor. As Urza's voice fell, countless flying swords fell from the sky and attacked these Dark Guild mages. Damn Urza, damn Lacuses. Wait for me. Completely accept the soul of Satan. Facing this group of weak Dark Guild mages, Myra Jane did not choose to accept the soul of Deliara. To be honest, these small fish are not worthy of Mirajana's self-defense. Fight with all their strength. Super sadistic flash. Family dance. At once, Urza and Myra Jane, who had completed the change of clothes and reception, used their secrets at the same time. Accompanied by countless dark shocks and flashing flying swords, one after another, the magicians of the Dark Guild collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Too powerful. The magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild are simply a group of monsters. The power of Urza and Myra Jane scared these minions directly, and they began to flee everywhere. This fairy tale coalition has completely collapsed. Hey! However, before everyone ran away, accompanied by waves of cold air, these Dark Guild magicians suddenly found that their bodies began to lose consciousness. It's really strange, don't you think the weather has suddenly become cold? The magicians of the Dark Guild looked puzzled, their bodies became extremely hard, and in the blink of an eye they turned into countless ice sculptures. Ah! Who allowed you to get away with provoking our Fairy Tale Guild without authorization? Ursha was playing with a crystal ball, standing on the escape route of the Dark Guild magicians, with a bit of teasing on her handsome face. The reason why Ursha held the crystal ball was because the first president Mavis Invalid discovered that Ursha had a talent for time magic in addition to shape magic. Therefore, they found information about the lost time magic in the library that had not yet been destroyed by the group of stinky boys of the Fairy Tale Guild for Ursha to learn. Is this ice shape magic? Oh no, it's one of the Holy 10. The Dark Guild magicians who knew the business instantly recognized the magic used by Ursha, and they shouted in shock based on Ursha's appearance. What? Didn't the continent's #1 ice mage Uru go to the Magic Council for a meeting? How come he's here? For a moment, the group of Dark Guild mages panicked even more. To be honest, if Uru was here, they wouldn't dare to come. No Dark Guild mage would be idle and attack a Holy 10 level strongman. The reason why these Dark Guild mages are regarded as rats in the sewer by the people of the Light Mage Guild. It's because the Magic Council regularly organizes the 10 holy mages to clean them up. So they have a deep understanding of the strength of the 10 holy mages. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's like a mouse seeing a cat. Allah, am I so similar to my mother? Urusha smiled. She just developed too well. Her actual age is only 15 years old. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Ice Shape Infinite Sword Rain. Ice Shape Ice Dragon, Flying Version. On the other side, Natsu's Flame Fist and Grey and Leon's Ice Shapes also continued to hit the magicians of the Dark Guild. Card Magic. The Fool's Gaze. The Emperor's Declaration. Smash the Scarecrow. Behind Natsu and the others, Kana waved her hand to summon countless cards and attacked the magicians of the Dark Guild. Damn! I can't move. Ah! 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 Where did these soldiers come from? Is this the highest level of destruction magic? Smash! Are you kidding me? The Fool's Gaze made the magicians of the Dark Guild unable to move. The Emperor's Declaration summoned more than a dozen knights who could rival A-level monsters. The Smash of the Scarecrow is a card guild arts made specifically for Kana, which contains guild arts' smash magic. In an instant, dozens of Dark Guild magicians were wiped out by Kana's card magic. Yes, Kana's strength is unquestionable. If she were in other guilds, she would definitely be an ace. It was just because there were too many monsters in the Fairy Tale Guild that she was forced to become an S-level goalkeeper for many years. Receive the soul of the beast. Boar King. Receive the soul of the animal. Hopping Rabbit. Wooden Cross, taught by Senior Vlad. Not far from Kana, Elfman, Lysina and Lucky were also constantly outputting. The strength of the three has reached the border of A-level magicians, which is more than enough to deal with these Dark Guild magicians. We can't let the kids steal the limelight. Yes. Let me show you the strength of adults. Wakaba and Makeo, the two well-known gamblers of Fairy Tale, are showing their prowess at this moment. Their training over the past year has finally shown amazing results. The thick fog in the sky turned into big hands one after another, like a ghost wall, covering the eyes of hundreds of dark magicians. Makeo took this opportunity to ignite an unextinguishable flame on these magicians. For a moment, these magicians who were locked by Wakaba and Makeo screaming in pain, "Ah! Ah! Ah! I can't see anything. It hurts. My body seems to be burned to ashes." Just like that, dozens of minutes later. Surrender. We surrender. After the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild began to show their power. The anti-fairy coalition, composed of more than a dozen dark guilds, thousands of dark guild mages, were beaten one-sidedly by the Fairy Tale Guild's group of mages with only 100 people. They kept screaming and loudly announced their surrender. Surrender. Sorry, we don't accept it. The Fairy Tale Guild never accepts any form of surrender. In response, a group of fairy tale mages curled their lips, with a sneer in their eyes. Haha, surrender? What a funny word. From the time these guys planned to be enemies with Fairy Tale, this was no longer an ordinary fight. It was a war. Go and take down the names of all the dark guilds that attacked us while our father and the president were not in the guild. Go and smash their guild headquarters. Burn their guild flags and completely remove their guild from the magic world. After Urza destroyed dozens of dark guild magicians in succession, she pointed her sword at the faces of those who surrendered and spoke loudly to the other people in the guild. Oh! For a moment, all the Fairy Tale members who were bloodthirsty echoed. Next. It became a division of labor. Lachesis led the Thunder Gods. Mirage led his younger brother and sister. Wakaba and Makeo, two old men, formed a group. Urza led Natsu, Happy, and Grey. Altair led Lucky and Leon. The above 5 groups will clean up the nests of the dark guilds that participated in the attack on Fairy Tale from 5 directions. As for the remaining members of the Fairy Tale Guild, they will appease the people of Magnolia Town under the leadership of Kana. And watch these mages of the Dark Guild who were defeated by them, waiting for the troops of the Magic Council to come and take them away. However, there are only 5 groups above. Even if they move faster, there is no guarantee that the mages of the Dark Guild will get wind of it in advance and take the opportunity to escape. Therefore, Elle chose to act alone. Then sister, I'll go first. Elle smiled sweetly at Urza. The next second, her body changed dramatically. In a blink of an eye, a huge sky fox that looked like the moon dragon Selene, with 9 furry tails behind it, appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, the sky became dim. The sun in the sky seemed to have turned into a bright moon. Indistinctly, everyone present seemed to hear the ballad of the god of death. It's night. Is this a giant fox? The magicians of the Dark Guild looked at Alii who had completed the transformation in front of them, and a hint of doubt flashed across their faces. But this hint of doubt completely disappeared from their hearts after Alii completed the transformation. They looked at Alii, who exuded a fierce aura, had sharp claws and was covered with prismatic scales, and said in shock, "No. No. This is not a fox, it's a dragon. It's a legendary dragon that has disappeared from the world. There is actually a legendary dragon hidden in the Fairy Tale Guild." The magicians of the Dark Guild were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that they could see a living dragon in their lifetime. Well, if they were to travel to the real world, they could sit at the same table with the Emperor. They have all seen dragons. Let's go. After Urza finished speaking, a group of magician teams, including Elle, took the initiative to attack the nests of the magicians of these dark guilds. Sorry. The attack and defense have changed. The hunter has become the prey. And the original prey has been the most ferocious predator on this continent from the beginning. At the same time, the nests of the Dark Guild magicians who attacked Fairy Tale. Ha ha ha. I guess now, the Magician Guild Fairy Tale has been completely reduced to ashes under the attack of our Dark Magician Coalition, right? What is the strongest Fiori Kingdom? What is the first in the Ishgar continent? They are all a bunch of cowards, ridiculous jokes. Why do those guys who have never seen blood call themselves the first? After drinking too much, these Dark Guild guys began to complain. That's right. That's right. If it weren't for the protection of Makarov of the Holy Ten, what would those fairy tale mages be? They have long been like us, living in the cracks and relying on others' faces to survive, the mages of the Dark Guild. No. Those guys who have never seen darkness may not live as well as us. Ha ha ha. These Dark Guilds are full of jealousy and hatred for the people in the fairy tale, the Mage Guild. They are jealous that although they are all mages, the people of the fairy tale guild can live freely under the sun, but people can't, because fairy tale has caused as much trouble to the world as they have. Boom boom. Just when these dark magicians were laughing at fairy tale, the floor of their guild and the cups on the table suddenly began to tremble for unknown reasons. Earthquake. For a moment, these people looked puzzled and asked in confusion. Run! It's a meteorite. Just when everyone was puzzled, the door of their guild was suddenly pushed open, and a strong man rushed in a panic, shouting anxiously. Meteorite! Ha ha ha! Are you kidding? There are mountains hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters high all around here. Even if there is a meteorite, it will only be blocked by the mountain. Unless this meteorite falls straight from the sky and hits us specifically. But how is this possible? The words of the strong man immediately attracted the laughter of everyone. They didn't believe that there would be a meteorite hitting their guild. Swish! Unfortunately, the next second, everyone stopped laughing. With a roar, a meteorite wrapped in flames cut through the sky, broke through the clouds, and fell from the sky. In a burst of fire, the entire Dark Guild was completely wiped out from the continent. The breath-isolating formation will expire in 10 minutes. I have to hurry. On the clouds, Ailey looked at the Dark Mage Guild she had destroyed with an indifferent look. There was no human emotion in her eyes. Ailey in dragon form was closer to the dragons in character. She was indifferent, arrogant, and disdainful of everything in the world. She claimed to be the most intelligent creature in the world, surpassing everything. She glanced at the countdown of her breath-isolating formation and disappeared into the sky like a meteor. Ailey was mainly responsible for those dark mage guilds that were hidden in the mountains and acted in secret. As for Urza and others, they were responsible for those dark mage guilds that were hiding in the town and had dirty dealings with the town's managers. A town about 50 kilometers away from Magnolia. Boom! Accompanied by endless thunder. Lacusis looked at the hundreds of people he defeated and said indifferently, "Don't mess with fairy tale again. Too powerful. But it's too messy. In order to deal with the Dark Guild, it's really okay to destroy a church with a history of hundreds of years." The people around looked at the church that turned into ashes and couldn't help complaining. At the same time, in other towns where Dark Guild magicians are hiding, the docks, train stations, and alleys, without exception, have all been destroyed to a certain extent. The most exaggerated one is Urza's team. Natsu burned several streets controlled by these dark guilds. Well, the attitude of the fairy tale guild towards dark magicians is that if you dare to use the train to escape, then we dare to demolish the train station. If you plan to use the dock and escape by boat, then demolish your dock. If you hide in the alley and don't come out, then demolish the alley. If they hide in the street and don't come out, then the whole street, along with the magicians of the Dark Guild, will be blown into the sky. In order to completely eliminate these magicians of the Dark Guild, their fairy tale guild did not hesitate to destroy the entire kingdom of Fiori. Boom! On this day, countless roars and explosions sounded all over the kingdom of Fiori. Chapter 83 Selene officially joins fairy tale. Ian, my kidneys can't stand it anymore. In the kingdom of Fiori. Is the road being repaired outside? It's really strange, that street was just repaired. Does the mayor have no money again? Countless townspeople looked at the destroyed streets, docks or train stations and felt extremely confused. They mistakenly thought that it was another way for the mayor to collect taxes. the venue of the Magic Council era. Under the sculpture of the goddess, Makarov looked at the series of bills in front of him. He stroked his heart gently, and cold sweat continued to overflow from his forehead. What a joke! What are these brats doing? Didn't we agree that no matter what happens, we have to wait until I get back to talk about it? Makarov felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Forget about the public beating of the Saint Ten. You fairy tale can't deny this bill, can you? Although you attacked the magician of the Dark Guild first. But it is also a fact that it caused property losses to the people. So you still have to compensate. Crawford finally found his confidence as the chairman of the Magic Council era. He looked at Makarov with his head held high and said coldly, "Please give me a few days." Makarov covered his face and said helplessly, "I will bear the property losses of the people." Ian was calm about this. He was in front of outsiders. We can't lose the face of Lao Ma and the Fairy Tale Guild. Ian, it's great that you are here for the Fairy Tale Guild. Lao Ma heard this and hugged Ian's thighs, crying. Don't cry, Lao Ma. After we go back, we still have to settle accounts clearly. Ian stroked Lao Ma's bald forehead and said with a smile. Ian, are you a devil? Lao Ma stopped crying immediately. He looked up at Ian and asked. Haha. I am just settling accounts with your brother, that's all. Ian looked at Lao Ma under him and smiled slightly. In short, the gathering of the 10 holy mages ended hastily. Crawford wanted to send the Fairy Tale Guild's plague gods back to Magnolia Town immediately. He secretly swore in his heart that as long as he was still the chairman of the council, he would never allow the Fairy Tale Guild's magician to appear in the council again. When Ian, you, and others walked out of the main gate of the Magic Council, Ian accidentally saw a statue in the square that made him feel familiar. Is this statue still there? A touch of emotion flashed across Ian's face. This is the statue of Siegfried, the brave man who repelled the dragons in the ancient times 400 years ago. He is a hero with morality, strength, and all models. He is also one of the founders of our Magic Council era. Of course, it is only in the legend. No one knows whether this hero exists in the world. Crawford looked at it and suddenly stopped moving. Ian, who was staring at the statue in a daze, couldn't help but explain the history of the sculpture. Hee. I know more about this sculpture than you do. Ian just chuckled when he heard it, and then walked forward. Siegfried was Ian's alias 400 years ago. At that time, only a few people such as Irene knew Ian's real name in the human coalition. Hey! Crawford looked puzzled, and he looked at Ian's figure going away, thinking. So far, the Holy Ten Gathering incident has finally come to an end. In this incident, the magician of the Dark Guild was punished. The people received compensation. The Magic Council publicized its power. Fairy Tale has established their reputation as the strongest. Only Joseph Pola was beaten for no reason. So far, the world where only Joseph Pola was injured was born. I can't stay here any longer. If I don't return to the Fairy Tale Guild, these guys are going to flatten the entire Ishgar continent. Makarov roared, announcing the return of the Fairy Tale people. After Ian, Makarov, Gildarts, Vlad, and URU, a total of 5 people took the magic 4-wheel drive, and with Makarov's magic power fully activated, they left in front of the gate of the Magic Council, raising a cloud of dust and disappeared without a trace. Hey! Crawford finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been standing here, watching everyone leave. He was completely worried that these fairy tale magicians would not get out of his council. So, Lord Habrian, and Lord Olafoheim. You two, is there anything else? After Crawford sent the fairy tale people away, he turned around and looked at Habrian and Olafoheim, who seemed to have no intention of leaving after the meeting, and asked with a puzzled look. What do you mean? Actually, our business has something to do with you. In response, Habrian and Olafoheim looked at each other, and they came to Crawford and whispered. What is it? Crawford asked with a puzzled look. Let me tell you. After Irene and Olafhaim looked at each other. Finally, it was Irene who stood up. He looked at Crawford, bowed slightly to show respect, and whispered, That's right, from today on, Olafhaim and I will officially join the Magic Council. So, why am I, as the chairman of the Magic Council era, not aware of your joining as a reviewer? What's going on? Cold sweat broke out on Crawford's forehead. He always felt that something seemed to be wrong. This wave seemed to be coming towards him. In fact, this matter. It has been approved by all the reviewers except you. Also, from today on, I, Irene, will be the chairman of the Magic Council era. This matter has also been approved by all the reviewers except you. There was a trace of pity in Irene's eyes when he looked at Crawford. Why should it be done in addition to me? I disagree. I strongly disagree. If you become the chairman of the council, then what should I do? Crawford panicked. His fat body twisted in front of Irene, grabbed the corner of Irene's clothes and protested loudly. Thank you for your work for the council. The Magic Council era will never forget your contribution. In response, Irene's eyes blushing slightly, she squeezed out a few tears, feeling sorry for Crawford's forced retirement. Don't you understand? You're fired. Olafhaim interrupted Irene's sentimental speech, took out Crawford's luggage that the councillors had packed in advance, and threw it beside Crawford. He closed the door of the council house in front of Crawford. Hey! Crawford looked at Irene and Olafhaim who were standing in the council house and waving at him, and fell silent. After a long time of fuss, this Holy Ten gathering was not aimed at the Fairy Tale Guild, but at him, the chairman of the Magic Council era. To be precise, the former chairman, Crawford Shim. So far, a world where only Crawford and Joseph Pola were injured was born. No, it was agreed to target Fairy Tale. Crawford looked at his luggage and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Crawford suddenly had the idea of revenge on society. Magic Council. And Fairy Tale, just wait for me. One day, I will make you pay the price. Crawford roared. He pulled up his luggage, and left the Magic Council era that made him sad. As the former chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford knew many secrets of the council. In addition, he was proficient in ancient texts. With these two things in hand, he was enough to get along with any force on this continent. Of course, the premise is to sell out the secrets of the Magic Council. But now he is not the chairman, what does this damn council have to do with him? I'll go to hell. Maybe I can take this guy with me. At least he can be a bodyguard. Crawford looked at Joseph Pola, who was also thrown out of the council and was still in a coma, and his mind suddenly became active. As long as he has the help of Joseph Pola, the Holy Ten, he can cooperate with the real darkness hidden in this continent. What I lost today, I will take it back myself one day. Crawford took a deep look at the Magic Council era, where he had made countless efforts in the first half of his life. He swore that he would destroy everything here with his own hands, and then take back everything he had lost himself. On the other side, time came to a day later. Under Makarov's car, Ian and others finally returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. Stinky boys! Makarov cursed and kicked open the door of the Fairy Tale Guild. Old Ma, why are you destroying your own guild? Seeing this, Ian couldn't help but complain to Makarov. It's none of your business. Old Ma blushed and rushed in. Who would have thought that after Makarov entered the guild, he saw a change from the usual bustle. Everyone sat in their seats, one by one. They looked like elementary school students who had made a big mistake, such as accidentally angering the subject teacher and sitting in the class in advance, ready to be criticized by the head teacher. You. Seeing this, Makarov suppressed his anger. But, Makarov's expression was still serious. It seems that you all know that when I left the guild. What good things did you do? In order to destroy the Dark Guild that invaded Fairy Tale, you did not hesitate to demolish the century-old cathedral, destroyed half of the dock in the next town, blew up more than a dozen mountains, and even demolished the Hartfilia family's train station. Makarov became more and more angry as he spoke, and his voice became louder and louder. President, I am responsible for this matter. I led everyone to take the initiative to attack, so if you want to punish, just punish me alone. Before Makarov could speak, Urza stood up first. She looked serious and was ready to accept Makarov's punishment. But I was the one who destroyed the street. So, old man, you should punish me. As Urza finished speaking, Natsu also stood up. When he mentioned that he was the one who destroyed the street, his words were full of pride. You kid! In response, Makarov glared at Natsu. Is this a good thing worth fighting for? Haha, I demolished the dock. Gray and Leon looked at each other and accepted their punishment. I destroyed the mountain. Ellie also said what she had done. We burned the shop. Macau yawned and said impatiently. Who let those bastards hide in the alley? Wakaba held a cigar in his mouth and puffed it. Old man, I won't hide it from you. Everyone in the guild at this moment has contributed their own efforts to destroy the Dark Mage Guild. If you want to punish us all. This includes the church you are talking about, was destroyed by me. A church occupied by a group of magicians from the Dark Guild, there is no point in not destroying it. God will not patronize such a church that has been defiled by trash. Lakusis sat in a corner and preached to Makarov on the podium. Punish me! Punish me! I am also wrong. For a moment, all the magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild stood up and prepared to accept any punishment from Makarov. However, they did not regret what they had done. If someone came to their door and they didn't fight back, wouldn't that be a joke? Punish me too. I asked them to attack. At this time, the first President Mavis also raised her little hand and took the initiative to admit her mistake to Makarov. First generation, why are you messing with me? Makarov saw this and spoke weakly. However, Makarov was only weak for a short time, and he quickly recovered his state. Makarov's body was filled with golden magic power, and the warm breath enveloped the entire Fairy Tale Guild, as if wrapping everyone present in his warm bosom. Idiot! How could I punish you? If those bastards just want to destroy the guild, just ignore them. The guild can always be rebuilt after being destroyed. However, if those bastards come to our door and intend to hurt our family, intend to hurt us, the companions of the Magician Guild Fairy Tale, we will naturally pay them back 100-fold. As for the accountability of the Magic Council, let them eat shit. Makarov looked at the group of children standing in the Fairy Tale Guild Hall with some relief. They could take the initiative to admit their mistakes and protect their companions at all costs. He did not educate these brats in vain. Their Fairy Tale Guild was never afraid of any enemies. Oh! I knew it would be like this. Long live the President! Long live Makarov! As Makarov finished speaking, the entire guild cheered like a storm. Don't curse me! Makarov glared at the cheering Fairy Tale people below him, and said in feigned anger. Well, he doesn't want to live for 10,000 years. If he really lived for 10,000 years, who knows how many times he would have to wipe the ass for these brats. He was really too tired, and now he just wanted to retire as soon as possible. It's so warm. Ian stood in the corner, looking at everything in the guild, his heart warm. Sure enough, only Fairy Tale has this feeling of home. By the way, let me introduce a newcomer to everyone. Just when Ian left the stage to Makarov, the first President Mavis, barefoot, came to Makarov's side and took the microphone from Makarov. Hey! At this time, there are newcomers who want to join the Fairy Tale Guild. Is the mental state of this newcomer really okay? Ian was stunned for a moment. With the reputation of their Fairy Tale Guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, those who could ignore these and join their guild were warriors in a sense. Just when Ian was puzzled, a beautiful woman with long golden hair and wearing a yukata walked gracefully in front of the fairy tale people under Ian's astonished eyes. Nice to meet you. My name is Selene. From today on, I will be a member of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale like everyone else. I hope everyone will give me more advice in the future. The person who came was none other than Selene, the Moon Dragon. This. Ian was stunned by the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe what he saw. Wait. What on earth is going on? Why did Irene let Selene in? Ian thought so and looked at Irene not far away. Selene and I have reconciled. From today on, you belong to Selene during the day and I belong to you at night. Irene looked at Ian with a smile, her words full of frankness. Thank you, Irene. At this time, Selene came to Irene. She took Irene's hand and smiled. Thank you too, Selene. Irene also smiled back at Selene. But there was a bit of competition in their eyes. No? Have any of you considered my feelings? One person during the day and one person at night, what am I an object? Ian was numb, and he felt his back and waist ached. It was already difficult for him to deal with Irene, and Selene was coming. I was going to die, really going to die. Chapter 84 Ian, do you really know how hungry a mother dragon who has been hungry for 400 years is? How did Selene and Irene reach a consensus? With the strength of Selene and Irene, neither of them could defeat the other in a short period of time. If they wanted to win, they had to fight for real. But once Selene and Irene really got angry, not only would it be a bargain for other tigers not to mention the dragon, there is a high probability that it will attract the invincible acknowledger. Once that happens, then everything will have to be tried. Therefore, Selene proposed to Irene that instead of letting them fight to the death here and finally benefiting others, it would be better to negotiate and divide Ian's time equally. In this way, neither of them will benefit others, and they can also enjoy Ian's love for sure. So, after Selene and Irene reached a consensus, Ian felt a blackness in front of his eyes. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a world shrouded in darkness and moonlight. The magic power here is several times more than that of the Eslinden world. It seems that I have come to another world. Ian's 5 senses were keenly aware that the magic power in the air had undergone a huge change. Not only that, the earth, the sky, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees, everything was different from the Eslinden world in his impression. This kind of change is definitely not something that can be caused by human power. Based on this, Ian could tell that he had left Eslinden and came to a new world that he had never set foot in. Welcome to Black Moon Mountain. Just as Ian was confused, Selene, who was wearing a gorgeous kimono, a witch hat, and a proud figure, answered all of Ian's questions. Just as you expected, Ian. This place has gone beyond the scope of the Eslinden world. It is another parallel world, named Magic Critical World, Ilentia, and it is also the world I control. Ilentia's magic power is several times more than that of the Eslinden world. That is to say, when we use magic in this world, the power will also be several times more than that of the Eslinden world. However, this is not the limit of Ilentia. This magic power is still growing. Even I don't know how much it can grow. Everything is unknown. Selene looked at Ian, with a faint smile on her beautiful face. It's just that Selene didn't tell Ian some things in detail. For example, why is Ilentia called the Magic Critical World? Another example, if the magic power of this world can't be vented, then the entire Ilentia world will self-destruct. So, why did you bring me to Ilentia? Ian looked at Selene and asked in confusion. Next, according to the agreement between Irene and I, you will spend 12 hours here with me. Selene said, and came to Ian. She grabbed Ian's collar and spoke with a smile, her words full of domineering and non-committal. Ah! Ian's face froze slightly. How could it be considered as committing adultery in broad daylight? Okay. With Selene's ability, if there is no intervention from a magician of the same level, she can turn day into night forever, so it is not considered as committing adultery in broad daylight. In addition, this place is called Black Moon Mountain. As the name suggests, this place itself is in the dark for a long time, and the moon has long appeared in the form of a full moon. As long as Selene is in Black Moon Mountain, her ability can be obtained, almost infinitely amplified, which is also the main reason why Selene must choose Alentia as her base. Here, Selene is not afraid of any enemy. Well, except for the invincible Black Dragon King Acnologia. After 400 years, Selene, who is honored as the Moon Dragon by the people of Kurtana in the northern continent, still hasn't figured it out. How can she defeat Acnologia, the magic dragon that can devour all magic power and is almost immune to magic? She is thinking, if she attracts Acnologia to Alentia, uses Alentia's excess magic power, and makes a super bomb at the cost of sacrificing the entire world, can she kill the invincible Acnologia? Of course, this is in advance. Acnologia will not devour all of Alentia's excess magic power before Alentia explodes. Therefore, if it doesn't work out, Acnologia will be completely invulnerable. This is also the main reason why Selene has not taken action against Acnologia. She really has no idea in her mind. Anyway, let's take a hot spring bath together. Selene stopped thinking about Acnologia's problem. She took Ian's hand and walked towards the huge hot spring on the top of Black Moon Mountain. Wait, how come we have reached the step of taking a hot spring bath together? Ian looked puzzled. He always felt that he seemed to have missed a lot of steps. Reasonably, he and Selene have reunited after a long time. Shouldn't they first stir up some emotions? Just like what happened between him and Irene. Selene's steps jumped too fast, so that he was not mentally prepared. Hee. We dragons are not like you humans. There are not so many fancy things. We advocate doing whatever we want. Everything is determined by strength. Ian, your strength is weaker than mine now, so according to you have no right to refute my dragon's rules. Everything I said is the truth to you. Just like you 400 years ago, to us young dragons. Selene held Ian's hand, her eyes flickering with teasing. Selene's eyes seemed to say to Ian, haha. I didn't expect that one day you would fall into the hands of us young dragons who were bullied by you. This is really difficult. Ian's eyes twitched slightly, and he began to have backaches. Anyway, take a bath. Selene said, having taken off her armor and approached the bathing pool not far away, her toes gently swaying in the water, creating a spring wave. Aren't you coming? After doing all this, Selene looked back with endless charm in her eyes. This vixen! Ian cursed at this. If you are cowardly at this time, you will be cowardly for the rest of your life. Let's see how he, the heavenly master Ian, will subdue the nine-tailed fox charmer who has been obtained in the distance. Splash! Accompanied by two sounds of entering the water. What a picture of mandarin ducks playing in the water. After this. Oh, it's been a long time since I've had such a good time. Next is the turn of the song and dance performance. Selene hugged Ian and left the bath. After changing clothes, she called on her subordinates to present a gorgeous song and dance performance as if she was holding her little wife. The style of the other world. It's also unique. Ian seemed to be dried by the wind, quietly staying beside Selene. He looked at the gorgeous singing and dancing performances presented by countless girls, muttering to himself. The joyful time always passes in the blink of an eye. 12 hours passed in a flash. Woo woo woo. Ian, I will miss you. Selene wiped her tears, pretended to be sad, holding a white handkerchief in her hand, waved to Ian, and said goodbye to Ian. Buzz. The time has come, you can't default on your debt. Just as Selene finished speaking, a portal appeared on the top of the Black Moon Mountain. Irene, who was fully armed and ready to fight Selene, came to the top of the mountain. She was responsible for taking Ian home. Lady Irene. With Irene's arrival, Selini's servants on the top of the Black Moon Mountain bowed and greeted her, as if Irene was a frequent visitor here and they were not unfamiliar with Irene. Well, every time Irene came to Black Moon Mountain, she would fight Selini to the death. In the past, these servants didn't know what the hatred between Selini and Irene was caused by, but now they finally understood. It turned out to be for stealing men. That makes sense. I won't default on my debt. Besides, I'm satisfied. Ian, let's meet in 12 hours. Selini said, and threw a wink to the half-dead Ian. It must be said that Selini is really charming to the core, just like a succubus. Okay, dear, it's time for us to go home. Irene ignored Selini, she picked up the half-dead Ian and returned to the world of Eslanden. Just a blink of an eye. Irene and Ian returned from the world of Valentia, where the magic power was about to be overloaded, to the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town, Ishgar Continent, Fiori Kingdom, and Eslanden World. Additional energy. When Irene and Ian arrived at the guild, she looked at Ian, who was half dead and seemed to be about to be drained, and directly used the energy addition magic. Alive, alive. Instantly, Ian seemed to be revived as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Allah! It seems that Ian, you and Selini, that little bitch, are having a lot of fun. Why, you are listless when you come to me. I don't care, I'll see how you perform in the evening. Irene's slender jade fingers gently stroked Ian's chest, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. No. You and Selini agreed to divide my time equally. You didn't even ask me. Now, why are you blaming me again? Ian was really tired. It was too hard for him. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. It is hard to figure out. It is hard to figure out at all. Anyway. A sleepless night. Ian struggled all night again. When the morning light shone into the house from the window, Ian finally showed a look of being saved. Unfortunately, before he could think about it, two rapidly rotating water streams spun rapidly in front of him and then turned into a portal. Selini, with her long and beautiful legs, made a brilliant appearance. It's my turn next. Selini licked the corner of her lips gently, and gently lifted Ian's chin with her fingers, and said with a smile. Ian, don't say no. I plan to give birth to 50 children for you. Are you too happy to bear it? Selini put her pretty face close to Ian's ear and whispered. Ah, you want to give me 50 children? Selini, have you ever asked me if I agree? At this moment, Ian's face was extremely stiff. You Selini is beautiful, how can you do something like this? Give birth to 50 children? Are you the Selini in Greek mythology? Not only do you have the same name, but you also have such similar personalities. At this moment, Ian finally understood how hungry a dragon that had spent 400 years alone must be. He, Ian, was convinced. Time flies. 1 month later. The town of Magnolia. A boy with short blue hair and a handsome face that will attract girls in the future, who is definitely a scumbag and absolutely bad, has a clear and weird tattoo on his face that is endlessly mysterious and looks like an inscription, which satisfies all the features that Ian hates. He finally set foot in the town where the Magister Guild, Fairy Tale, is located, carrying a neat bag. Next to the boy, there was a little girl who was obviously several years younger than him. In the little girl's arms, there was a white kitten with a cute appearance. Originally, this combination of a mysterious boy, a cute little girl, and a white cat, any one of them would be enough to attract the attention of passers-by. But this combination has all the eye-catching features. As soon as the trio entered the town, they were met with countless townspeople stopping to watch. Gerald, there are so many people here. They are all looking at us. The girl with dark blue short hair, after feeling the hot gazes of the surrounding townspeople, nervously came behind the boy named Gerald, stretched out her soft little hand, and tightly grasped the corner of the boy's clothes. Sure enough, I still need to dress up a little. The boy named Gerald said, taking out the mask and hood prepared in advance from his backpack, covering his characteristic cheeks. Then he became even more eye-catching. Well, he might as well not dress up. By the way, Wendy. Remember, when you get to the guild, you have to call me Mr. Gang. Don't call me Jalal anymore, it will cause misunderstandings. The boy who dressed himself up like a bandit and a thief, whose real name is Jalal, suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned slightly and whispered to the soft, small, cute girl named Wendy beside him. Okay, Jalal, I got it, Jalal. Wendy muttered softly. However, before Mr. Ergen, Merle in the world of Edras, could remind her, Wendy seemed to remember that she had once again called the boy by the wrong name. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she pretended to cry. She lowered her head and whispered, Sorry, Brother Jalal, I mean, sorry, Brother Mr. Ergen. I forgot your name again, sorry. Woohoo! I didn't mean it. Hey! Jalal! You made Wendy cry. Hurry up and apologize to Wendy. The white cat that Wendy was quietly holding in her arms suddenly became furious after discovering that the young girl was crying silently because of Jalal's words. She pointed at Jalal, or to be more precise, Mr. Ergen, and said with her teeth and claws. Sorry Wendy, I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Mr. Ergen bowed and apologized to poor little Wendy. No. Gee, brother Mr. Gang is not wrong. It's all my fault. I can't remember brother Mr. Gong's name. I can't even remember such a small thing. I'm useless. Wendy looked at Mr. Gang pitifully, weakly and helplessly, and shook her head. Wendy, you too, must be strong. Don't apologize and cry all the time. You are not wrong. At this time, the white cat in Wendy's arms began to educate Wendy again. She looked at Wendy with a look of disappointment, and her words were helpless. I'm sorry, Xiaolulu, it's all my fault. Poor little Wendy heard this and began to apologize to the white cat in her arms again. I told you, don't apologize. The white cat named Xiaolulu became impatient after finding that Wendy apologized again. I'm sorry. Wendy was weak, she lowered her head and continued to apologize. Alas! Wendy, this child. Xiaolulu was completely convinced. For a moment, Xiaolulu didn't know what to say. She looked at the sky helplessly, like an old mother who was worried about her. Xiaolulu was younger than Wendy, she was only less than 1 year old. At this time, Xiaolulu raised her head and looked at the man beside her. She thought she was fully armed and would not attract attention. She didn't know that she was about to carve the secret of me on her forehead. She asked, Ahem, Mr. Gang. What's your attitude? You are just like a thief. Forget it, I didn't expect much from your taste from the beginning. In short, is this Wizard Guild fairy tale really worth our trek through mountains and rivers, and come all the way to join the guild after such a long journey? On this way, 2ve heard a lot of bad rumors about the fairy tale guild. If you lead Wendy astray, I'll never forgive you. Xiaolulu looked at Mist Gang and warned. Don't worry. If there is anyone in this world who can solve the crises surrounding the 3 worlds of Edlas, Elentia, and Eslanden at the same time, then only the Magician Guild fairy tale can do it. Mist Gang is full of confidence in the Magician Guild fairy tale. Humph. That's better. After hearing this, Xiaolulu curled her lips, looking like she didn't quite trust what Mr. Gang said. After all, she had heard a lot of bad rumors about the Fairy Tale Guild during her journey to Magnolia Town. These included the fairy tale magician tearing down the dock of a certain town, smashing the train station of a certain town, destroying the church of a certain town, or beating up the president of a certain magician guild. Although in Xiaolulu's opinion, these rumors were suspected of being exaggerated, they also proved from the side how noisy the fairy tale guild was. It was simply a disaster for the kingdom of Fiori. Soon, Mr. Gang brought Xiaolulu to the Magician Guild fairy tale, which had a history of nearly 100 years, in front of the guild gate. Gudong! Come on! Mr. Gang looked at the classical building in front of him, which was engraved with years and printed with words, like a church or a bell tower. He swallowed hard. He was very energetic, holding Wendy's soft hand tightly with one hand, and pushed open the door to the new world that he had been waiting for. Click! What surprised Mr. Gang was that the wooden door looked very heavy, but he didn't use much force and pushed it open gently. However, under the shocked eyes of Mr. Gang, Wendy, and Xiaolulu, the huge wooden door fell heavily inside, and raised a cloud of dust in a deafening roar. Get out of the way! Then, a naked man wearing only a pair of underwear was thrown out of the fairy tale guild sideways, and smashed straight towards Mr. Gang and Wendy, who were standing at the gate of the fairy tale guild. When Mr. Gang saw this, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately threw Wendy to the ground beside him, letting the naked man fly over their heads, and only then did he escape by luck. Damn Natsu! The naked man fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Then, outside the fairy tale guild, under the caring eyes of the townspeople who had long been accustomed to this, he slowly stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, and swaggered into the guild. Sorry. Excuse me. When the naked man hurriedly passed by Mr. Gang and Wendy, he nodded to them with a little apology. Obviously, he was a civilized and polite naked man. What's wrong with this guy? The appearance of the naked man obviously shocked Mr. Gang, Wendy, and Xiaolulu. Before entering the guild, he showed his power. After a short period of confusion, Mr. Gang and others slowly got up from the ground. They subconsciously looked into the guild. It was just such a curious look that seemed to open the door to a new world for the three of them. I saw the interior of the fairy tale guild. Natsu, today you and I will fight to the death. Gray and Natsu fought. Hey! Why is it not working? There's not even one guy who can drink. Kana stood on the table, holding a barrel taller than her, and kept drinking. Kana is worthy of being Kana. Gildart's bloodline is too strong. Around Kana were a group of adults who had been drunk by her. Tun tun tun. At the bar, Ian, who looked like a burnt ember, was holding a glass of wolfberry water and drinking it in small sips. Ha ha ha. Ian, you're too bad. A real man can never say no. Beside Ian was Gildarts, who kept laughing at him. I'll revive your dead wife right now. Ian was calculating in his mind, waiting for Gildarts to be drained and completely exhausted. Mila. J. Did you steal my strawberry cake? In the corner, Urza found that the strawberry cake she had hidden was stolen again, and she directly locked the murderer in the crowd. Hiccup. It wasn't me, I didn't eat it. It was Lacusis who ate it. Myra Jane, with cream on the corner of her mouth, shook her head and argued. Hey! Lacusis, who was suddenly named, was confused and said speechlessly, what does it have to do with me? Boom! In short, no one knows who started it first. By the time they reacted, the whole guild had become a mess. Countless magic circles flashed in the guild, and the daily group fights of fairy tale had already started in the guild. This made Mr. Gang, Wendy, and Xiaolulu, who came to fairy tale for the first time and were unfamiliar with the style of fairy tale, stunned, dumbfounded, and confused. At a loss. Is this the fairy tale that you regard as the savior? Xiaolulu asked weakly. Don't ask me, I am also confused. Mr. Gang said with a bald head. Chapter 85 Mr. Gang, I hope fairy tale can help me deal with the evil Selene. Selene, hey? No. None of this is important. The most important thing right now is to tell Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, about the situation of the three worlds of Eslanden, Elentia, and Edras. After a brief moment of daze, Mr. Gang slowly shook his head and strode towards the deepest bar of the Fairy Tale Guild, a place as terrifying as a demon cave. Speaking of which, Mr. Gang has some relationship with Makarov. In the world where Mistgun is located, that is, in the world of Edras where magic power is exhausted, everyone living there is like Mistgun corresponding to Jalal in the world of Eslanden, and they are mirror images of the people in the world of Eslanden. Makarov in the world of Eslanden is a gentle king as his name suggests. Makarov in the world of Edras is the opposite, a king with violent emotions. He is also the father of Mistgun, the king of the human empire in the world of Edras. At this moment, what Mistgun wants to do is to find the gentle king of the world of Eslanden to stop the violent king of the world of Edras. This is also one of the most important reasons why Mistgun came to the Fairy Tale Guild. Brother Mistgun, are we really going in? Wendy is so scared. Wendy looked at everything in the Fairy Tale Guild timidly. It was exactly the same as the hell described in the storybook. Yes, we must go in. I have the mission of saving the 3 worlds. Mr. Gang turned around and looked at Wendy behind him, his tone was extremely firm. Then I'll go with you. Wendy mustered up her courage, she wanted to face the difficulties ahead with Mr. Gang. Okay. Mr. Gang smiled, he took Wendy's hand and strode forward. Of course, you still have to dodge when you need to. After all, there are still many obstacles ahead. That boy is. When Mr. Gang pulled Wendy and avoided many dangers. Wendy's eyes were gradually attracted by a boy with cherry pink short hair and a white prismatic scale scarf around his neck. She didn't know why, but she always felt that the boy in front of her gave her a sense of déjà vu. What's wrong with Wendy? Xiaolulu in Wendy's arms seemed to notice her abnormality, so she asked. Nothing. I just feel weird. There's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wendy said, and her eyes became wet unconsciously. Wendy, you're crying again. Xiaolulu looked at Wendy crying again, with heartache in her eyes. She couldn't help but stretched out her furry paws to wipe the tears from Wendy's eyes. Just like that. Mr. Gang led Wendy and Xiaolulu through all the obstacles. After spending a full half an hour, they finally arrived at the bar in the deepest part of the Fairy Tale Guild. Who? At this time, Mr. Gang seemed to have consumed a lot of physical strength. He panted and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally here. Mr. Gang said, pulling the soft Wendy to the bar of the Fairy Tale Guild. He thought to himself that the magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild were already very unreliable. As the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov couldn't be as bad as the members of their guild, right? A leader who can lead a messy guild like the Fairy Tale Guild to become the first magician guild in the kingdom of Fiori and even the Ishgar continent. He should be the kind of man who is responsible, faces all difficulties with a smile, and can make anyone reliable. Tun. Drink. Guys. Then, Mr. Gang saw Makarov holding a bottle of wine and drinking it in big gulps. Not very reliable. Mr. Gang was numb, and he complained loudly in his heart. Who are you? Just when Mr. Gang didn't know what to say. Makarov seemed to notice Mr. Gang. Drunk Makarov jumped down from the bar, came to Mr. Gang, and said with a heavy face, Who are you? Hello, President Makarov, my name is Mr. Gang, I came here because of your reputation. Mr. Gang's expression tightened. He thought Makarov saw his true identity. He was very nervous and secretly said, Makarov, one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land, actually saw in an instant that I am not from the world of Eslanden. It turns out that we can't underestimate the strong people in this world. So it's a newcomer. Welcome to join Fairy Tale. Just as Mr. Gang kept thinking about it at this moment, Makarov took out the seal of the Fairy Tale Guild and pressed it on Mr. Gang's arm. He didn't realize that I was from another world. Mr. Gang complained loudly in his heart. What's your name? Without waiting for Mr. Gang to think more, Makarov had already come to Wendy and asked kindly. My name is Wendy Mabel. Wendy looked at Makarov timidly. Her voice was soft, and in this noisy guild, it was impossible for ordinary people to hear clearly. Oh! Wendy Mabel. What a good name. Anyway, welcome to join Fairy Tale. Makarov said, pressing the seal on the back of Wendy's hand. Hey! My Wendy hasn't said she wants to join your guild yet, right? In response, Xiaolulu in Wendy's arms looked at Makarov angrily and protested. No, it's okay, Xiaolulu. I can feel that the old man in front of me is not a bad person. Wendy hugged Xiaolulu tightly, her voice was soft and gentle. I can't do anything with you. Wendy, you just trust others too easily. Xiaolulu sighed helplessly. Wendy is good in every way. The only problem is that Wendy is too good and too kind. Wendy's kindness can easily be taken advantage of by others. President Makarov. Actually, I came to you this time because I have something very important to say. But before that, don't you want to see my true face? Mist Gang said, pressing his hand on his mask. Hee. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild has some secrets. Do I have to figure out every secret? That's too tiring. Makarov couldn't help but chuckle when he heard it, but his eyes suddenly became serious at this moment. Before you ask me a question, let me ask you a question first. Your name is Mr. Gang, right? Please answer me, will you hurt your companions in the Fairy Tale Guild? Makarov looked at Mr. Gang and asked. Of course not. Mr. Gang answered decisively. That's enough. From the moment you joined the Fairy Tale Guild, you are a family with us. The secrets you guard are also the secrets we guard. The so-called family is to help each other, protect each other, and grow together. So you don't need to tell us your secrets. You just need to be worthy of yourself, the emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild on you, and your companions in the Fairy Tale Guild. That's enough. Makarov looked at Mistrygone with concern. His voice was obviously not loud, but it set off a storm in Mistrygone's heart. Makarov's words will accompany Mistrygone throughout his life and make him thrive. I've learned. Mistrogan was shocked by Makarov's words. After a brief hesitation, Mist Gang suddenly took off the headscarf on his face, revealing his true face. He looked at Makarov with an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, respected President Makarov. The reason why I covered my face before was not actually my intention. Actually, I am not from this world. I come from a place that is extremely far away from here and cannot be reached by conventional means. It is a world parallel to this world called Eslanden, a world lacking in magic power. Edras, I am from that world, the prince of the human empire, Jalal. Because the two worlds of Edlas and Eslanden are mirror images of each other, I concluded that there should be a person named Jalal who looks exactly like me in this world. In order to avoid any misunderstandings and conflicts with him, or in order to avoid unnecessary ties with the people familiar with Jalal in this world, I covered my face, changed my name to Mr. Gang, and joined your guild. Mr. Gang told all his secrets to Makarov. Ah! This is really unexpected. In addition to the dragon's son, the dragon's husband, the dragon itself, and the founder of dragon-slaying magic, there is a new identity joining our Fairy Tale Guild. This time, the magician who joined our Fairy Tale Guild has changed his identity from a person of this world to a person of another world. Is the identity of this world not enough? If you look at it this way, even if a real god or a demon joins our Fairy Tale Guild after this, I won't be surprised at all. Makarov only felt that his heart had been thoroughly trained. So, Prince of another world, what is your purpose in coming to the Fairy Tale Guild? Makarov looked at Mist Gang and asked. In fact, I am responsible for the fate of 3 worlds. Mist Gang said with a serious face. 3 worlds. Makarov looked puzzled. That's right. Besides the world we are in now, Eslanden, there is also a world called Adra that lacks magic power, and the world of magic overload, Ilentia. Among them, the magic in my world, Edras, is almost used up. So my father, who is also the king of the human empire in that world, made an amazing decision. He decided to use the super magic device he developed to seize magic from other worlds for his own use. Mr. Gang continued to preach. So that's it. Makarov nodded slightly, and at this moment he didn't understand the problem. To be honest, my father has set his sights on the world of Eslanden. Mr. Gang lowered his head and preached seriously. Wait. If your world really lacks magic, and your father has the ability to seize magic from other worlds, then why did you choose Eslanden instead of Valentia, the world of magic overload? Makarov suddenly found the blind spot, and his expression was full of doubt. In fact, the world my father chose first was Valentia. If the Eslanden world is in the middle, then the magic power of the Edras world is heading towards the direction of extreme exhaustion, while the Valentia world is heading towards the other extreme, the direction of continuous expansion of magic power. So the most ideal state is exactly what you just said. Transport the magic power of the Valentia world, which is constantly expanding, to the Eslanden world, which is extremely lacking in magic power and is about to be completely exhausted. In this way, the magic power of our three worlds will be kept in a balance. When Mistrigon said this, his voice paused slightly. What a pity. All this has completely failed because of the intervention of a certain guy. The name of the person who caused the greatest disaster in the three worlds is Selene, the moon dragon. She doesn't allow us to extract magic from the Valentia world, because she said that it belongs to her world, and any transfer of magic needs her permission. Mr. Gang said in despair. Ah! You mean the moon dragon Selene? She is not an easy existence to deal with. Makarov's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he looked at Mr. Gang and asked back. Yes, it is the moon dragon Selene. She is a very evil existence. I came to Fairy Tale this time, hoping that President Makarov, you can help me think of a way to deal with Selene. Let the magic of all worlds return to the most normal and perfect state. Mr. Gang said, bowing deeply to Makarov and said, please. Let us help you deal with Selene. This is really a headache. In the final analysis, when this world needs the magicians of our fairy tale guild to save it, it is already hopeless, right? Makarov had a headache. He raised his head and looked at a certain charming woman who appeared behind Mist Gang at some point. Well, the person who came was no one else. It was the extremely evil moon dragon Selene mentioned by Mist Gang. The second update. Chapter 86 Fairy Tale, a magician guild disguised as a destruction organization. And the Cheongsam temptation of Irene. Excuse me, what kind of heinous crime is this Selene that makes you cross the world and come to our fairy tale for help? Just after Mist Gang had complained to Makarov about Selene's problems, a lazy voice with a hint of charm and a hint of teasing sounded in Mist Gang's ears. Haha, Selene has committed too many heinous crimes. Moondragon Selene knew that the Valentia world would be destroyed because of the overload of magic power. She also knew that only the super subspace magic anima, soul, controlled by the human empire in the Edras world could save it. Originally, this would be a win-win outcome. The overloaded magic power in the Valentia world would be cleared, and the missing magic power in the Edras world would be supplemented. But because of the stubbornness of Moondragon Selene, both worlds will be destroyed. In addition, my extreme father, seeing that the magic power of Valentia could not be seized, set his sights on the more distant Eslanden world. The problem that could originally be solved by the two worlds eventually evolved into a problem involving the future fate of the three worlds. In the eyes of Mist Gang, Selene has problems, and his father also has problems. In the eyes of Mist Gang, the best solution at the moment is, with the help of Fairy Tale, defeat his father and help him seize control of the human empire in the Edras world. This is what he has to do first. Next, if Fairy Tale can help him defeat Selene, the Moon Dragon, and drive Selene out of the Valentia world, this is of course the best ending. If even Fairy Tale can't deal with Selene, at least he has to fight with the actual controller of the Alentia world. The reconciliation was reached with the moon dragon Selene, and Selene won the opportunity to extract magic from the Alentia world to the Edras world. If all of the above cannot be done, Mr. Irene will use his own methods to stop the father who tried to steal magic from the Eslinden world. He chose to respect the fate of the Edras world. He believed that as long as it was through the hands of humans, even if the Edras world would no longer have magic in the future, he could still let humans live a rich life. Well, I have to say that Mr. Gon's ideals are still very full. So I have so many problems with me. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it myself. Selene said, and walked to the bar by herself, looked at Makarov sitting at the bar, showed a charming smile, and whispered, "President Makarov, please give me a glass of water." "Hey! Selene, you're here." Makarov heard the words, forced a smile on his face, and greeted Selene. "Selene." Mr. Gang turned his head and looked. When he saw the moon dragon Selene with a peerless face and perfect figure beside him, the expression on his face stiffened. He thought to himself, "It's over." Mr. Gang never thought that he had gone through so much hardship to break the seal imposed on the Ishgar continent by Selene and Irene. It was not easy to come to the Fairy Tale Guild in Magnolia Town. He actually met the biggest opponent he had to deal with on this trip, the evil moon dragon Selene. "You say, I'm listening." Selene glanced at Mr. Gang, who seemed to be about to collapse, with endless teasing in her eyes. "By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you. I am also a member of the Fairy Tale Guild," Selene said, and in front of Mr. Irene, she showed the seal of the Fairy Tale Guild shining on her forearm. "This?" Mr. Irene looked at the seal on Selene's arm and laughed directly. "Well, everything is over. The world is about to be destroyed." Originally, Mr. Irene pinned his hopes on Fairy Tale. But he never expected that Selene herself was a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Originally, Mr. Irene wanted to stop his old father and set his sights on the things in the world of Alentia, but now it seems that there is no need to bother. Just because Mr. Irene concluded that his old father would not be able to handle the world of Eslinden, just because the moon dragon Selene is here. "Brother Mr. Irene, what's wrong with you?" Wendy looked up and looked at the distraught Mr. Irene, and asked in confusion. "It's okay, Wendy. I just suddenly realized that all my efforts are meaningless." Mr. Gang raised his head and smiled, like a walking corpse, and walked to the side of the wine table. "Nah. What are you feeling down about? When you feel down, when you are unwilling to give up, just drink. Wine is a good thing, it can get rid of all your troubles. When you have been in the Fairy Tale Guild for a long time, you will find that life is like this. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as you are willing to give up." Just when Mr. Gang was desperate, Kana came to Mr. Gang with a barrel of wine. She was familiar with Mr. Gang, put her arm around his shoulders, raised the barrel in her hand, and poured it into Mr. Gang. "No. No. No. I can't drink." Mr. Gang looked at the barrel of wine handed over by Kana, waving his hands repeatedly. He looked flustered, not like pretending. "How can anyone know how to drink alcohol? Just drink it." Kana didn't say anything and stuffed the wine glass into Mr. Gan's arms. So. 10 minutes later. "Let me tell you. Listen to me. That's it. Forget it, it's all in the wine," Mr. Gan said, and drank the wine in the glass. "Well, before drinking, the world of Edlas belongs to everyone, and I want to fight for the people. After drinking, the world of Edlas belongs to him, Mr. Gan. I am the prince of the world of Edlas, and I fight for myself. Just drink it." Mr. Gan raised the wine glass in his hand and sang to the wine. So far, Mr. Gan's Fairy Tale Guild assimilation rate has reached more than 50%. Mr. Gang brother. After Mr. Gang was pulled by Kana and others and assimilated into a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, Wendy was left alone, weak, helpless and pitiful. You are the dragon slayer, right? Just when Wendy was at a loss, Selene came to Wendy, picked her up, and gently stroked Wendy's little head as if she was stroking a cute cat. For a moment, Wendy seemed to feel the warmth that she had once been embraced by the celestial dragon Grandine. Who are you? Wendy blinked her big eyes and looked at Selene in front of her, with confusion in her eyes. My name is Selene, and everyone calls me the moon god dragon. As you know, I am a dragon. Selene didn't say too much nonsense and directly confronted Wendy. Moon god dragon? Wendy didn't expect that she could meet the legendary dragon in the Magician's Guild. She opened her eyes wide, and her eyes were full of shock. Then, Wendy immediately became nervous. She asked Selene, please, do you know where my mother, Grandine, is? Grandine. So you are the child of the dragon Grandine. Selene seemed to have heard of the name of Grandine. Yes. Wendy kept nodding, and she looked at Selene with expectation. I'm sorry. I don't know the whereabouts of Grandine. But there is one thing I must tell you, cute little Wendy, do you know what adult dragons will do after finding the cubs of other dragons? Just as you thought, they will kill these cubs. Selene held Wendy's little face and said with a smile. Ah! Wendy froze in place when she heard that. So little Wendy, have you thought about how to die? Selene asked, holding Wendy in her arms. No, don't. I don't want to die yet. Wendy started crying as she spoke. You scared Wendy. At this time, Xiaolulu looked at everything in front of her, flapped her wings and flew up, accusing Selene loudly. Ha ha ha, she is so cute. Ian, can I take this human cub home to raise? Selene hugged Wendy tightly, and she kept rubbing her face. In Selene's eyes, Wendy was like a cute kitten. Don't teach the child bad things. Ian heard this, and he looked at Selene with helplessness. Although he was really sorry for Wendy, he couldn't control Selene, a woman. Don't worry. I already have enough experience in teaching children. I brought up Elle and Karnuki, free range. Selene smiled at Ian and explained. That's why I'm worried. Also, Selene, don't occupy the world of Valencia and be irresponsible to it. As far as I know, that world is about to be destroyed, right? No matter what, you have to pay attention. To save the Magic Council era or people from other worlds from mistakenly thinking that our fairy tale guild is an evil organization that disguises itself as the Mages Guild and destroys the world. Ian looked at Selene and said helplessly. Aren't we? Selene looked puzzled. Only in terms of contribution to the destruction of the world, Selene dared not compare with other people in the fairy tale guild. She specifically mentioned Natsu and others in this regard. Ian paused slightly. Although he wanted to refute. But he didn't seem to have the ability to refute Selene. Although their fairy tale guild has always been claiming to protect the world was indeed destroyed by them. Well, the real world destroyer fairy tale belongs to it. Forget it, let's drink. Ian thought so and raised the wine glass in his hand. It may be shameful to escape, but it does work. Didn't you see that Makarov, the president of the fairy tale guild, was drunk into a puddle of mud? Well, Makarov no longer cares about the world's opinion of the fairy tale guild. Let others say whatever they want. It's like this anyway. Night. When Ian returned to his villa, a soft feeling came from behind Ian immediately. A few strands of crimson long hair had already flowed down Ian's neck and fell on his shoulders. Ian didn't look back. Just by feeling the burning breath in his ears and the charming orchid fragrance, he recognized the identity of the person behind him. It was his first wife, Irene Belzarian. Irene, I'm really tired today. Ian's eyes showed some helplessness. He was very tired today because of Mr. Gang and Wendy's joining the club. He turned around and saw Irene, who was wearing a cheongsam, looking at him with a smile. "Oh, Ian, am I not beautiful enough today?" Irene lay on the bed, looking at Ian and asking. "Hiss." Seeing this, Ian couldn't help but take a breath. "I have to say that Irene is really beautiful at this moment." Thinking so, Ian first gently rubbed his lower back, then gritted his teeth and charged directly. At the same time, a few months ago, at the Holy Ten meeting held by the Magic Council era, Joseph Pola, who was misunderstood by Ian and beaten seriously, has now been resurrected with full blood. He hooked up with Crawford Shim, the former chairman of the Magic Council, and discussed together how to deal with the Fairy Tale Guild. In the end, the two reached a consensus that they alone could not deal with fairy tale. So, the two found the deepest on the Ishgar continent. Deep darkness. Yes, the two intend to use the Dark Guild to deal with the fairy tale that they cannot handle. Dark Magician Guild, the Devil's Heart. Outside a huge tower that looks like a library, Joseph Pola and Crawford, with smiles on their faces, are quietly waiting for the report from the people inside. "Can this Devil's Heart really help us deal with fairy tale?" Joseph Pola asked with a puzzled look at the fat white Crawford beside him. "Don't worry. This is a famous senior in the dark world. It is said that he once broke into a country's palace for a few magic books, entered the king's bedroom in front of the guards, and took away the books he wanted. During the period, he didn't even look at the king, and ignored all the troops chasing him, and left with the court magicians. I heard that the king was finally angry. He had never been ignored like this before, as if he was treated as air that didn't exist. So, he spent a lot of money to hired a heavenly king who was ranked among the top 10 magicians of the Holy Ten, just to deal with him. Unfortunately, they failed in the end. He was a man who had faced several heavenly kings of Ishgar alone. His strength was even higher than that of Volodchinkin of the Fairy Tale Guild. He was an unfathomable man. There was a saying in the dark world that as long as this great senior was still alive, the Dark Mage Guild he belonged to would be the most powerful Dark Mage Guild on the Ishgar continent. Crawford seemed to admire the president of the Devil's Heart Guild very much. It would be great if it was true. Joseph Pola didn't care. Where in this world are there so many people whose strength is comparable to the Holy Ten and whose strength exceeds that of the heavenly kings? These people are generally exaggerated. If you are really comparable to the Holy Ten and really exceed the heavenly kings, will you still be wanted by the Magic Council era? As long as you don't do too much, the council will turn a blind eye. Otherwise, the fairy tale should have been disbanded long ago. I want to see how strong this Devil's Heart is. Joseph Pola thought to himself. After Crawford's boasting, Joseph Pola felt itchy inside. He wanted to see how strong the president of this Devil's Heart was. At the same time, Joseph also sensed the darkness of the Magic Council. Since the chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford Shim, has always known the location of the most powerful Dark Guild on the Ishgar continent, why has he never organized a crusade? It seems that Crawford's expulsion from the Magic Council was not a surprise. This guy had already left a way out for himself and was ready to betray the council at any time. "You two, please come in." Just when Joseph Pola and Crawford were communicating, a young man with short blue hair and a mysterious tattoo on his face, who looked almost exactly like Mr. Irene, walked out of the tower and made a gesture to Joseph Pola and Crawford to come in. The boy's name is Gerald Fernandez, who is Mr. Gon's isomorph in the Eslandan world. He is also one of the apprentices of Hades, the president of the Devil's Heart Guild. After Ian killed Brian, the director of the Magic Development Bureau, and the president Wu in advance, Brian's layout in other places was directly destroyed by Presato, Hades, and these talented young men were taken into his pocket. This boy's talent is terrifying. Joseph saw the amazing potential of the blue-haired boy in front of him at a glance. This blue-haired boy is only about 15 or 16 years old at most, but he exudes magic fluctuations far beyond the S level of ordinary guilds. If he joins their phantom ruler, he will definitely become the trump card of their guild and raise the strength of their phantom to a higher level. Yes, as long as the blue-haired boy in front of him joins their phantom ruler. Then their phantom will also have the existence of Urza, Lachesis, Myra Jane, Altair and others who are famous in the fairy tale guild. The most important thing is, if a boy with S-level strength at the age of 15 or 16 becomes an adult, what will happen? Wouldn't he be able to directly reach the realm of the 10 holy magisters? At this moment, Joseph put away his contempt for the devil's heart. He suddenly realized that perhaps the power of this devil's heart was incredibly powerful. Of course, if the devil's heart didn't have the ability to protect this boy, he, Joseph Pola, wouldn't mind bringing him to the Phantom Ruler and training him to be a force to deal with the Magician Guild fairy tale. We're here, President Hades is inside. Then I'll take my leave first, and I won't disturb you too. Gellard brought Joseph and Crawford to the door of Preshido's room, and then he left. He still had a lot of magic books to read, and he didn't plan to go out until he finished reading all the books. This. Gellard looked at the direction where Jalal left, he pursed his lips, and tried to call him several times, and try to bring Jalal into his guild, but he held back in the end. Alas! Joseph Pola sighed as he thought of this. He didn't call Jalal in the end, but turned his head and planned to meet the president of the strongest dark guild in Ishgar, the Heart of the Devil. Dong! 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 Thinking of this, Joseph Pola reached out and knocked hard on the door of the study in front of him. Come in. The door itself is not locked. As Joseph Pola knocked on the door in front of him, a voice came from it and slowly fell into Joseph's ears. Let's go. Joseph and Crawford looked at each other and pushed the door in front of them hard. As the door opened, what caught Joseph and Crawford's eyes was an old man with grey hair and a long beard, sitting quietly on the throne, wearing a devil-horned helmet and an eye patch on his right eye, quietly flipping through the book in his hand. Tell me, what's the matter? The old man seemed to be too lazy to even look at Joseph and Crawford. He casually asked Joseph Crawford what was the matter with breaking into his territory. Is this what you said, a strong man whose strength surpasses the King of Heaven? I can't see where he is strong. After Joseph looked up and down at the old man in front of him, his expression was full of doubt. To be honest, he couldn't feel the strength of the old man in front of him, where he was strong. This old man was just like an ordinary old man that can be seen everywhere, without any magic power leaking out of his body. Boy, before you walk out of your own magic path, you see me like a moon in a well. After you walk out of your own magic path, you see me like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. After the old man finished speaking, he closed the book in his hand with a pop sound. From the cover of the book, it can be seen that the name of the book is The Poems of Ian. The old man casually threw the collection aside. He had just been talking about something in the collection, but now he said with a bit of disdain, you actually wrote some useless things. Boom. Also, after the old man finished complaining about the contents of the collection, amazing magic power burst out from his body. At this moment, the old man seemed to be the incarnation of the abyss of magic. He stared at Joseph and Crawford standing outside the abyss, and said in a solemn voice, if you don't want to die, tell me your purpose clearly. Chapter 87 Preshedo, you accuse Fairy Tale in front of me, the founder and second-generation president of Fairy Tale? You are very brave. When Joseph Pola intuitively felt Preshido's powerful magic, he suddenly realized how weak he was. For a moment, Joseph seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by Ian. This old monster. Joseph gnashed his teeth and complained silently in his heart. I am already one of the 10 great magicians in the Holy Land. Why are there still so many people in this world who are stronger than me? Why is that? Well, in Joseph's heart, Preshedo is undoubtedly above the realm of human, that is, a non-human monster. At the same time, Joseph also believed what Crawford said, that Preshedo was a monster whose strength was comparable to the kings of Ishgar, or even above these kings. Respected President Hades, we have no intention of offending you. The reason why we came to you from afar this time is to ask you to help us deal with a bright magician guild. Without waiting for Joseph to speak, Crawford knelt down on his knees in front of the old man's throne with a thump, and kept begging. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. That's why I said that you guys are so hypocritical. Hades was amused by Crawford's words. While he was talking, he dispersed the magic power around him and looked at Crawford and Joseph Pola indifferently, with a hint of teasing in his eyes, as if he was looking at two clowns. Hee hee. One of you is the former chairman of the Magic Council, and the other is the president of the well-known Magister Guild of the Kingdom of Fiori, and is also one of the 10 great magisters of the Holy Land. Now you actually come to me to ask the president of the Dark Magister Guild to help you deal with a Light Magister Guild. Isn't this a bit too anti-Tiangong? After a while, Hades sneered after confirming the identities of Crawford and Joseph. No. This is not against Tiangang. This is not against Tiangang at all. To be honest, the Light Mage Guild, although it seems to be a legal Light Mage Guild in terms of procedures, is essentially not much different from the Dark Mage Guild. In fact, their actions are not as fair as the Dark Mage Guild. At least the mages belonging to the Dark never claim to be light. Unlike them, they actually do some things that anger the heavens and the people in the name of eliminating harm for the people, making the members of the council feel bored and difficult to do. So it is to eliminate harm for the people. Crawford will make excuses for himself. He stroked his long beard gently and said with a smile. You are good at making excuses for yourself. Hades sneered, but he did not comment on Crawford's words. In this world, the boundary between light and darkness is very vague. The hands of those who are not affiliated with the light are as clean as possible, and those who are not affiliated with the darkness are as dirty as possible. Many times, a person is in the light or darkness, but it is just a difference in perspective. You know, even magic is a product born in the abyss. If you have to divide the world into right and wrong, and divide the Magister Guild into light and darkness, then everyone should just stop using magic. I am not really interested in your light and darkness. Now let's talk about what interests me. If you want me to do it for you, it's not impossible. But what's the price? As the former chairman of the Magic Council, you should know that even if you ask the bright guys to help you complete the commissioned tasks, you need to pay a price. What's more, you are now asking me, an old bone who has long been integrated into the darkness and the abyss of the magic, to help. My help is very expensive. Hades sat on the throne, and he glanced at Crawford who was kneeling in front of him, and said coldly. Hee hee. Don't worry about this. I guarantee you will be satisfied. In response, Crawford's old face squeezed out some flattery. However, under this flattery, in the depths of Crawford's heart, he kept complaining about Hades, the old guy, damn old guy, you talked for so long, isn't it just to ask me to increase the money? Do you think I'm that little bit short? When I was in the Magic Council, I didn't embezzle a lot. You also know. Not long ago, I was the chairman of the Magic Council era. With this identity, I got a lot of benefits in the major kingdoms of Ishgar continent. As long as you can help me destroy that damned magician guild of the bright world, I can give you this number. No more, no less, a full 100 million J. Crawford's old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He rubbed his hands up and down and gave a price that he thought was reasonable. 100 million J. This damn old guy is so rich. I, one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land, don't have such a high value. Even if the entire phantom is sold, it's not worth 100 million J. Sure enough, this old guy took a lot of black money when he was in power. Haha, the chairman of the Magic Council has a lot of money. Joseph Pola, who had been standing beside Crawford, widened his eyes after hearing what Crawford said. He couldn't help but curse Crawford, the old fox, in his heart. When he was the chairman of the council, he didn't do any real work, and he couldn't afford to embezzle even a penny. In Joseph's opinion, a bastard like Crawford who only knew how to embezzle was able to land smoothly and leave the gate of the Magic Council era. Thank God! But this old bastard is still not satisfied. In Joseph's opinion, Crawford should really thank the Magic Council era for its kindness. If he, Joseph Pola, was a counselor and disciplinary inspector, if so, old bastards like Crawford should have been arrested and sentenced to death. Of course, with Joseph's temper, if he became a senator, he would definitely go along with Crawford, and even be more greedy than Crawford, to the point of being insatiable. Tisk tisk tisk. On the other side, Hades, who was sitting on the throne, smacked his lips in disdain after hearing that Crawford wanted to take out 100 million to ask him to help. He slowly extended his right index finger towards Crawford and shook it gently towards Crawford. Obviously, Hades's meaning was to tell Crawford that this little money was far from enough to ask him to help. This old guy is greedy enough, 100 million is not enough. In Joseph's opinion, with the price of 100 million J, it is not impossible for him to abandon the light and join the dark magic world, and switch from the light magic world to the dark magic world. Joseph looked up at Hades and thought to himself, 100 million is not enough? Then I'll pay 300 million. 500 million if that doesn't work. To be honest, I may not have anything else, but I'm not short of money. If you think 500 million is not enough, then take all my belongings. If I sell all the properties under my name, I can at least get you 1 billion. No matter how much money it is, I will make that Light Mage Guild a thing of the past. Crawford saw that 100 million could not stop Hades' greed, so he quoted several prices in succession and finally set the price in the range of 1 billion J. How much did this old bastard get? I don't believe he only has 1 billion. He has at least another billion in his family. Joseph Pola glanced at Crawford and speculated silently in his heart. Don't add it. I mean, money doesn't work for me. Because I don't lack money at all. We are the magicians of the Dark Guild, and we will naturally rob what we want. Hades said, yawning. He seemed a little tired. There is no way, who let a rich clown want to use a pile of waste paper to bribe an organization that often buys for 0 yuan. Well, what Hades needs, he has always relied on robbing. At the same time, Hades himself is not interested in worldly money. Most of the things he needs are some lost magic books. What do you mean? Crawford was stunned. He seemed to be thinking, what else can impress the leader of the dark world in front of him? Crawford, don't pretend in front of me. You should know what I want most. Now, tell me all the locations of ancient weapons recorded in the database of the Magic Council era that you know. Hito, also known as Hades, seemed too lazy to talk nonsense with Crawford and said bluntly. Are you asking me to betray the council? Crawford's face suddenly changed, and he was terrified and struggling in his eyes. Stop acting, there is no one else here except you and me. Who are you acting for? You have come to me for help, and you are desperate. Talking about betraying the Magic Council era, it was a betrayal the moment you came to me for help, Hito said indifferently with disdain in his eyes. You found out about it. Crawford's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Crawford, who was struggling and couldn't betray his conscience the previous second, immediately put on a flattering smile again. Crawford took out a stack of information that had been prepared long ago from his arms and handed it to Hito with a smile. Lord Hito, the above is the information and unlocking methods of ancient weapons on the Ishgar continent and even in the Eslanden world recorded in the database of the Magic Council era. Crawford smiled like a pug at this moment. Oh? You are thoughtful. Hito's fingers moved lightly, and the information in Crawford's hand seemed to be absorbed by a force in the air, naturally floating in the air, and slowly fell into Hito's old hands. Let me see what weapons and super magic are recorded in these materials. Hito murmured, silently flipping through the information compiled by Crawford. The super ancient world balance magic that can reverse the attributes of light and darkness, nirvana. It is said that as long as you get a tear, you can get the long-awaited immortality of the super ancient destructive weapon Phoenix. The super magic pulse bomb, faith, is enough to destroy the magic balance of the entire Eslandan world, thus making the magic of the entire world disappear. The super railgun, magic spirit power, which extracts magic from the earth veins and can wipe out a country with one shot. And the anti-dragon weapon Athena, made by the legendary alchemist Duke Barbaro in Curdina, the northern continent. After Preshedo finished reading the information presented by Crawford, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. However, every time Preshedo read an ancient weapon or super magic, Joseph Pola's face would become a little stiff. He looked at Crawford beside him with horror in his eyes. This guy, this time he really betrayed the Magic Council era. No, he is no longer betraying the Council, this is betraying the entire light magic world, betraying the entire human race of Ishgar continent. I seem to be on a pirate ship that I can't get off. Note, although Josephila's methods were a bit crude and despicable, his attitude towards the Dark Mage Guild was still very tough. In order to become one of the 10 holy mages, he eliminated many Dark Mage Guilds for the Magic Council era. Any ancient weapon recorded in this data is enough to destroy the entire Eslandan world. But you just handed this information to me who was in the abyss for your own selfish desires. Crawford, you are really guilty of a heinous crime. Preshedo put the information beside him. Counting the various research materials he inherited from the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brian, who had not had time to use, he now has the R system, Tower of Paradise, the Magic Development Device Modified, Tower of Paradise, a device that helps Jalal forcibly develop magic, and countless lost magics. With these ancient weapons and super magic, Preshedo finally mastered the power to fight against the Albarez Empire created by Zeref in Alakadasia, the western continent. Mavis will be protected by him, Preshedo. But speaking of it, these super ancient magics and weapons can only exert their greatest power in the hands of him, Preshedo. Magic the Council era, for so many years, has actually been standing on a mountain of gold, but doesn't know how to use it. For example, if the Magic Council uses the super magic railgun, the magic spirit power, at most it can wipe out the power of any country on the continent. But if he lets Preshedo use it, with the pseudo-infinite magic source Devil's Heart as the power source, Preshedo is confident that he can use the magic spirit power to destroy the entire Alakadasia continent and wipe out the invincible Albarez Empire in an instant. This is just using the Devil's Heart as the power source. If the meteor glow, that is, the fairy's heart of the real infinite magic source, is used as the power source of the magic spirit power, Preshedo may be able to burn the surface of the Eslandan world and destroy the entire planet. Sure enough, these super magic weapons. It is best to use them together with other super magic weapons. Then you can tell me now. You have traveled thousands of miles and betrayed the entire light magic world to give me this great gift. Which mage guild do you want me to help you deal with? Preshedo put down the information in his hand, looked at Crawford and Joseph, and asked. We hope you can help us deal with Fairy Tale. Crawford thought he had won the game at this moment. So, he slowly stood up from the ground, looked up at Preshedo on the throne, and said the name of the mage guild that made him extremely angry. Fairy Tale. Preshedo was stunned when he heard it. You mean, the mage guild that is in the name of the light mage guild, but only does some things that the dark mage guild does, is Fairy Tale. Preshedo looked at Crawford for confirmation. That's right. Crawford gritted his teeth and nodded viciously. Boom. Did I ask you to stand up? Keep kneeling and talking. Without waiting for Crawford to think, he bent his straight back again with a sense of majesty. With a thump, he knelt down in front of Preshedo again. Preshedo sat quietly on his throne, and there was a hint of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes when he looked at Crawford. Tell me in detail, how did Fairy Tale commit such a heinous crime? Preshedo asked Crawford. You don't know. This wizard guild fairy tale often uses the name of the light wizard to demolish docks, blow up churches, and destroy train stations. They often blow up half of the town to deal with bandits, causing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of losses. At the same time, they often fight with the wizards of the Dark Guild without any report. They say they are eliminating harm for the people, but in fact they are just satisfying their low-level violent desires in their hearts. Even the Dark Wizard Guild under your guild, they don't let it go. Crawford told Preshedo everything that the Fairy Tale Guild had done in the past. Go on, say more. Preshedo looked at Crawford with a serious face. This made Crawford think that Preshedo was angry. He immediately got excited and spoke loudly. Among them, Makarov is the most vicious. Not only did he bully the presidents of other guilds in public while drinking during the president's meeting. At the subsequent meeting of the 10 Holy Mages, he not only did not apologize to the president, but also instigated and indulged the mages of his own guild to continue bullying the president of the Mages Guild who had been bullied by him. It's simply a heinous crime. Alas! Joseph stood beside Crawford, listening to what Crawford said. He wanted to cry. He didn't want to cry at first. But when Crawford mentioned it, he felt wronged again. If you say too much, these are all tears. Next, it became Crawford's accusation meeting against Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale ignored the will of the people, forcibly helped the citizens, and demolished the newly built houses and towns. When Fairy Tale beat up the Dark Mage Guild, even the sub-guilds under the Devil's Heart were blown up by Fairy Tale, and they were not allowed to surrender. Then Fairy Tale took the opportunity to have the final say at the Holy 10 gathering because it was a guild that occupied 3 places. Anyway, they exaggerated all kinds of things about Fairy Tale and the threats that Fairy Tale posed to Devil's Heart. During this period, Preshedo kept nodding and occasionally smiled. It was just that Preshedo's cheeks were too stiff, and the smile became a sneer in the eyes of others. An hour later. The above are the crimes and harms of the Fairy Tale Guild. Crawford finally finished talking about the harms of Fairy Tale. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat on his forehead. He felt so happy in his heart. Fairy Tale will definitely be finished now. As for Joseph Pola, he had a smile on his face. He believed that Fairy Tale would be destroyed under the strong attack of Devil's Heart. Makarov has made it. Then, Joseph Pola and Crawford heard Hades, the strongest Dark Guild leader on the Ishgar continent, speaking with emotion while smiling on the throne. Hey! For a moment, Joseph and Crawford looked at each other, with 100 thoughts in their hearts. Puzzled. It seems that I have really been away from Fairy Tale for too long. I saw in the magazine that Fairy Tale became the first light magician guild in the kingdom of Fiori, and I was a little angry. In order to protect the meteor, Fairy Tale should not be exposed to the light. Magic bathed in too much light will become impure. But I forgot that the greatest darkness in the world is to integrate into the light itself. This is a simple truth. I am indeed not as good as Makarov. Preshedo's mouth corners rose, and he kept praising Makarov's excellence. Well, Crawford and Joseph's complaints about Fairy Tale made the old guy happy. This is the real good news. What are you doing? Crawford and Joseph looked at each other and asked Preshedo. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. Preshedo smiled and planned to introduce himself to Crawford and Joseph. Aren't you President Hades? Crawford and Joseph had an ominous premonition. That's just a code name. Since I had a fight with Vlad, Hyberion, and Eurofilhame a few years ago, I changed my name. My real name is Preshedo Gelborg. Preshedo smiled and said his real name. Ha ha ha. How come this name is exactly the same as the name of the legendary founder of the Fairy Tale Guild, who disappeared from the Ishgar continent before I was born? Joseph chuckled and complained loudly. Then he thought of something and couldn't laugh anymore. I didn't expect that after I retired for 43 years, someone still remembers my name. I am so honored. Yes, I am the founder of Fairy Tale Guild, and also the second-generation president of Fairy Tale Guild, Preshedo Gelberg. It's nice to see you here, the boy of the Phantom Ruler. No, to be precise, you should be called the boy of the Blue Skull. Preshedo looked at Joseph and said with a sneer. Blue Skull. It seems that even Joseph himself is very unfamiliar with the name of this guild. I destroyed the predecessor of your phantom with my own hands. Preshedo smiled and gave an explanation. Joseph, I'm going to die. Make up for yesterday's chapter and continue the 6,000 word chapter. Chapter 88 Joseph, I don't believe that the legendary gate to the underworld can be related to fairy tale. Damn it. I finally know why the style of the Mage Guild fairy tale is exactly the same as that of the Dark Mage Guild. They are a member of the Dark Mage Guild. This is the first time I have seen a branch of the Light Mage Guild open in the Dark Magic world and become the top of the Dark Magic world. Wait. Fairy Tale is the number 1 in the Light Mage Guild, and Devil's Heart is the number 1 in the Dark Mage Guild. Could it be that Preshedo is playing a big black chess game? These fairy tale bastards are planning to secretly unify the Light and Dark Magic worlds. At this moment, Joseph panicked. He knew too much. He was afraid that the old monster Preshedo would kill him to silence him. At this time, we can only fight. No matter what, I am also one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Even if there is a gap between me and an old monster like Preshedo who has lived for hundreds of years, the gap is by no means unimaginable. As long as I can use the ghost to buy me 1 second. No, as long as I can buy 0.1 second, I will have the confidence to escape. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Joseph's mind, and he finally made a decision. Anyway, he was about to die, so he had to fight. Maybe he escaped successfully? As for the idea of fighting with Preshedo here and defeating Preshedo, Joseph didn't even dare to think about it. Don't be stupid to let him deal with the legendary Preshedo? As early as before he was born, the man in front of him claimed to have strength far above the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Ghost soldiers. Joseph thought so, and with a wave of his hand, he created countless ghosts and attacked Preshedo. Now at the moment when the ghosts created by Joseph Pola surrounded Preshedo, he ran out of Preshedo's study at his fastest speed without any hesitation. Buzz. However, at the moment when Joseph turned around, he was surrounded by various magic spells that made him feel dazzled. Is this the legendary super-destructive magic circle Amaterasu? Joseph looked at the complicated patterns on the magic spell that instantly wrapped him up, his brain worked quickly, and he barely recognized it. What is the origin of this spell? Damn it! How could someone write the Amaterasu style so quickly? Also, how could someone in this world be able to manipulate so many Amaterasu-style magic circles at the same time? However, the reason why Joseph was so uncertain about which spell Preshedo released was that he had never seen anyone write the Amaterasu style in such a short time, let alone manipulate so many Amaterasu styles at the same time, and entangle these Amaterasu styles together to attack. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. After taking Preshedo's blow head-on, Joseph Pola collapsed to the ground. In an instant, he lost all his fighting power, and the magic power in his body was directly lost from his body. His limbs were stiff and weak. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone escape. Don't be surprised. It's just the 28 styles of Amaterasu. It won't kill you directly, it will just make you lose the ability to fight and move for a short time, that's all. After all, in this small space, using the 100 styles of Amaterasu will destroy the entire magic tower, along with the information and books I have collected over the years. Preshedo explained to himself. Monster. Bleeding from the corners of Joseph's mouth, he lay on the ground, looking at Preshedo, who was sitting quietly on the throne, without any excessive movements because of his escape, and even without the intention of getting up, still maintaining his elegance, his eyes full of fear. He is one of the 10 great holy magicians, he is one of the 10 strongest magicians selected by the Magic Council era, standing at the top of the Ishgar continent. He is only 35 years old, and he is known to be a strong man who can rival Makarov. Now he was defeated by a single blow. Is this what is called there are always people who are better than you? Haha, a boring little trick. When I was 30, I didn't need this kind of low-level magic anymore. As for Preshedo, he waved his hand to disperse the ghost soldiers summoned by Joseph, picked up the high-footed glass on the coffee table beside him, and quietly tasted the rich aroma of red wine. During this time, he didn't even bother to look at Joseph Pola lying on the ground. Since you have already attacked me just now, then no matter what the reason, I think you should have known clearly what the consequences of doing this will be, right? Preshedo put down the wine glass in his hand and spoke quietly to Joseph Pola, who was lying on the ground, half dead. Disappear. Preshedo was too lazy to say more. He raised his finger and prepared to send Joseph Pola on his way. Wait. Please wait a moment. Just when Preshedo was about to take action and completely solve Joseph Pola, Crawford Shim suddenly stood up from the ground and blocked Joseph and Preshedo. Get out of the way. Don't let me say it again. I'll count to 3. When I count to 3, if you don't get out of the way, I will assume that you are going to die, and I will kill you and the ghost here. 3. Preshedo said, and the magic power fluctuations at his fingertips were strong, as if he was going to kill Crawford and Joseph here together. President Preshedo, I hope you will spare my and Joseph's lives for the sake of the information about ancient weapons that I have given you. Crawford said, and with a thump, he knelt down in front of Preshedo again, begging for mercy. Oh? Didn't you ask me to help you deal with Fairy Tale? A hint of coldness flashed across Preshedo's eyes, and his expression was somewhat ruthless. I was confused. I didn't know that there was such a relationship between you and Fairy Tale. Please let me take back what I said before and give me another chance. Crawford said, and kowtowed in front of Preshedo. Hee. The information you gave me is only enough for you to withdraw the previous deal that asked me to help you destroy the Fairy Tale Guild. It's not enough for me to let you go. Preshedo's fingertips were still shining with the brilliance of magic, and it seemed that he had no intention of letting Crawford and Joseph go. I am proficient in ancient writings. I know how to unlock the seals on ancient weapons such as Nirvana and Phoenix. I also have the authority of the chairman of the Magic Council, and can manipulate magic spirit power and faith. Crawford's eyes turned slightly, and he immediately told Preshedo loudly about his abilities. He knew that he had to show enough usefulness to survive. You passed, but what about him? Preshedo's frown relaxed slightly when he heard it. Just as Crawford said, Crawford was still useful to Preshedo at the moment. President Preshedo, no matter what, Joseph is one of the 10 holy magicians, and he is also the second-ranked magician guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, and he is also the president of the Ghost Ruler, second only to the Fairy Tale Guild. As you said before, the greatest darkness in the world is light itself. I think you need an agent for the bright magic world, right? Just like the current Fairy Tale Guild. So I think Joseph and his Ghost Ruler can be your agents. From now on, they will serve you. Crawford looked uneasy, and he hurriedly expressed his thoughts. Well, to be honest, even Crawford himself didn't know whether his words could convince Preshedo. Interesting. Preshedo heard this and narrowed his left eye slightly, as if he was thinking about whether what Crawford said just now was feasible. Okay. Let's do it. Finally, Preshedo agreed to Crawford's request. Of course, Preshedo was not interested in Joseph's fighting power and potential. He just wanted to discuss the founders of the Blue Skulls who had already gone to hell. As Preshedo said, the Blue Skulls were the predecessors of the Phantom Ruler and the enemy of their Fairy Tale Guild. It can be said that they were at the level of sworn enemies. Even the birth of the Phantom Ruler, the Magician Guild, was because the founder of the Blue Skulls was defeated by Fairy Tail and was eventually forced to disband the guild by Hito and others. But he was unwilling to give up. In order to continue fighting with Fairy Tail, he re-established a new guild with the ultimate goal of letting the Phantom avenge him and destroy Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail. But what if this Phantom ruler not only failed to destroy Fairy Tail, but became a branch of the Fairy Tail Guild? Hee. When Hito thought about the fact that the Blue Skull scum spent several generations to cultivate the Magician Guild, but it eventually became the wedding dress of their Fairy Tail Guild, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Unfortunately, the founders of the Blue Skull died too early. If they were still alive, Hito really wanted to see the expressions of these Blue Skull scums when they saw the guild they founded being swallowed up by Fairy Tail. That would definitely make them feel more uncomfortable than killing them. So. Then it's as you wish. Brand the logo of our Devil's Heart Guild. Under the coercion of Hito and the intimidation of absolute strength, Joseph, Pola and Crawford were forcibly branded with the Devil's Heart symbol. This made Joseph speechless. Being forced to brand the symbol of other guilds, what is the difference between this and NTR? No. This behavior has reached the level of rape, right? As for the symbol of the Fairy Tail Guild, even if Joseph, Pola and Crawford wanted to join, Hito would not grant the seal to the two. There is no other reason, just because they are simply unworthy. Joseph, Pola. Just take good care of the Phantom ruler for me. After a while, I will send people from the Devil's Heart Guild to your guild, and with the power of your phantoms, we will invade the light magic world openly. Hito sat on the throne, and he looked at Joseph with a teasing look in his eyes. Yes. Yes. Joseph had no words to say. In addition to the emblem of the damned Devil's Heart Guild, he was also cast with a spell by Hito to prevent him from rebelling. Although Joseph's strength and courage, he had long lost the courage to rebel after being killed by Hito. That's right. The name of the Phantom ruler is really ugly. The Light Mage Guild must look bright. Change the name immediately after you go back. The name of the new guild is Guardian of Lumen. Hito had no intention of discussing with Joseph. This was an order. At the same time, Hito directly and generously put his thoughts on Mavis. Lumen is the starlight of the shooting star, and it is also the nickname of the heart of the infinite power source fairy. The meaning of Lumen Guardian is self-evident. Haven't you blue skeletons always planned to kill the fairies? I will let your disciples and grandchildren be the guardians of fairies forever. Hee. Hito did not change his expression. He laughed crazily in his heart, laughing at the founder of the Blue Skull, who was so vulnerable. The Blue Skull lost to the fairies, and the Phantom would lose to the fairies as well. It's simply a lifetime of failure and cowardice. Yes. Yes. Joseph's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He did not have the courage to resist Hito. This old guy was too powerful. Okay, get out. Hito seemed a little tired. He waved his hand gently towards Joseph and Crawford, indicating that these two idiots could get out of his magic tower. Yes. Joseph was so angry. But there was nothing he could do. Who made him a coward? So, Joseph and Crawford kept their heads down and left in a cowardly manner. The guild founded by Hito, which was pronounced as the Devil's Heart and written as the Fairy Tail branch, was known as the most powerful dark magician guild in Ishgar. Goodbye. The one who saw Joseph and others off this time was not the blue-haired boy Jalal they had seen before, but another one who also had great potential. Compared with Jalal's talent, he was only a little weaker. In Joseph's opinion, the black-haired boy who has the opportunity to enter the Holy Ten field. Well, the boy's name is Mark Beth. In Brian's original plan, he gave this boy the code name Dark Knight. He is an indispensable member of the 6 magic generals of the Dark Mage Guild he will establish in the future. Unfortunately, Brian was killed by Ian, and these talented boys finally got the advantage of old PU who picked up the leak. It's not fair. Not fair at all. Why does God favor fairy tales so much? Why is this? This made Joseph feel jealous again. He really didn't understand why these talented boys either ran to fairy tale or ran to the fairy tale branch. This God is really unfair. He doesn't favor his spectre ruler of the Mage Guild at all. He only gives him a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. Oh, he almost forgot that his spectre ruler has been disbanded. Now the spectre ruler has changed its name to the Guardian of the Fairy Tale Guild. He also became the president of the branch of the Fairy Tale Guild. Joseph was really going to cry. He was beaten twice by Fairy Tale in a short year. He finally went against his conscience and planned to join the strongest Dark Guild on the continent and use the power of the Dark Guild to deal with Fairy Tale, but he found out that this Dark Guild was opened by Fairy Tale. In the end, not only did he almost die, his reputation was completely ruined, and his status also changed from the president of the Spectre Ruler, who was originally on par with Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, to the younger brother of Makarov, the younger brother. Joseph, one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land, completed 2 amazing consecutive declines in just a few minutes. This is unparalleled. Look at what happened. Joseph, I'm really sorry this time. I didn't expect it to end like this. It seems that we can't count on this devil's heart. Crawford held a cane in his hand, with a sad look on his face. Joseph didn't want to say anything more about Crawford. Yes. Although Crawford did save Joseph's life at the critical moment just now, Joseph also admitted this. However, if Crawford hadn't insisted on asking him to come to the Devil's Heart for help at the beginning, Joseph would never have met Pres Hito, who had disappeared on the continent for many years, and would not have been almost killed by Pres Hito. We can only place our hopes on the Hades Gate, the most mysterious dark magician guild on the Ishgar continent and also one of the oldest magician guilds in the world. It is rumored that the Hades Gate is also called the Bookshelf of Jalal. It is a dark magician guild composed entirely of demons recorded in the Book of Jalal. Its danger factor may be higher than the heart of a demon. But it is our last hope. Crawford said seriously. Well, the reason why Crawford saved Joseph Pola's life at the critical moment was not because Crawford suddenly found his conscience and planned to be a good person. It was simply because Crawford valued Joseph's strength very much. After all, with the Holy 10 magician by his side, he could feel more confident when negotiating with these dark magician guilds. Do you think I still believe in you? After Joseph glanced at Crawford, his voice was indifferent. This time, thanks to Crawford, he not only lost the guild, but also almost lost his life. Next time, who knows what will be lost? Joseph, you have to believe me. The Hades Gate was founded earlier than Fairy Tale. They can't be related to Fairy Tale. Besides, the members of Hades Gate are all demons in the Book of Ziref. I don't believe that Fairy Tale can be related to the legendary black magician Ziref. As long as we get the help of Hades Gate and the black magic in the Book of Ziref, let alone Fairy Tale, even if we add the Devil's Heart, we can deal with it. Crawford is worthy of being the former chairman of the Magic Council. His ability to draw big cakes is really amazing. Hee. This Hades Gate is not like the Demon's Heart. Their whereabouts are erratic on the continent. You should wait until you really find the exact location of Hades before discussing this with me. Crawford, I tell you that you owe me this. Now the ruler of the Phantom of the Mage Guild, which I have spent many years on, has become someone else's property. What on earth can you use to repay me? Joseph sneered, and this time he hid his mind from Crawford. However, as Crawford said, Joseph did not believe that the Mage Guild Fairy Tale could have any relationship with the Dark Mage Guild Hades Gate, which is known as the Ziref Bookshelf and is the most mysterious on the Ishgar continent. He did not believe that this fairy tale could have any relationship with the legendary Dark Mage Ziref. On the other side, the Dark Mage Guild Demon's Heart, in this huge magic tower. In Joseph Pola and after Crawford left, all the cotters of the Devil's Heart Guild gathered here. They were the ones who were supposed to be the 6 demon generals: Macbeth, Dark Knight, Sawyer, Lissa, Sono Agulia, Angel, Eric, Cobra, and Richard, Hot EI. And among the 7 familiars of Purgatory, there were 4 people: Zancro, Rastylos, Hwayuan Sikar, and Azuma. And the one who took over Arusha and became the leader of the 7 familiars of Purgatory. The one who is now the leader of the 10 familiars of Purgatory is naturally Jalal Fernandez. Just as Joseph Pola was unwilling before, among the geniuses in the world, the Fairy Tale Guild alone has 8 buckets, and as a branch of the Fairy Tale Guild, the Demon's Heart has 1 bucket, and the other magician guilds on the Ishgar continent have 1 bucket. Everyone, let's toast to the greatness of the fairies. Preshedo said, raising the wine glass in his hand high, waiting for these gifted children to grow up to be his chess pieces in the near future. Add to that the powerful chess pieces that Makarov has won over, such as Gildarts, Uru, and Ian, as well as the power of those ancient weapons. Preshedo didn't believe that he couldn't protect Mavis, whom he regarded as a treasure, from the hands of the Albarez Empire. Well, Mavis, the kindest and cutest in the universe, will be protected by him, Preshedo Gelberg. Chapter 89 Preshedo, you can't be wrong. Makarov is about to lead Fairy Tale to rule the world. The heart of the devil of the Dark Mage Guild. Here is the high platform carefully built by Preshedo, which condenses countless lost magic grimoires in the world, which are defined by the world. Preshedo sat quietly on the throne at this moment. He looked at the young men standing in front of him, who were carefully selected by him. All these young men, without exception, were people with strong magical talents. Each of them had the potential and strong magical talents to become an S-level magician in the Light Magician Guild, or even above S-level. And for these young men, Preshedo was not only their teacher, but also a savior. Except for those children such as Mark Beth, who were originally distorted by Brian's high-pressure teaching and were reserved by Brian as the 6 demon generals. Most of the other young men gathered here had similar life trajectories before joining the Devil's Heart as those of the Mileage siblings. Because they did not have a famous teacher to teach them, they obtained talents given by God. As a result, they could not control their overly strong talents, resulting in their bodies being different from ordinary people. And they were excluded by the mediocre people around them. Some teenagers couldn't even have a full meal before joining the Devil's Heart. It was Preshedo who found them, saved them from the hands of those mediocre people, taught them how to control their talents, and led them to the world of magic. It is precisely because of this that everyone present has a particularly strong sense of belonging to the Devil's Heart, especially the show-off Rastylos, who really regards the Devil's Heart as his home. Hey! Sister Sorono, are you interested in having a drink with me later? Rastylos came to Sorono, who was wearing very cool clothes, was only 15 years old, and had already shown an impressive figure, and said with a smile. Well, at this moment, Rastylos saw himself as handsome. With his invincible appearance, coupled with that handsome crew cut, he just waved his hand, and these beautiful girls were not taken down by him? Not interested. I will only date those who are stronger than me. When you surpass Captain Jalal, come and date me. Sora decisively refused. This boy, who made her feel extremely uncomfortable physically, was only 15 years old, but he was already greasy beyond middle-aged people, making people want to punch him away. She looked at Jalal, who was whispering something with Preshedo, and said so. Hee. Jalal is also a shy guy. I will surpass him sooner or later. Lasteros sneered at this. No one knew Jalal better than him. After all, he and Jalal were roommates living in the same dormitory. So he knew Jalal very well. Under the other party's serious appearance, there was an extremely despicable soul. This guy's level of flirting has reached a level that cannot be explained to outsiders. For example, Jalal is often naked in the dormitory. Although, in terms of appearance, he, Lasteros, admits that Jalal is slightly more handsome than him. But it's only a little bit. Jalal, next you will select 4 people from the purgatory followers to go to the kingdom of Fiori with you to take over the phantom ruler from Joseph Pola. From today on, you are the face of our devil's heart in public. I want you to obtain the title of the 10 Holy Magisters awarded by the Magic Council era in the shortest time. From now on, our devil's heart will not only dominate all the darkness on the Ishgar continent. We will also join forces with Fairy Tale to become the pinnacle of light on the Ishgar continent. Preshedo told Jalal his thoughts. Of course, Jalal has no right to refute, because this is not a discussion, but an order. Join hands with Fairy Tale to dominate the world. Do we need to confront Fairy Tale? After a moment of silence, Jalal looked at Preshedo and asked. No need to do that. If you meet members of the Fairy Tale Guild during the mission, there is no need to be deliberately humble. You still have to compete. Jalal, remember one sentence, born in adversity and die in comfort. We must have a sense of flocking. Preshedo said this and glanced at the Ian poetry collection at hand. Although Ian always writes some nonsense, but it is still interesting to show off the words in the Ian poetry collection. Ahem. I understand. Hearing this, Jalal bowed slightly to Preshedo to show respect. Okay, go down. Don't let me down. I'm very optimistic about your Jalal. Preshedo said, waving his hand at Jalal and others. He wanted to continue studying his magic and move deeper into the abyss of the magic. As a top researcher, he couldn't relax for a moment. Well, Preshedo thought so and picked up the poems of Ian at hand. The abyss of the magic was there and he couldn't escape. It wouldn't be too late to study it later. The main thing was that these short stories written by Ian, and those quotations that could make his status several times higher just by saying them out loud, really made him unable to stop. Makarov, old PU, so you are this kind of old PU. On the other side. President Hades, let me select 4 of you to go with me to the kingdom of Fiori to take over the ruler of the Phantom of the Light Mage Guild led by Joseph Pola, one of the 10 Holy Mage. From today on, the ruler of the Phantom will be completely renamed the Guardian of Luminous. It will be the heart of our demons, the eyes of the light magic world, and also our branch. We will join hands with Fairy Tale to dominate the whole world. After Jalal left Preshedo's study with the purgatory followers, he relayed what Preshedo and he said to the group of teenagers. He asked the boy, so who among you is going to go with me? Hey? We are doing well in the dark world, why do we want to enter the light magic world? Zankro curled his lips. He thought that the magicians of light were all a bunch of cowards. He was not interested in being with those light guys. In Zankro's opinion, if he stayed with weak guys for a long time, he would also become weak, which he absolutely could not tolerate. This is the president's order. You are not allowed to have any objections. Jellard glanced at Zankro and said coldly. Just a glance, Zankro's forehead was sweating. Obviously, Jalal was still very prestigious among the purgatory followers. Hee. Captain Gerald, I think that to enter the bright magic world, the image of this person must be good. Zankro has a bad temper, which is definitely not suitable. Dinhua has such a virtue, and it is not scary enough to go to the bright world. Although Azuma's strength and appearance are good, his personality is too eccentric. If he goes to the bright world, he will be excluded by others. Let him stay here. Mark Beth always sleeps, and it is useless to go to the bright world. Eric, a bastard who plays with snakes, So in summary, I think it is most appropriate to choose me, Sawyer, Kongno and Richard to go to the bright world. Let's not talk about other things. At least our appearance is acceptable, and we don't like playing with snakes, etc. Special hobbies. Personality is also very friendly and can get along with others. Lasterosa's foul mouth offended his companions in just a few seconds. Hey? Who are you talking about playing with snakes? I'll say it again, Kyubirios. I mean Janana, she's a human being, my best friend. Eric was directly annoyed by Rastiro's words. He didn't allow anyone to talk about his friend Janana. Kyubirios was found by Preshito and the curse was lifted. Suddenly, he was surrounded by an astonishing burst of poisonous gas and terrifying power, making the floor under everyone's feet shake constantly. Want to fight? Eric. You know, you're not my opponent. In response, Rastiros smiled, and he looked at Eric with contempt and disdain, as if he didn't take Eric seriously at all. If you look closely, a layer of transparent film appeared around Rastiros at some point. This is the outer cover that Rastiros imagined to isolate the toxins. Tisk. Eric gnashed his teeth. Just as Rastiros said, his magic was not superior to Rastiros. But that didn't mean he was afraid of him. He had to fight him anyway before he could say anything. Okay. Stop it. Just when Eric and Rastiros were confronting each other, Gerald frowned and said the magic power of color rose from his body, blocking Eric and Rastiros. Humph. Eric and Rastiros snorted coldly and put away their magic power. They didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Jalal. Then I've decided. Richard, Eric, Sana, and Rastiros, the four of you come with me to the bright magic world. Finally, Jalal chose to let Richard, Eric, Sana, and Rastiros accompany him to the bright magic world as undercover. Hey! I don't want to go to the bright world with this guy. As Jalal's voice fell, Eric and Rastiros showed dissatisfaction at almost the same time. They pointed at each other with disgusting faces and said angrily. This is an order. Jalal just sneered at this. He liked to see these people unhappy but helpless. Damn it! Eric and Rastiros lowered their heads helplessly after hearing this. Facing Jalal's words, they chose to endure it. Who told them that they couldn't beat this bastard? I allow you to bring the assistance of your respective teams. If there is anything you need to take away, pack it up as soon as possible. I will wait for you outside the guild gate in one day. That's all. After Jalal finished speaking, he left on his own, leaving behind Rastiros and Eric who didn't get along well. Boring. After Jalal left, Sono also returned to her dormitory. In Sono's dormitory, there was a little girl who was about 8 or 9 years younger than her, waiting for her quietly. When the little girl saw Sono coming back, she immediately got up from her seat, jumped up and down, like a little rabbit, and ran towards Sono. Sister, you are finally back. The little girl threw herself into Sono's arms, rubbing against him affectionately, her expression full of attachment to Sono. Yes. I'm back. Did Yukino wait for her sister to come back? Sora first gently touched the little girl's head, and a rare tenderness flashed in her eyes, and she asked softly. Yes. Yukino has been waiting for her sister to come back. Xiao Yukino nodded continuously and spoke seriously. That's great. How about Yukino and her sister go to a new place to live? Sora smiled and continued to look at Yukino and asked. Okay. As long as she is with her sister, Yukino can go anywhere. Yukino nodded, she just wanted to be with her sister. Yes. This time, no one can separate us two sisters. Sora said, her eyes suddenly became red, she hugged her young sister in her arms and spoke gently. Speaking of which, it was Lao Pu who helped Sono reunite with her sister Yukino. This was Lao Pu's reward for Sono's hard work in practicing magic and being promoted to a follower. At the same time, Lao Pu was still very protective of his subordinates. Janana, we are going to the bright world. Perhaps, that is where you should live. After Eric returned to the room, he sat next to the girl with short purple hair. There was no more hostility in his eyes, only worry and anxiety. Eric knew clearly in his heart that the girl was different from him. She was so gentle and beautiful, and she should not fall into this quagmire with him. I just need to be with Eric. The girl named Janana stuck to the boy, and her words were full of tenderness. Janana was not too worried about Eric's worries. She felt that she was living a good life now, and there was no need to go to the bright world. For Janana, Eric regarded her as a little light in the darkness, and she knew it clearly. But isn't Eric also the light in her darkness? Brother. Next we are going to the bright world to make money. Are you ready? Richard Buchanan patted his brother Wooly Buchanan on the shoulder and said excitedly. That's a must, brother. Wooly smiled, took out his business plan, and said proudly, I knew that the president would open up the market in the bright world, so I made preparations in advance. You are worthy of you, my brother. Richard heard the words and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, basic operation. Wooly smiled. Compared with being a magician, he prefers to wear a suit and drink red wine to be a famous and successful businessman. Well, with the help of Preshedo, Richard also successfully found his brother. For a while, Richard, Sono, and Eric were reunited with their families. Only Rastiros returned to the dormitory alone. Not only did he not wait for his family, he also had to face the pervert Gerald. Well, only the world where Rastiros was injured was born. Next, Makarov. Let's work together for the prosperity of the Fairy Tale Guild. Preshedo sat on the throne, holding the collection of Ian's poems in his hand, and silently said while reading, there is no rival in front of us. In Preshedo's study, Rob silently watched everything in front of him. He thought to himself, the second-generation president is sick again. But, I really can't help it. Thinking that I am still lucky enough to hear about the Fairy Tale Guild until now. It seems that Makarov has taken good care of Fairy Tale. I really want to go back and take a look. But I haven't completely repaid my gratitude to the second generation. Yes, Rob, who should have been in the Tower of Paradise, is now working as a librarian beside Preshedo. When Preshedo was clearing up the backup facilities in Brian's hands, he accidentally discovered Rob, who had lost his magic power and was imprisoned as a slave. For the sake of old friendship, Preshedo not only saved Rob's life, but also helped Rob restore his magic power, but the premise was that Rob must stay by his side in the future and can't go back to Fairy Tale. Rob, you want to go back to Fairy Tale, right? Preshedo seemed to sense Rob's emotions, and he said without turning his head. After all, I have been out for a long time, and I do miss it. Rob hesitated for a moment and said so. We will go back. After we unify the Ishgar continent with Fairy Tale. Preshedo said confidently. Hey? Rob was stunned for a moment. Unify the Ishgar continent with Fairy Tale. After these words were separated, he knew them all. But when they were put together, why did they seem so niche? The most important thing is that he doesn't think Makarov has the ambition to unify the world. Hee. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Do you think Makarov doesn't have such a big ambition? Preshedo sneered, and he seemed to see the confusion in Rob's heart. It's normal for you to have such doubts. Preshedo said, took out a document and handed it to Rob. But, in this world, everyone will change, and Makarov is no exception. Preshedo said confidently, take a good look at this document. These are all the good things Makarov has done over the years. The church he allowed his guild to demolish is the legacy left by the black magic cult. Its fundamental purpose is to deter those scoundrels who do some despicable things in the name of Zeref. At the gathering of the 10 great magisters, taking all the top combat forces of the guild there is to deter the other 10 great magisters. And tell the Magic Council who is the overlord of the light magic world on the Ishgar continent. The reason why he beat Joseph Pola in public during the meeting of the presidents of the Mages Guild was to further tell the presidents of other Mages Guilds on the Ishgar continent who is the strongest Mages Guild on the continent. In addition, anyone who offended the Fairy Tale Guild was punished. If the mayor was disobedient, the mayor's house was burned. If the councillor was disobedient, he would find a way to make him unemployed and disappear from the council. If the townspeople were disobedient, the guild's magicians would be indulged to demolish the places where these townspeople depended on for survival. If the townspeople relied on hunting for a living, the mountains near the townspeople would be blown up. If the townspeople relied on fishing for a living, their men would fill up their seas. Even the royal family and the chables would be punished if they offended Fairy Tale. A few days ago, the docks and train stations of several cities were bombed, and Fairy Tale responded with the colors of the royal family and the chables. Hee. These methods are really brutal. Even I am ashamed of myself. Preshido's analysis is well reasoned, and he seems to have seen through Makarov completely. Without a doubt, Makarov is preparing to rule the light magic world. But I am curious about how he convinced that old stubborn Vlad to fight for him. I admire this method very much. Preshido frowned. No one knows how stubborn Vlad is better than Preshido. Even when he invited Vlad to come out and join hands with him to dominate the magic world of Ishgar continent, he was rejected in the end. This. How is it possible? How could Makarov do such a thing? Rob's expression was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that the person who did all these things, which made him feel terrified and frightened just by listening to them, was actually the Makarov he knew. Could it be that Makarov has really changed? Admit it. Makarov is no longer the person you know. But I must also prepare in advance. Maybe Makarov doesn't recognize me as the president now? The reason why Preshido didn't confront Makarov directly was that he was afraid that Makarov was now so powerful that he didn't take him seriously. Although Preshido was not afraid of Makarov, the magicians under Makarov still had some strength. Among them, you, Ian and Gildarts were the most feared. Power really changes a person. Makarov hopes you won't be too depraved. If you use the meteor light for power, then I can only choose to fight you and wake you up at the cost of my life. Preshido looked worried. Well, after seeing what Makarov did, Pu wanted to pat Makarov on the shoulder and say, "Sorry, I don't understand darkness at all compared to you. I've spent my whole life, but I can't beat those talented people. Thanks to the book friend Mo for the 20,000 yuan reward." Chapter 90 Gildarts. As soon as I returned to the guild, I saw Ian suffering from kidney deficiency. It's no wonder that Preshido was shocked after seeing the information about the Fairy Tale Guild presented by his subordinates, and speculated that Makarov was planning to lead the Fairy Tale Guild to rule the world. After all, none of the above information was wronged against Makarov. Well, they were all done by the Fairy Tale Guild. However, whether it was Makarov who took the lead was a big question mark. Old Ma, President Preshido, do you think that what you just said is what I want to do? Except for the opportunity to be the president of the Magister Guild, I was really drunk, and Joseph, that bastard, was really bad-mouthed, so I couldn't help but accidentally broke Joseph's ribs. None of the things you said above have anything to do with me. I was really wronged. Well, just when Preshido was planning how to make Fairy Tale and Devil's Heart the leaders of both the Black and White worlds in the Ishgar continent, and was afraid that Makarov would indulge in power and not intend to return the position of Fairy Tale president to him. In the Fairy Tale Guild. Ah! I'm going to die. Makarov looked at the bill in his hand and kept wiping his tears. The position of the Fairy Tale Guild president is really up to whoever wants to take it. President Preshido, now that the first generation and senior Vlad have returned to the guild, you might as well come back too. Hurry up and save me. Makarov looked at the bill, which had a 1 at the beginning and a series of zeros that he couldn't count. He was completely burned out, like a puddle of mud, lying on the bar deep in the guild, staring at the ceiling of the guild with lifeless eyes, praying to the gods to return President Preshido to him. President, are you okay? President, you have to be strong. In response, the heartless magicians of the guild came to Makarov's side, their faces full of sorrow. Anyone in this guild can fall, but Makarov cannot. If Makarov falls, who will clean up the ass and pay the debts for these stinky boys? Lakeu says, go to work. After wiping away his tears, Makarov looked at Lachesis not far away. He could only pin his hopes on his grandson now. Grandpa. Even if I work hard to complete the task, I can't get so much money in a short time just by relying on the bonus of A-level tasks. I can't pay it back. Lachesis was a little helpless. The highest A-level task was about 1 million J. A few days ago, they demolished the docks, destroyed the train station, blew up other people's churches, and blew up half of the town. All these added together, the units behind had to be calculated in billions. This was because the church and the town were restored by Vlad using magic. But the docks and train stations cannot be repaired with wood alone. Lachesis, if I'm not mistaken, you have a breakthrough, right? Makarov squinted his eyes and looked at Lachesis. He suddenly found that Lachesis's magic seemed to have come to the realm of the Holy Ten. Zzz. Well. Isn't this natural? Accompanied by thunder, Lachesis burst out with magic power that is not weaker than the Holy Ten. A few months ago, not long after the S-level magician assessment ended, he successfully broke through the threshold of the Holy Ten and finally entered the field he had always dreamed of. But when Lachesis really entered this field, he found that this field seemed nothing great. Of course, the threshold of this Holy Ten is calculated according to Jura 7 years ago. Well, Jura is really useful. It is simply the universal combat unit of fairy tale. 7 years ago was the threshold of the Holy Ten. 7 years later is the limit of human beings, the threshold of the non-human field. Lachesis, my eyesight is not very good today, I suddenly can't see you. Just today, listen carefully. Only one day. No matter how many S-level missions you take, I won't say anything to you. After all, I can't see you. Who made my eye disease suddenly relapse? If I can't see you, I can't take care of you. Makarov said, closing his eyes consciously. Well, in order to collect the outstanding debts, Makarov has already ignored the rules of the guild. The only president who took the lead in violating the rules of the guild was Makarov. Ah! Lachesis was stunned. He didn't expect that Makarov would lose face in order to make money quickly and collect the huge amount of money he owed. Hey! President! If Lachesis can take S-level missions, then I should be able to do it too. At this time, Myra Jane suddenly stood up from her seat unhappily. She looked at Makarov and spoke seriously. You. Maka hearing this, Love's eyes fell on Myra Jane. Marajana's magic power is far from reaching the standard of Holy Ten. Myra Jane now has only reached the level of Senior S level. It will take another year to reach the threshold of Holy Ten. It will take another year to break through the threshold of Holy Ten. According to Makarov's calculation, Myra Jane will officially reach the level of Holy Ten in 2 or 3 years, that is, at the age of 16 or 17. You are not good enough yet. Makarov shook his head vigorously. Although Myra Jane, who is only 14 years old, is placed in the ruler of the ghost next door, he can completely obtain the title of S-level and be trained as the trump card of the guild. But this is fairy tale, known as the King of Involution, so it's not possible. Without the strength of Holy Ten, you still want to become an S-level magician and do S-level tasks? Don't be silly. Everyone is queuing up in front. Mirage, you still have to work hard. Urusha may be because she is 1 year older than Mirage, or because she has been training with URU for a long time. Urusha is now standing on the threshold of the Holy Ten. If she is lucky, she may officially enter the realm of the Holy Ten within a year. Hey! Why? My strength has obviously reached S level. Mirage looked indignant, and she sat in a chair in a bad mood. Just a few days ago, Mirage had met the S-level magician Earth Element Thor of the Ruler Guild of the Ghost next door during a mission. To be honest, that guy was really bad. Your character is not good enough. When you can be as mature as me, you can do S-level missions. Arisa came to Mirage's side without knowing when. She held up her extremely hard chest and spoke to Mirage with a proud face. By the way, Urza has officially entered the realm of the Holy Ten. Currently, she is the leader of the younger generation of the entire fairy tale guild, on par with Lacuses. You armored girl! Mirage's eyes twitched slightly, and she said angrily. Hey! Who are you talking about? A gangster girl! Urza was blown away by Mirage's words. She came in front of Mirage and said angrily. Boom! For a moment, Mirage and Urza fought again. Boom! The terrifying magic power, with Mirage and Urza as the center, continued to surge in all directions, creating waves in the air. Hey! Wakaba sat at the bar, looking at Mirage and Urza who were firing on all cylinders. He silently lit his pipe and puffed out smoke. Honestly, his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years, which can be seen from his perfect abdominal muscles. Wakaba's current strength has already entered the threshold of S level. If it were next to Phantom, he could probably open a new element, such as Mist element. As for Makao, he felt that he could compete with Tuchuan for the position of Fire element. Perhaps it was because there were only so many fire mages in the kingdom of Fiori, and he had a good relationship with Tuchuan. However, although Makao and Wakaba had both improved their strength rapidly under Ian's advice and unremitting efforts, they had no intention of competing for the position of S-level mage in the Fairy Tale Guild. Nonsense! Lacuses, Arusha, and Myra Jane, these 3 monsters, have not passed the guild's S-class magician assessment. How can it be our turn? Besides, in addition to Lacuses, Arusha, and Myra Jane, there is also the real dragon Ellie, queuing up in front. Over the years, the strength of Natsu, Grey, Leon, Kana, and Elfman has also been advancing by leaps and bounds. The difficulty is also getting greater and greater. S-class exams and whatnot. Just pass if you can. If you can't pass, it's no big deal. After all, even if there are no competitors, we may not be able to pass the assessments of monsters such as Ian, Gildarts, Uru, and Vlad. Well, Makao and Wakaba, 2 middle-aged men, are very open-minded about the S-class magician assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild. They have placed their hopes on the 10th session. It's not too late to participate when they are 50 years old. As for Ian, his eyes were dull at the moment, and he felt that he was about to be completely drained. No, I need to rest. Cold sweat broke out on Ian's forehead. He admitted that he underestimated the fighting power of the female dragons, and 2 of them. However, the good news is that he has almost learned all the medical books he can learn from Ms. Polaka. In other words, he has prepared for the second. To be precise, the 4th simulation. Ian, you still have to work hard. Gildarts, who returned to the guild, looked at Ian with a face full of kidney deficiency, and his mouth corners kept rising. Sure enough, he was still happiest in such a day. When he wanted to do something, he would go outside to take care of his health, or he would go out to have an affair under the banner of doing a task. After the deed, he didn't need to be responsible, just put on his pants and run. The scumbag didn't need to say anything, just do it. You very cool? After Ian took a deep look at Gildarts, his mouth twitched slightly and he said angrily. It's okay. Generally cool. Gildarts sat beside Ian and ordered a cup of oolong tea. He was so proud of himself. Okay. You are cruel. You'd better remember what you said today. Ian smiled. He remembered Gildarts' provocation in his heart. Well, he can't beat Gildarts who is 40 years old. Could it be that he can't beat Gildarts who is 20 or 30 years old? Well, this Gildarts has already found a way to die. What's wrong? At this moment, Gildarts still didn't understand what he was about to face. Ian didn't explain much about this. He just put his hands in his pockets, left the guild without looking back. Ian's back was full of determination. What happened? At this moment, Gildarts suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. There was confusion in his eyes, but he didn't think much. Ian went home. At this moment, there was no one at home. Irene and Selene seemed to go shopping together. Good opportunity. Ian didn't hesitate at all. He returned to his room and closed his eyes tightly. System. Simulation. Well, Ian didn't hesitate and simulated directly. Boom. Time came to 15 years ago. Year X764. Magnolia Town. Outside the Fairy Tale Guild. Boom. That day, there were thunder and lightning. The rain fell like a waterfall. Cornelia. Cornelia, wait for me. The 25-year-old Guildarts ran out of the Fairy Tale Guild. He didn't care about the cold rain soaking himself, and shouted loudly at the woman who left resolutely. I have given you many chances. Cornelia did not choose to stop. She had given Guildarts many chances, but Guildarts had never stopped for her, and now she would not stop for Guildarts. As Cornelia walked, she gently estimated her lower abdomen. She could feel that there was a life brewing in her lower abdomen. She absolutely could not entrust her daughter to a completely unreliable guy like Guildarts. Cornelia wanted to train her daughter into a lady. Goodbye Guildarts, I will give you freedom. Cornelia said, a tear gently passed across her delicate face. Cornelia swore that these were the last tears she shed for Guildarts. Cornelia. You can't leave me. Guildarts finally failed to stop Cornelia. He watched Cornelia get on the train helplessly, and fell to his knees in the mud with a thump, crying bitterly. You are so useless. Guildarts. You can't even keep the woman you love the most. Just when Guildarts was in great pain, a teasing voice slowly sounded in his ears. Second update, 4,000 words. End. Chapter 91. Ian beats up the scum Guildarts. Hey! Who are you? Guildarts looked over and saw a man wearing a clown mask, hiding his body in a cloak, and unable to see his figure clearly. Me? Yes, who am I? If I have to say, I'm probably the messenger of justice, right? The man fell into thought after hearing this. After thinking hard for a while, he smiled and said, Messenger of justice. Forget it. No matter who you are, if you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. I'm in a bad mood today. If you really make me angry, I don't even know what I will do. Guildarts' forehead was bulging with blue veins one after another. If he didn't have a conscience and didn't dare to use his magic in the town at will, he would have to teach this rude boy a lesson. Wow! I'm so scared. But I'm really curious. What will you do after I piss you off? The masked man walked up to Guildarts and said in a joking voice. I understand now. You're here to cause trouble, right? Guildarts narrowed his eyes. He realized that the masked man in front of him was here to cause trouble for him. Hee hee. You can say that. The masked man smiled and nodded. If you're here to fight me, you should have said so earlier. Come with me to the back hills of Magnolia Town. There are fewer people there. It just so happens that I'm particularly angry today. I've wanted to fight with someone for a long time to vent my anger. Guildarts said, posing an eager posture. He kept moving his wrists and ankles, making a crackling sound. What a coincidence, I'm also very angry. The masked man laughed, tilted his head, and the magic power in his body vibrated. Boom! For a moment, the rain covering the town of Magnolia seemed to pause. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on the movie. The masked man, who was originally several meters away from Guildarts, had come to Guildarts at some point, and his speed was so fast that the hair on Guildarts' cheeks stood up. So fast! Guildarts couldn't help but admire him, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block the attack of the masked man in front of him. Go! Unfortunately, the masked man was faster, and before Guildarts could react, he punched him in the abdomen. Boom! There was a sound explosion. Gildarts soared into the sky like a rocket, and the huge impact force split the rain curtain in two. What a powerful physical strength! Gildarts felt a sweetness in his throat, and a little scarlet seemed to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Without waiting for Gildarts to react, the masked man standing on the ground just waved his hand lightly, and a horizontal gravity, like a high-speed train running at a speed of more than 500 km per hour, hit his body hard. Swish! Just a face-to-face, Gildarts was like a meteor falling to the ground at high speed, smashing towards the back mountain of the Fairy Tale Guild. Boom! As Gildarts fell, the huge roar was deafening. The sound resounded throughout the back mountain of Fairy Tale, and countless frightened birds flew up, ignoring the rain in the sky and fled away. Interesting. It has been many years since anyone has made me so embarrassed. When the smoke and dust cleared, Gildarts walked out of the muddy ground in a very embarrassed manner. He gently threw his cloak aside and gently hooked his finger at the masked man watching the show in the sky. Come on. Keep going. Or is this all you can do? Interesting. The masked man in the sky was Ian, who came across time. In order not to reveal his identity this time, he covered his body with a cloak in advance and put on a mask to cover his face. He was fully prepared, and his purpose was to teach the arrogant Gildarts a lesson. At this time, Ian saw that the young Gildarts dared to provoke him, and he was naturally indignant. If he couldn't handle the 40-year-old Gildarts, could he not handle the 25-year-old Gildarts? This kid is so arrogant, can't he be tolerated at all? I saw that after Ian moved his body slightly in the air, he ignored the magic prepared by Gildarts and landed in front of the young Gildarts. Since you are seeking your own death, I will give you a defeat. Watch this. Gildarts saw Ian suddenly land in front of him. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and used his usual top-level destructive magic crush. Even the top-level destructive magic can't crush gravity. Ian didn't indulge Gildarts. He also used his best gravity magic on Gildarts in front of him. Boom! When Gildarts' crush collided with Ian's gravity, Ian, who was more powerful in magic, took the advantage. With a loud roar, Ian blasted Gildarts and everything around him into the sky. Such a strong magic! Gildarts' forehead was sweating. To be honest, it was the first time that he lost to his opponent in a magic duel. This made Gildarts feel uneasy. While he was not sure whether he could defeat Ian, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. So there are such strong magicians in this world? There are always people who are better than you. Gildarts' road is far from over, and he can continue to become stronger. Well, at the age of 25, Gildarts has no rivals in the Fairy Tale Guild and even in the entire Fiori Kingdom. Gildarts, you are really a monster. Even Ian praised Gildarts' strength. At the age of only 25, Gildarts has undoubtedly stepped into the realm of the Holy Ten and has walked a long way in the realm of the Holy Ten. According to Ian's speculation, Gildarts at this moment is likely to have stood at the threshold of the non-human level. As long as Gildarts takes another step forward, he can enter the realm where the kings are. According to Makarov's words, the current Gildarts is indeed comparable to Jura 7 years after the plot began. This strength amazed Ian. There is a feeling that, although unexpected, it is reasonable. After all, this is a 35-year-old who has already traveled across the Ishgar continent and can't find any opponent. He has the title of the strongest magician in the west of the continent, and it is rumored that whoever can defeat him can become the strongest magician in the Ishgar continent, then Gildarts. At the same time, Ian thought of Lachesis, who was the same age, and felt that it made sense. Well, Gildarts, who was 25 years old, and Lachesis, who was 23.5 years old during the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts period in the original book, and Jura, who was 34 years old, were probably at the same level in Ian's opinion. Jura was already a genius among mortals. But people like Gildarts and Lachesis were monsters. Genius was just the threshold to see them. Hey, hey, hey! You said I'm a monster. Then what are you, who is stronger than me? Gildarts raised his eyebrows slightly. He could feel that Ian's true strength was far above his. Obviously, Ian had already stepped into that unknown realm. Let me help you break the last shackles. Ian did not hesitate at all. He first added the property of eliminating breath that he learned from Seleni's breath-covering magic circle. Then he directly activated the power of dragon. Ian's magic properties changed dramatically in an instant. The whole person was surrounded by a strong magic that was so dense that it was almost liquefied and visible to the naked eye. Well, Ian was going all out to help Gildarts break through the shackles, so he wanted Gildarts to feel the feeling of life and death. He was definitely not seeking revenge. Hey, hey, hey! This is not a joke. Gildarts' forehead was covered with cold sweat. His heart was beating non-stop at this moment. This sense of crisis made Gildarts feel panic. This was the first time Gildarts felt such a creepy sense of crisis since he became an adult at the age of 20 and officially entered the realm of the Holy Ten. That's the feeling. A few seconds later, Gildarts suddenly laughed. The reason why he couldn't move forward in these years was because he lacked this sense of crisis. Only when people are in trouble can they constantly break through themselves. This is an eternal truth. There is great terror and great opportunity between life and death. Boom! Just when Gildarts was ecstatic, he just blinked his eyes and found that the masked man, that is, Ian's figure, disappeared in front of him. What? Gildarts' pupils trembled. He looked around and couldn't find Ian's figure. This made Gildarts' heart tremble. He suddenly raised his head and released his crushing magic towards the fast-moving afterimage in the sky, roaring, I found you, right here. Hey! Where are you looking at? However, just when Gildarts looked up at the sky, a teasing voice suddenly sounded from his ears. What? Gildarts' heart trembled. Before he could react, Ian's palm had already pinched Gildarts' cheek and threw him forward with force. Boom! There was a sound explosion. Gildarts turned into a residual image and slammed into the distant mountain. Boom! The moment Gildarts approached the mountain, he used the crushing magic to completely crush the mountain, thus avoiding the direct collision between his body and the mountain, and thus got a chance to breathe. Too fast. With my dynamic nerves, I can't keep up with his speed at all. Gildarts' forehead was sweating. The strength shown by Ian directly surpassed Gildarts' imagination, as if he was completely suppressed by 2 levels. Do you understand the gap between us now? Just when Gildarts was breathing, Ian had come behind Gildarts without knowing when. He pressed close to Gildarts' ear and spoke softly. Boom! Then there was another roar. Accompanied by the completely collapsed mountain, Gildarts knelt on one knee, panting and breathing heavily. His chest rose and fell, and a bright red streak flowed down his forehead. Hey, hey, hey! Do you really want to kill me? Gildarts' eyes were like torches. He felt his heart beating fast in his chest. He was exhausted, but he didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the amazing murderous aura from the masked man's attack just now. There was no mistake. The other party really intended to kill him just now. Did I say I was going to let you go? Ian looked at Gildarts and said coldly. This time, it's trouble. Gildarts frowned. He seemed to have encountered the biggest crisis in his life. Boom! Just when Gildarts was thinking about how to break the situation, Ian's body burst out with amazing magic power. The terrifying magic power turned into a beam of light and broke through the dark clouds in the sky. For a moment, the dark clouds covering the town of Magnolia dissipated immediately. The next second, the overwhelming gravity fell directly on Gildarts' shoulders. The infinite pressure made Gildarts feel that all the bones in his body were creaking. In his chest, his internal organs were moving slightly, and the gastric juice was constantly rolling and surging, scalding his throat. The spicy pain and the bloody taste in his mouth all told him that the enemy was invincible and that he was about to die. At the moment of death, Gildart's mind once again reflected the appearance of that woman. That was the woman he loved most in his life, Canelia. Gildart seemed to regret that he should have rushed forward, whether he knelt down or whatever, he should have let Cornelia stay. Boom! Just when Gildart's temples were bulging and he was trying his best to resist the gravity released by Ian, he saw Ian flashing and coming in front of him, pinching his throat with one hand. Gildarts had almost no power to resist Ian, who was doing his best. Gildarts, you are going to die. Ian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he stated a cruel fact in a calm tone. Ah! Gildarts seemed to want to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he spat out saliva mixed with blood, his face turned red, and the red began to turn purple. He felt suffocated and couldn't say a word. After I kill you, I will destroy the town behind you, how about that? Let you experience the feeling of separation from your loved ones. Oh, I forgot. You seem to have lost the most important person to you just now. Wait until I kill you. How about catching up with the train just now and reuniting your family? Ian's words were heartbreaking, constantly destroying Gildarts's will. No. No. Gildarts gritted his teeth. He was like a ghost at this moment, as if he was talking to Ian. Hey! What are you talking about? Ian asked, slightly loosening his hand that was tightly clasping Gildart's throat. I said. You are not allowed to attack Cornelia. Gildart's eyes were red, like a devil from hell. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He kicked Ian in the chest and knocked Ian out. Boom! At this moment, the magic power in Gildart's body roared out like a raging wave. The level that had troubled Gildarts was broken by the powerful magic power at this moment. As Makarov said, love is the most powerful force in the world. In front of a desperate enemy, Gildarts successfully reached the realm of inhumanity with his love for Cornelia and the Fairy Tale Guild. Hey! I don't know who you are. But don't underestimate me. I'm the magician of the Fairy Tale Guild. Gildarts wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Ian, who was kicked out by him and broke more than a dozen trees with trunks more than 1 meter wide. Hee hee. Ian stood up from the ground and looked at Gildarts, who suddenly broke through the realm and sneered and dusted off his body. However, Ian did not continue to attack Gildarts. After dusting off his body, he looked up into the distance and said to himself, the troublesome guy is here. It's really not good for me if it's 2 against 1. So let's do this for today. Your life will be in your hands for the time being. However, once you relax, I will come back to take it away. Take care of yourself, Gildarts. After Ian finished speaking, he flew into the sky and disappeared into the sky. At the moment when Ian stood up, Gildarts sat down on the ground. He had already been exhausted, and he just relied on his own faith to hold on. Boom! Just after Ian disappeared, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying giant with a naked upper body. The strong sense of oppression was enough to make a normal magician feel collapsed. The magic power of the Holy 10 Magicians was earth-shaking. The person who came was none other than Makarov, the current president of the Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, Makarov released magic from his whole body, making the earth shake and the clouds roll. Looking at Ian, who was going away, he angrily said, "Go away. Don't show up again, otherwise I will never forgive you. Anyone who attacks the Fairy Tale Guild will be expelled by me." Until Ian disappeared completely. Makarov finally regained his body shape. He came to Gildarts, who was sitting on the ground covered in blood, and whispered, "Gildarts, are you okay?" "Haha. Not bad. I'm just a little exhausted. The guy I just fought with is a monster." Gildarts chuckled, looking like he had survived a disaster. "Don't worry, Gildarts. I will inform the Magic Council era about this matter. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will make that guy pay the price." Makarov frowned, with endless anger between his eyebrows. He could not forgive anyone in the world who attacked the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. President, just let him run. Don't try to chase him. You can't beat him even if you catch up. Don't do anything like a wanted order. Many people will die. Gildarts shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is that guy really that powerful? Makarov was stunned. He thought that the man just now was evenly matched with Gildarts, so he was scared and ran away when he saw him about to attack. Strong. Overwhelmingly powerful. Stronger than Senior Vlad. I have never met such a powerful magician. Even if you and I fight together, we can't win. No, maybe even with Senior Vlad, we will never be his opponent. Gildarts was now afraid when he thought of the strength of the man just now. He had now learned the taste of fear that he taught Natsu many years later. Then why did he run away? Makarov was confused. If the enemy was really as strong as Gildarts said, why not deal with him and Gildarts together? Maybe it's because he has no hostility towards our fairy tale? Although that guy pretended to be like that. But the fist he hit on me was more of a venting of anger than wanting to kill me. I even suspect that he was hired by Cornelia to deal with me. Gildarts smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that the guy helped me break through the bottleneck. Gildarts said, releasing a magical power that was superior to Makarov. However, this magic power came and went quickly, not because of anything else, but because Gildarts couldn't stand the pain when he mobilized the magic power. It's so powerful that even you can't deal with it. And helped you break through the bottleneck. When I hit you, it was more like I was standing up for Cornelia. I know who it is. Makarov thought for a while and had the answer in his mind. Who? Gildarts looked at Makarov and asked. No mistake, it's our Wizard Guild Fairy Tale, the legendary second-generation president, whose strength is even higher than that of the great predecessor Vlad, President Presheto. Gildarts, you are lucky today. You were just beaten up, but you broke through the bottleneck. If you weren't a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, you would have died long ago. After all, President Presheto hates those scumbags who abandon their lovers the most. It seems that it is because the woman that President Presheto once cherished the most was hurt by a scumbag. Makarov made up a rumor about Presheto in front of Gildarts. Interesting. Gildarts gritted his teeth fiercely and said in a deep voice, although, I am very grateful to the second-generation president for helping me break through the bottleneck. But I also remember the beating today, and I will return it to him sooner or later. In response, Presheto, who had just started to set up the Dark Mage Guild Demon's Heart, said, Ah? What does it have to do with me? Makarov, you are cheating me. On the other side, Ian beat Gildarts violently and made him vomit blood, but he actually helped Gildarts successfully break through the bottleneck. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Next, as long as Cornelia is cured, there will be no problem, right? Ian muttered to himself. Well, Kana has two regrets. One is that she hopes someone can beat up her scum father to vent her mother's anger. The other is to heal her mother Cornelia, and now Ian has completed one. Well, Kana is really an angel. She was abandoned by Gildarts for so many years. After joining the Fairy Tale Guild, she was not recognized by Gildarts. She was not angry at all. She hoped someone would teach Gildarts and vent her mother's anger. Gildarts is a beast. If Ian hadn't considered that the other party was a companion of the Fairy Tale Guild, it would not be as simple as beating him half to death, not to mention that he was helping Gildarts break through in the name of repairing Gildarts. Okay, the eldest brother will not laugh at the second brother. Alas! Ian sighed and headed in the direction Cornelia left. Without him, Ian would have to break up this family. Chapter 92. 7 years in a hurry. Ian's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the shield level. A few days later. Ah! Finally I've arrived at this place, the one I've always dreamed of, which is also next to the Blue Sea. But it's a brand new city that will never be disturbed by Gildarts again. Cornelia, wearing a white dress, stood in the scorching sun, looking at the sunny and peaceful new city in front of her, showing a happy look. However, this smile was only fleeting. After leaving Gildarts, the first enemy Cornelia faced was to find a good job, support herself and the baby in her belly. See, Gildarts. Even if I leave you, I can live well. Cornelia bit her teeth, her eyes were firm. Cornelia didn't believe it. She couldn't give birth to a child and raise it well by herself. So, in the next week, Cornelia was like a chicken blood, wandering around countless jobs. Hey! Can't you even wash the dishes? If you break the dishes again, get out. Our store is small and can't afford a lady like you. The first job Cornelia chose was a dishwasher in a restaurant. Unfortunately, Cornelia's pair of white hands, which had never been touched by water, had never washed dishes. She found for the first time that washing dishes was so troublesome. In the end, she broke 10 dishes in a row. A few ceramic bowls, and was eventually fired by the store manager. Ha! You want to be a craftsman? Ha ha ha! Stop kidding! Can a young lady like you hold tools? You should go home to find your parents. By the way, let me ask the master and the lady. If you need me, you can always call me to work. Cornelia's second choice of job was carpenter, but unfortunately she was rejected by the head craftsman during the interview, and was complained by these carpenters. Of course, these carpenters didn't dare to go too far when they saw Cornelia's expensive clothes. In such a chaotic world, eyesight is an important ability for workers to gain a foothold in this world. The courier service is full. By the way, if you want to find a job like delivering things in this city, besides courier service, the first hard requirement is that you can flexibly use the Magic 4WD. After the courier team under the Magic Council found out that Cornelia could not operate the Magic 4WD at all, they found an excuse and carefully rejected Cornelia. Their attitude was particularly good, and they did not even tease Cornelia. These couriers under the council, who were all over the Ishgar continent, had even better eyesight. They could see that the clothes on Cornelia were not only expensive, but also a magic item with the ability to protect herself. This was not something that could be obtained simply by having money. So, Cornelia was once again eliminated. Ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. After Cornelia really left Gildarts, she found that this world was completely different from what she imagined. This world was very cruel, and no one would let her go. At the same time, Cornelia also found that she really couldn't do anything well by herself. Is it so hard to find a job? But I will never give up. Gildarts, just watch. I will never give up. Cornelia sat in the rental house, thinking constantly. In fact, when Gildarts learned that Cornelia decided to leave him and could not be saved, for the sake of Cornelia's future life, he gave Cornelia a large sum of money, which was most of Gildarts' income over the years. This money is enough for Cornelia to live well in any city in the kingdom of Fiori. After all, the savings of a Saint 10-level strongman are still considerable. Although this holy 10-level warrior was a little off-key and had a lot of debts. But Cornelia didn't plan to use the money Gildarts gave her. Whether it was to compete with Gildarts or because she had a strong self-esteem, she wanted to rely on her own hands to gain a foothold in this town. As for the money Gildarts gave her, she would give it all to the child after her and Gildarts's child came of age. And she said to the child, "Look, these are the inheritances left to you by your father who was off-key all day and died of excessive drinking in his early years. It hurts. It hurts." Just when Cornelia clenched her fists, decided to compete with Gildarts to the end. A certain Scum King was lying on the hospital bed and howling. Of course. If I have the love of the nurses, I won't feel any pain. The Scum King had no sense of being a father for the first time. He looked at the beautiful and well-built nurses who were constantly walking in the ward and said with a smile, "Bah! You are still not honest even though you have comminuted fractures all over your body. For this, the Scum King was met with the cold eyes of the nurses. Gildart's reputation in the whole town of Magnolia was completely rotten. Even if he wanted to be a scum, no one would give him any chance. Now the adults in Magnolia are telling their daughters, beware of fire. Beware of theft. Beware of Gildarts. Alas! I don't know how Cornelia is doing now. Woo woo woo. I miss you so much. The Scum King Gildarts looked up at the sky, his eyes full of longing for his wife, Cornelia. But Gildart's eyes kept glancing at the little girl beside him. Well, this guy is really hopeless. On the other side, Cornelia was running around the city, constantly looking for a job. Sorry, you are not qualified for this job. Sorry, I can't offer you this job. Beauty. Do you want to work as a girl in our store? Your appearance is really suitable. Many bosses like you. Sorry, I am not qualified for your job. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Cornelia went around the town and went to every job post, but she didn't find any job that allowed her to stay. As for those jobs that took the initiative to find her, without exception, they all required her beauty to be used. In Cornelia's opinion, she, a lady, was completely incapable of doing this. Not to mention those jobs that require prostitution, even simple drinking companionship is a serious problem for Cornelia. She was not cold at all, so she couldn't drink it at all. Besides, she was pregnant now, how could she drink? It's been a whole month. But I'm still stuck in the rental house, unable to extricate myself. What can I do? Under the blows one after another, Cornelia no longer had the confidence she had at the beginning. She seemed to be a little anxious. In the empty room, she kept grabbing her long brown hair, howling one after another, with a look of despair. Woo-woo. Just when Cornelia was restless and at a loss, her abdomen suddenly hurt. While Cornelia's face changed slightly, she made up her mind again. I will never give up. Even if it's for my child. Cornelia stood up, went to the bathroom, washed her cheeks with cold water, and then cheered up and set off again. As the saying goes, a mother is strong. Cornelia didn't believe that she couldn't find a suitable job. On the other side, Gildarts, who had been lying in the hospital for a month, finally recovered. After recovering from his injuries, he immediately embarked on a journey to find Cornelia. Although it was completely impossible to find a person in the Fiori Kingdom, which was as big as Australia, Gildarts would never give up. At the same time, Gildarts kept a watchful eye. Cornelia didn't have much cash on her. As long as Cornelia used the magic bank card he left behind, he could lock Cornelia's location from the bank of the council. Don't worry, Cornelia, I'm here to find you. Gildarts was in a very bright mood, not only because his strength was no longer the same as before, and he finally stepped into the level of King of Heaven. More importantly, after he was beaten by Ian, he finally figured it out and he wanted to get his woman back. After that, 3 months passed. Gildarts didn't find any trace of Cornelia at all. He sat in the depths of the bar of the Fairy Tale Guild with a look of despair, drinking and muttering to himself, impossible. I have already visited all the cities that Cornelia told me before that she wanted to travel with me. How is it possible that I didn't find any trace of Cornelia? Even if I didn't find Cornelia, she should have spent all her money in 3 months. How could she not use my card? What's going on? This is too abnormal, it shouldn't be like this. Hey! Gildarts, cheer up! Makarov looked at Gildarts with a look of despair and said helplessly. President! Did I really do something wrong? Gildarts looked at Makarov and kept asking. I think Cornelia doesn't want to see you so decadent even if she's here, right? Makarov glared at Gildarts and said with regret. I don't think Cornelia wants to see you so decadent even if she's here, right? Makarov glared at Gildarts and said with regret. You're right. I need to cheer up. After Gildarts drank the wine in the glass, he took on a few carefully selected S-level missions and set off again. Well, if he doesn't go on missions, he won't be able to pay off his debts and won't be able to survive in Magnolia Town. On the other side. Hey! Today's work is finally over. Cornelia gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and changed her work clothes. With Cornelia's unremitting efforts, perhaps hard work pays off, or for some other reason, she finally found a job in flower arrangement in the town. Although the salary is not very high, but it is enough for her to barely live in this town. Woo-woo. However, as time passed, the pain in Cornelia's lower abdomen became more and more obvious. She could feel that a small life was growing in her belly. It's okay for me to be alone now. But after the child is born, the money needed will increase exponentially. What should I do then? Cornelia fell into deep thought. It seemed to her that this flower arrangement job was not a long-term solution. If it doesn't work, I can only find a part-time job. But if I want to raise this child well, I need more money. If one part-time job is not enough, find 2 part-time jobs. I, Cornelia, have never been inferior to others in my life. Cornelia has to say that she is really a very strong woman. Of course, if Cornelia was not strong, she would not have been able to raise Cana in the original book by herself, until her body was exhausted and she collapsed completely. Just when Cornelia held her head high, her eyes flashed with determination, and she decided to fight to the end for her beliefs, a hoarse voice suddenly came into her ears. Miss, I have a job here, I wonder if you would like to consider it. Sorry. I have found a job. When Cornelia heard this, there was a hint of anger between her eyebrows. She was too lazy to even raise her head and rejected the other party. It seemed that in Cornelia's view, any job that would take the initiative to find her was not a big deal. Such a good job. There is absolutely no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. Really? That's a pity. It seems that my job as a librarian with a monthly salary of 150,000 J can only be handed over to others. The man sighed helplessly after hearing this, turned around silently, and pretended to leave. Sorry. Old man, I was too abrupt just now. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Cornelia Arup Elona, and I am 23 years old. My greatest hobby in this life is reading. Please be sure to give me this librarian job. Cornelia, who was originally planning to leave, flashed to the hoarse and old-looking old man and spoke excitedly. The old man smiled softly upon hearing this, and like an NPC issuing tasks, he gave the job to Cornelia, who looked like Cana. Since you like reading so much, I will give you this librarian job. Report to the largest library in the town tomorrow. Do your best, I am very optimistic about you. Got it. Leave it to me with confidence. Cornelia looked at the old man who was going away and bowed deeply. Next. That's about it. The old man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had finally assigned the job to Cornelia. Well, this old man who appeared in time was none other than Ian. In fact, it has been 3 months since Ian came to the town where Cornelia was. During this period, he has been secretly protecting Cornelia's safety. At the same time, Ian also checked Cornelia's body. He found that except for some deficiency of qi and blood, Cornelia was in good condition in other aspects. In the original book, the reason why Cornelia died young was most likely because of her inner depression and fatigue. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it is not easy for a beautiful young woman to raise a child, let alone raise a child well. To this end, Ian spent 3 months to build the largest library in the town, and disguised as an old man, in the form of an encounter, he handed over an easy job that did not require any energy to Cornelia. Well, Ian thought that he did it perfectly and Cornelia could not find any loopholes. The next day is the day of retreat. In addition to leaving a thought body to pay Cornelia's salary on time, Ian's original body has come to the forest outside the town next, Ian has only one thing to do, that is to go all out to sprint to the realm of 12 shields of the Holy Guard. Yes, Ian wants to stabilize his normal state at the level of 12 shields. In this case, when Ian activates the Dragon Power mode, he will gain a powerful force that surpasses the 12 shields. Of course, there is still a huge gap from the realm of Saint Guardian. As we all know, among the so-called 12 shields of the Saint Guardian, Scarlet Despair, Irene, Belzarian and Magic King August are responsible for protecting the Saint, and the remaining 10 are responsible for squatting in front as shields. Well, the other 12 shields are really too far behind Irene and August. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the gap between ants and humans. If you have to give a reference data, in the 100 Years mission, the Black Dragon Slayer Regiment of the Dragon Eater Guild is probably at the same level as the 12 shields of the Saint Guardian in terms of strength and magic power. Among them, the White Tiger Dragon was defeated by Wendy under the guidance of Irene, and the gap between Wendy and Irene at that time was more than 100 times. As for the Dragon Slayer Mage, who had already produced irreversible half-dragonization and fully opened the dragon power, Irene used Wendy's magic to kill him in seconds. What Ian has to do is to narrow the gap between him and Irene and Selene. He wants to regain his power as a husband. He wants to show his masculinity. Well, I won't say more. It's all tears. So. Time flies. 7 years passed in a flash. Time came to the year X772. Ian, who was in retreat, came to a critical moment. He had already stepped half a foot into the level of the 12 shields of the Holy Guard. Just when Ian was about to make a concerted effort to raise his magic power to the shield level, his thought body suddenly issued a warning. Warning! Warning! Cornelia's life characteristics are detected to be low. Please come to observe immediately. Accompanied by a series of noises, Ian was annoyed and had to withdraw from retreat and came to his own library. What happened? Ian came to the library wearing a clown mask and asked the old man who made the book with his thought body magic and personality magic. Yes, in order to prevent himself from being distracted while sprinting to the shield level, Ian cancelled the memory and perspective sharing between himself and the thought body, and completely handed Cornelia over to the thought body, which was at the level of an S-level magician in a general guild. Main body. You can see for yourself. The old man who read books seemed to be a little tired, and he shared his memories with Ian. In an instant, countless pictures flashed before Ian's eyes. It turned out that Ian's thought body, after recruiting Cornelia into the library. In order to live up to this high-paying job, Cornelia quit her original job and tried her best to manage the library for Ian. She not only memorized the name of every book in the library, but also numbered and catalogued these books to facilitate people entering the library to buy and read. With Cornelia's hard work, the library was managed better and better, and it became busier and busier. In the end, Cornelia still fell down. Are you kidding? Ian was about to collapse. Cornelia was indeed worthy of this library, but was she worthy of Ian, who was willing to travel through time to save her? If Cornelia died again, wouldn't Ian's trip be in vain? You know, the simulation of the system is irreversible. Let me see. Ian, who was furious, went straight into Cornelia's recuperation room. At this moment, in this room full of sunflowers, Cornelia weakly pulled the little hand of Kana, who was already 6 or 7 years old and dressed like a doll, and whispered, "Go to the Fairy Tale Guild, your father is there. His name is Gildarts." 7 years have made Cornelia no longer hate Gildarts. Instead, she has some understanding of why Gildarts always abandoned her at the critical moment. Working and making money are really not easy. After Cornelia finished speaking, she closed her eyes and looked like she was about to return to her hometown. "Mother." In response, little Kana's eyes flashed with tears. She couldn't accept that her mother, who had all the good things in the world, died like this. "Don't die." Without waiting for Kana to think more, Ian had already turned into a shadow, and in an instant he rushed to Cornelia, who was already in a trance and could die at any time, and said loudly, "Additional energy. Additional physical strength. Additional vitality." Accompanied by Ian's 3 consecutive additional attacks, Cornelia, who had fainted, suddenly let out a whimper. She felt like she was in the last moments of life, and her body was full of vitality. "What am I doing?" Cornelia looked puzzled. She clearly felt that her time was coming, so how could she be fine? "Let me see what disease you have." "So that's why you fell down." "It's stomach cancer. It's a tumor in the gastrointestinal tract. Although it's in the late stage, I can still treat it. After all, this is a magical world." Ian used the medical knowledge he got from Polaka to determine Cornelia's disease in less than half an hour. In response, Ian directly used a high-level separation magic, Separation Tumor. In just a few seconds, Ian killed all the tumor cells in Cornelia's body. "Mother is dead. Mother is alive." Kana was stunned. Although little Kana couldn't understand, she was shocked. "As you can see, I'm a doctor. So Cornelia, do you want to be a magician? Do you want to be a slag-killing magician?" Ian picked up a chair, sat in the ward, and asked Cornelia. "Hey!" Cornelia was also shocked. So what was the connection between Ian saying he was a doctor and asking her if she wanted to become a magician? "So, you may not understand. Anyway, do you want to ride guildarts?" Ian looked at Cornelia in a daze and asked in a different way. "Please let me become a magician." Cornelia didn't understand what Ian said. But when it came to the method of riding guildarts, she reacted instantly and spoke seriously. "I'll help you." Ian smiled with relief. Chapter 93 Ian, the special weapon for guildarts has been refined. Guildarts just waits to be squeezed dry. Can someone like me, who has no magic talent, learn magic? Cornelia looked at Ian with doubts in her eyes. Yes, as the wife of guildarts, Cornelia naturally thought about practicing magic, but her talent was too bad. No matter how simple the magic was, she couldn't practice it well, so she had to give up in the end. Of course. As long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't practice. Ian nodded gently, comforting Cornelia, and while he was talking, he added the dragon attribute to Cornelia. Because Cornelia's talent was too bad, so bad that Ian had rarely seen it in his life. If Ian came up and added those powerful but too complicated attributes to Cornelia, it would easily hinder Cornelia's progress. For this reason, Ian added the dragon attribute of strength to Cornelia. As long as you work hard to exercise your body, you can enhance a property of magic. At the same time, you can also release your power as a roar, which can be said to be quite simple and crude. Originally, the dragon-killing attribute of strength was developed by Ian specifically to deal with Acknowledge, who was born in a magic world but was almost completely immune to magic. Inspired by muscle magic, Ian thought things were too simple. The upper limit of this self-created dragon-killing magic was not high, and it could not be cultivated to the level of Saitama in One Punch Man, so it could not kill the Black Dragon King Acknowledge at all. That is why Ian gave up this attribute. However, although this magic could not deal with Acknowledge, it was more than enough to deal with guildarts. The dragon-killing magic of muscle plus the demon-killing magic of charm attribute. The combination of strength and succubus. It is enough to drain the bastard guildarts. Ian wanted to see if guildarts, who looked down on him all day, was as strong as he said. Don't end up like him, soaking wolfberries in a thermos every day. Anyway, from now on, go and lift weights for me. Cornelia. Reading can't defeat guildarts, but exercising your muscles can. Ian spoke loudly to Cornelia, who was lying on the bed in front of him, and was frail. As long as I can defeat guildarts. Even if I have to sell my soul, I will not hesitate. From today on, the former Lady Cornelia is dead, and the only one living in this world from now on is the muscle school mage, Cornelia Albrona. Cornelia seemed to be awakened by Ian, and the male hidden in her heart. She vowed to make the old bastard Gildarts awaken the female in her heart. Okay. Cornelia, I believe in you. Go burn the library. Say goodbye to your past, we are going to build the largest gym in the kingdom of Fiori. Ian once again pointed the way for Cornelia. I will say goodbye to my past now. Cornelia's eyes were burning with flames. Although she had not yet joined the Fairy Tale Guild, her synchronization rate with the fairy tale people had reached more than 80%. She was simply a chosen fairy tale mage. How to say it? Maybe this is called, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door, right? Although, in the end, I don't know what happened, this story of abandoning literature and taking up martial arts, as it was passed on, changed from the past Cornelia was dead to Cornelia was dead. Well, please take it out of context, please don't take it out of context. Fairy Tale Guild. Cornelia. My Cornelia. Gildarts wiped his tears and loudly remembered his only beloved who had passed away. In the following days, because Cornelia had to exercise her muscles and Ian had to practice in seclusion, the two had no time to take care of Kana, so at Ian's suggestion, a year later, in X773, the two sent Kana to the Fairy Tale Guild to find her bastard father. Unfortunately, Gildarts, the bastard, was on a mission at the time and was not in the guild. It was because of this missed opportunity, and Gildarts did not recognize Kana as his daughter after returning to the Fairy Tale Guild. This made Kana particularly silent, and she kept the secret that she was Gildarts' biological daughter in her heart and struggled silently for 5 years. Just like this, time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of X774. By the way, in a few days, Deliera will attack Gray's village, right? What will happen if I rush over now? Will there be a strange phenomenon where I meet myself in the simulation mission in the simulation? Thinking so, Ian left a letter to Cornelia. The content of the letter was roughly that he was going on a long journey, and whether it was the gym or the library, it was all handed over to Cornelia to take care of. By the way, although Cornelia said she was going to burn the library, she didn't really burn it, but handed it over to outsiders to take care of it. Cornelia burned the library in her heart. Now she only had the word muscle in her eyes. This made Ian very scared. He was worried about Gildarts. When Cornelia became great, would she crush Gildarts? Ian was a little excited when he thought about it. He couldn't wait to see Gildarts' collapse. Then, before Ian was about to reach the world of ice and snow in the east of Fiori Kingdom, the simulation time ended. Therefore, unfortunately, he failed to meet himself in another timeline a few days later. Time went back to the summer of June in X779. Fiori Kingdom. The town of Magnolia. In Ian's villa, he slowly opened his eyes. Hey! The first thing Ian did when he woke up was to extract his reward in the simulation without any hesitation. System. Extract reward. At this moment, Ian couldn't wait to improve his strength. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. The magic power in Ian's body instantly increased by a large level, from the original King of Heaven level to the 12 Shields of the Holy Guard level. Ian estimated his own strength. With his current strength, even if he didn't using dragon-killing magic to enter the state of dragon power, he should be able to fight Serena, the god, who went to the western continent for further training. As for Ian, who has activated the dragon power, he doesn't need a second punch to deal with Serena. Improvement. Getting stronger. Cool. Ian moved his body and smiled. Buzz. Just when Ian was immersed in the continuous improvement of his strength, accompanied by a roar, a portal suddenly formed in front of him. The two girls, Selene and Irene, returned to Ian's villa and entered Ian's room. Oh, Ian! Your strength has improved. I hope your performance in a while will be worthy of your strength. Don't let me down. Selene seemed to notice that Ian's strength had greatly improved. She licked the corner of her lips gently and smiled at Ian. It's okay, Ian. I will treat you gently. Irene looked at Ian with endless tenderness, and she smiled brightly. She was happy from the bottom of her heart for Ian's improvement. Please spare me. Ian looked at Irene and Selene, who came to kill him just when his strength had improved. His hair was numb and his sweat stood up. He spoke helplessly. A few days later. The Kingdom of Fiori. The former guild of the rulers of the Phantom Ghost. From today on, these people will become us, the Phantom Ghost. I mean, one of the Guardians of Glory. Everyone applaud. Joseph stood on the podium, and beside him were Jalal and other powerful magicians who left the Devil's Heart and temporarily joined their guild. It's the Guardian of Lumen. Gerard rolled his eyes at this. Joseph really didn't care about the details. He even remembered the name of their Magister Guild wrong. He couldn't stand it. Sure enough, there was a reason why President Preshedo sent him here to take charge. Yes, yes, yes. Look at my brain. I mean the Guardian of Lumen. Joseph Pola's eyes lit up when he heard it. He lowered his head humbly and smiled. He. What Lumen, what glory. Damn Devil's Heart, damn fairy tale. You all just wait. When I get enough power, I will definitely start with you. Joseph thought maliciously in his heart. With his talent, as long as he practiced hard, it was not impossible for him to advance to the king level. In fact, after being abused several times, Joseph has vaguely touched the threshold of human limit. If he is given 5 years, he will probably be able to obtain the powerful power close to that of Jura in the Great Magician period. According to this progress rate. At the latest, in 50 years, when he reaches Makarov's age, he will definitely become a member of the non-human field and the king level. At that time, he will make those who look down on him pay a heavy price. Whether it is the Devil's Heart or the fairy tale. As for now, the situation is stronger than people, and Joseph chooses to endure. Life is like this, if you endure it, it will all pass. If you endure it, you will gradually get used to it. Then from today on, the entire Magister Guild must accept my management. Meeting me is like meeting President Joseph himself. You can treat me as the Vice President. Do you have any objections? Jellard stood with his hands behind his back, his upright body like an ancient pine tree standing upright here, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hey? Why? As the voice of Jalal fell, the Iron Dragon Gajur, who was originally looking for dinner in the garbage dump, raised his head with some dissatisfaction. He grew up following the rule of the jungle, did not accept any rules, and only accepted the right to speak brought by strength. Gajur took action. No way. These new guys are too arrogant. Gajur beat them hard. Be alert, don't lose face. For the ruler of the ghost. After seeing Gajil stand up, these evil guys all smiled and shouted excitedly, watching Gajil's resistance to Jalal and others with a mentality of watching the fun. Next, whether it was Gajil who was defeated or Jalal who was defeated, they were happy to see it happen. Boom. However, the next second after the words of these ghost ruler magicians fell, Gajil felt a flash in front of his eyes. Jalal, who was originally on the podium, had come to him without knowing when and punched him in the face. Boom. With just one sound, a deafening roar sounded, and Gajil instantly lay on the ground and lost his consciousness. What? In a short moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. They knew that the strength of these new guys was probably very strong, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. Instantly killed the Iron Dragon Slayer who was ranked in the top 10 in their guild and had great potential, the magician's Gajael? It's incredible. Who else? After Jalal knocked Gajael unconscious with a punch, he looked up at the people present and spoke with an extremely cold expression. For a moment, Everyone present was silent, and no one dared to touch the eyebrows of Jalal and others. What are the origins of these people? I shouldn't have heard of such a powerful person. In the crowd, Rabbit Maru, one of the 4 elements and an S-level magician, looked a little puzzled. With his mastery of the magic world, if Jalal had such a terrifying strength, he should have known it long ago. He. By the way, Jalal, Rastilos, Sono, Eric, and Richard are the S-class mages of our guild from today. Let's cheer for the 4 more S-class mages in the guild. Joseph looked at everything in front of him with a smile, and he suddenly felt that the arrival of Jalal and others did not seem to be unacceptable. At least the joining of these people will make their strength close to the fairy tale guild on the surface, although these people are strictly speaking from fairy tale. Well, use the power of fairies to deal with fairies. Joseph is really a genius. So, just like that. The ruler of the Phantom has 4 more S-class mages. Yes, the S-class assessment of the Phantom depends entirely on Joseph's mood. As long as he is in a good mood today, he will appoint an S-class magician at will. At one time, the rulers of Spectre had 8 S-class mages, while the distant fairy tale had only Ian, Gildarts, Uru, and Urza, 4 active S-class mages. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is on the side of Spectre. Joseph, I don't care, 8-4, the advantage is mine. On the other side, Kana received a letter from her mother after a long absence. After reading it, she went straight to her sloppy old father who was always drunk in the guild. Gildarts. Kana called out Gildarts' name directly. What's the matter? My dear little Kana. Gildarts looked like a disgusting greasy uncle. Well, he is a disgusting greasy uncle. He approached Kana and kept offering his courtesy. From time to time, Gildarts would smile and say to the others around him, "Look, this is Kana, my baby daughter. My mother is coming to fairy tale, get ready." Kana took a deep breath and looked at Gildarts and said softly, Oh. So it's your mother who is coming back. To be honest, I still miss Cornelia very much." Gildarts smiled and nodded. Then, Gildarts found something wrong. He frowned and said to Kana in shock, "Wait, Kana, who did you say was coming to the guild?" "I mean your mother, Cornelia, the one I love most in my life. Didn't she die a long time ago?" Second update. Make up for yesterday's update, it will not affect today's update. Chapter 94 Gildarts, what is it like to have my wife suddenly resurrected? Kana's family is reunited. My dear daughter, you really didn't lie to me, did you? Are you saying that your mother Cornelia is still alive? Gildarts was stunned. What is it like to have a wife who has been dead for many years suddenly come back to life? At this moment, Gildarts felt it for sure. This happiness came so suddenly that he was dizzy. Hey! Did I say that my mother died? Gildarts, you completely misunderstood what I said. Conaxia frowned, glared at Gildarts, and said unhappily. But didn't you say that Cornelia was dead when you left? Gildarts frowned, and he looked at Kana and asked. Yes. The gentle and considerate mother has passed away. Gildarts, be prepared, mother has changed. The mother now gives me a sense of danger. Kana said seriously with a serious look. Of course, Kana still has some things to say. For example, Cornelia at the moment gives Kana a feeling of Gildarts. How to say it? Now, even an outsider who knows nothing can see at a glance that Cornelia and Gildarts are husband and wife. Ah! Is that what you mean? Sorry. I misunderstood you. But it doesn't matter, as long as Cornelia is still alive, it's fine. Gildarts was convinced. It turned out that he had misunderstood all along. This is really great. For a moment, Gildarts felt that his eyes were a little wet, as if there were tears constantly rolling in them. Of course, Gildarts had no time to think about all that. He only had one thing in mind. Cornelia is coming. What should I do? Gildarts was confused. Although he was excited about the news that Cornelia was still alive. But this news was too sudden. As for Gildarts, he was not prepared to face Cornelia. Gildarts thought that if Cornelia, who came back to Fairy Tale to see him after several years, found that he had not improved as before after leaving him for 16 years, would she leave him again? This made Gildarts feel tormented and confused. No. I must change myself. Gildarts thought so and made a decision in his heart. First, he had to change his image. So, Gildarts took the initiative to find Ian. So, what are you looking for me for? At this moment, Ian was sitting at the bar with a tired face, holding a thermos cup in his hand, and the cup was soaked with wolfberry water, looking like a middle-aged old codger. Well, Ian's strength has obviously made a huge breakthrough and reached the pinnacle of ordinary magicians. Whether in Ishgar, the West, or the North, Kiltana, he is now one of the top of the pyramid in the magician industry. But under the double attack of Selene and Irene, he is still too young. Ian, wait. Sooner or later, I will become a master of love. Just when Ian was wondering what Gildarts wanted to find him for, Gildarts bowed respectfully to Ian, which was very rare, and asked, "Please, Ian. Please lend me 1 million J temporarily. No, lend me 10 million J. I plan to buy a property in Magnolia Town, and then change my appearance to make myself look more energetic, so as not to bring shame to our fairy tale. Yo! The sun is rising from the west. You, a bohemian and freedom-loving guy, actually know how to buy a property. I've never seen such a thing in my life, it's incredible. Is there any happy event coming soon? Are you planning to get married again?" Did Kana agree? Ian guessed what happened the moment Gildarts opened his mouth, but he still had to pretend that he knew nothing and asked Gildarts. After all, he couldn't reveal that it was he who beat Gildarts on that rainy night 16 years ago. What? What do you mean by second marriage or not? Gildarts was so angry at Ian's words that he stuttered. He frowned and glared at Ian with dissatisfaction in his expression, and emphasized with a serious face, "Am I the kind of person who remarries casually? In these years, except for my beloved Cornelia, I have no other woman who can resonate with me and live with me for a long time. To be honest, I am here, in front of so many people, to tell you seriously that I am different from you, Ian. Apart from Cornelia, I will never have a second wife." For a moment, this scumbag Gildarts is so unjust. His great and glorious attitude, if you don't know that he is a scumbag who was once famous throughout the kingdom of Fiori, you might mistakenly think that he is a love-struck infatuated man. Bah! Yes, there is no woman who can stay with you for a long time in these years. After all, no one can tolerate a middle-aged man who doesn't take a bath, brush his teeth, or wash his face like Cornelia. But there are too many short-term ones. Ian was amused by Gildarts' words. This guy really has a shame. In Ian's previous life, Gildarts was the kind of guy who would be sent to the detention center for 3 to 5 days by the police every now and then under the public security punishment law. Gildarts, if two people fall in love at first sight, just because they can't call each other's names, their love is no longer called love. I don't understand. Mr. Police, I'm tired of hearing this version. You'd better come up with something new. Gildarts, to be honest, I just saved her on the road. I was sweating all over. I went to her house to take a shower and leave. As for the money in her hand, you know, I never like to take advantage of others. This money is for her accommodation. Mr. Police, oh. This version is fresh. Please continue to make it up. Ahem. Anyway, will you lend it to me? Gildarts gritted his teeth, glared at Ian, and said coldly. Well, Ian has seen so many people borrowing money. But this is the first time I've seen someone who is so tough when borrowing money from him. He is a gigolo. Cornelia is coming back. I can't let her see that I haven't made any progress in these years. Please lend me the money, please. Gildarts saw that there was no one around, so he leaned in front of Ian and whispered. Of course I'll lend it to you. But stay away from me first, you smell like wine lees. 10 million J, right? Take it, you don't have to pay it back. It's my gift to my sister-in-law. Ian said, and wrote a check for 10 million J from the magic bank and handed it to Gildarts. Ian, thank you so much. Gildarts looked at the check worth 10 million J in his hand, and his eyes began to moisten. This was his good brother. Ah, stay away from me. Only Cornelia and Kana treat you as a treasure. While Ian was talking, he pushed Gildarts, who was close to him, aside. I will repay you 100-fold one day. Gildarts did not refuse and put the check directly into his pocket. Well, Gildarts knew that if there was no Ian, it would be difficult to save up 10 million J by relying solely on himself. Of course, it doesn't mean that Gildarts can't make money. After all, S-level tasks all start at 1 million, and Gildarts can collect 10 million J with at most 10 S-level tasks. But 80% of the money this guy earned had to be paid out, and the remaining 20% was all used for drinking and looking for women, so it was difficult to save it. Alas! Who else spoils you except me? Ian sighed helplessly. This huge fairy tale guild would have to break up without him. By the way, aren't you curious, Ian, that Cornelia is still alive? Gildarts seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Ian and asked. Hee. In the entire fairy tale guild, you seem to be the only one who mistakenly thought Cornelia was dead. The reason why the president comforted you was that he saw that you had been immersed in the past relationship for too long, and hoped that you would find your own way out of it. Ian chuckled. Of course he knew Cornelia was still alive. After all, he personally saved her from the past. What? Gildarts, on the other hand, was shocked by Ian's words. So, with Ian's help, Gildarts bought a 3-story property with a garden in the town, and bought a second-hand luxury Magic 4WD. He used the remaining money to buy some furniture and a decent outfit for himself. When Gildarts appeared in the fairy tale guild in a suit and a valuable watch on his wrist, all the magicians present were amazed. Hey! This is incredible! Is this the sloppy Gildarts? Uncle, who are you? Give us back our Gildarts! For a while, everyone gathered around and exclaimed at Gildarts. Gildarts, you should look at him with new eyes after 3 days of absence, right? Ian looked at Gildarts, who had a big back hair, shaved his beard, and was wearing a suit, a flowered tie, and a white shirt, and raised his mouth slightly in admiration. It must be said that clothes make the man. Gildarts, who changed his clothes, was immediately different. Isn't this natural? Gildarts sneered, his eyes full of confidence. He, Gildarts, was also a handsome boy, attracting rich women from all directions to ask, a young and handsome guy, okay. Otherwise, how could Cornelia like him? However, Cornelia's departure was a huge blow to him at the time, so from then on, he didn't pay much attention to his image, and focused on pleasing himself. Gildarts, mother will be here soon. Just when Gildarts looked proud, Kana seemed to have received some news, her face straightened, and she spoke seriously. Are you here? Everyone, I'm asking you to do this. Cornelia is a gentle girl and can't stand quarrels. So it's only for today. Please be restrained and don't make too much noise. Gildarts's face suddenly became serious, and he was ready for battle. Hee. Gildarts, who do you think we are? At this point, there's nothing we can do. Everyone, please show your faces. However, just when Gildarts was nervous because he was about to see his beloved wife, Ian suddenly stood on the podium of the guild and spoke loudly. Hey! Gildarts looked up and saw Ian on the stage, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. We've been waiting for this moment. As Ian finished speaking, the entire fairy tale guild, including everyone present including Makarov, immediately changed into suits and dresses, and appeared in front of Gildarts in exquisite shapes. It was obvious that everyone had prepared in advance. A strong sense of oppression suddenly came over him. The entire fairy tale seemed to be completely renewed at this moment. President, Ian, and everyone else. How could Gildarts not know? The reason why everyone in the guild restrained their nature and changed into these clothes that were incompatible with their guild was for his reunion with Cornelia. Fairy tale is like this. It is a warm big family, and when one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. Gildarts, raise your head. Welcome your love. Ian said, and gave Gildarts a thumbs up. I understand. Gildarts nodded vigorously. He would never disappoint Ian and other fairy tale mages. He had to rely on his own hands to firmly grasp his love. Gray, remember, don't take off your clothes. Kana came to Gray and reminded him. If you say that in the entire guild, Kana is most worried about who is the one? Then it must be Gray. Got it. Who do you think I am? How could I fail at such a critical moment? Gray looked serious, with his hands in his trouser pockets, answering Kana with a serious face. Well, in order to avoid taking off his clothes, Gray has made a decision in his heart. From now on, he will keep this posture until Kana's mother Cornelia leaves the guild. He will never fail at a critical moment. So, Gray, don't you feel a little cool? Kana looked at Gray with a bit of despair and asked. Hey! Oh no, where are my pants? After Gray got Kana's reminder, he looked down and saw that his pants disappeared at some point. He was standing in the guild with Kuriko's basketball on his head. No wonder Gray felt cold underneath. It turned out that this was not an illusion. Hey! Oh no, where are my pants? After Gray got Kana's reminder, he looked down and saw that his pants disappeared at some point. He was standing in the guild with Kuriko's basketball on his head. No wonder Gray felt cold underneath. It turned out that this was not an illusion. Who wore 2 pairs of pants today? Lend me one. Gray looked flustered and asked everyone in the guild to borrow pants. Who would wear 2 pairs of pants? Everyone in the guild looked at Gray and complained. I wore 2 pairs at this time. Leon, who was ready, raised his hand. Really? The magicians in the guild complained again. It's so hot. Not far from Gray and Leon, you, who wore so much fabric for the first time, had already started to untie the belt on his chest. Hold it. The sharp-eyed fairy tale magicians immediately stopped you, who had no sense of boundaries. Calm down, Gildarts. As for Gildarts, he started to take off his clothes from you, and then moved his eyes away from you, forcing himself to enter a state of meditation and calm down. Now is not the time to look at welfare. Well, you is already a well-known welfare girl in the fairy tale guild. At the same time, Cornelia has arrived at the gate of the fairy tale guild. Is this the fairy tale guild? Cornelia looked at the ancient building with words printed on it, and she bit her silver teeth. She was about to see her long-missed husband. Pa! When Cornelia mustered up her courage and opened the gate of the fairy tale guild. Bang! 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 The sound of party fireworks bursting immediately sounded above Cornelia's head. This made Cornelia look a little cold. She looked up and saw the fairy tale guild. In this huge hall, hundreds of fairy tale mages wearing suits and ties that were incompatible with their temperament, and formally speaking to her in unison, welcome Gildarts' wife, Cornelia Albrona, to the Magisters Guild fairy tale. What is this? Cornelia looked at the scene in front of her and was stunned. Cornelia, have you been doing well these years? I'm not doing well. Because I really miss you too much. Before Cornelia could think about it, Gildarts had already walked out of the crowd and knelt on one knee in front of her, holding a bunch of beautiful roses in his hand. Thousands of words came to his lips, but turned into 2 short sentences. Although, the flowers in Gildart's hand were provided by Vlad, and the love words he said were provided by Ian, that's all. Gildart. Cornelia looked at everything Gildart had done for her and could no longer control her emotions. Her nose was sore and big tears flowed from her eyes. Cornelia. At this moment, Gildart slowly stood up from the ground. He thought the time was right and planned to give Cornelia a big hug. Well, based on Gildart's understanding of Cornelia, Cornelia now urgently needed his comfort. Gildart. Cornelia walked in front of him as Gildart had expected. Go to hell. However, when Cornelia really walked in front of Gildart, the hug that Gildart had expected did not happen. What came towards him was a fist the size of a bean paste bun. Bang! Gildart's was punched by Cornelia and flew out, hitting the bar of the Fairy Tale Guild. Gildart's covered his swollen cheeks and looked at Cornelia in disbelief. Cornelia, why did you hit me? No, this is not the point. The important thing is, when did you become so powerful, Cornelia? Have you become a magician? Well, I have 3 things to do in the Fairy Tale Guild. The first thing is to join the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. The second thing is to join Fairy Tale and beat up you, a scumbag. The third thing is to join the Magician Guild Fairy Tale. Cornelia strode to Gildart's, stepped on Gildart's chest, and said angrily, I am after listening to Kana. You didn't recognize Kana as your daughter at first sight, right? In the end, it was Kana who told you that you recognized her, am I right? Tell me, how do you plan to die? This. Gildart's face was stiff. He had to admit that it was indeed his fault that he failed to recognize Kana. To be honest, Gildart's felt that this little girl had a good impression when he saw Kana for the first time, otherwise he would not take the initiative to talk to her. He just couldn't believe that a scum like him could have a precious child. Ahem. Cornelia, listen to me. In fact, Gildart's has been. Just when Gildart's didn't know how to refute, Makarov, the president, stood up. He came to Cornelia and coughed twice, trying to smooth things over for Gildart's. Makarov, stop talking. You cleaned up Gildart's ass a lot back then. I remember your kindness to our family, but not recognizing my daughter is a matter of principle. There is no way to wash it off. I'm really sorry. Makarov's momentum weakened a lot when he heard it, and he finally bowed weakly. That Makarov president was forced to apologize on his own initiative? Gildart's woman, is she really the strongest? At this time, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild was shocked when they saw Makarov apologizing to Cornelia. Hey! Don't you feel uncomfortable wearing suits? Since I have decided to join Fairy Tale, I naturally know in advance what kind of people you are. Take off your clothes. Bring up the whiskey and cigars. Just after Cornelia scolded Makarov, she raised her head and spoke loudly to everyone in the guild. Hey! For a moment, all the magicians present were stunned. Shua! Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Cornelia changed her clothes first. She changed her dress into the hot western cowboy style that Kana would wear in the future. Oh! After Cornelia finished changing her clothes, the Fairy Tale Guild suddenly became excited. After confirming the look in their eyes, they were sure that they were their own people. Drink! Drink! Damn! If I had known, I wouldn't have changed my clothes. Let's continue gambling. Cornelia is really a heroine. As Cornelia finished speaking, the entire fairy tale became lively again, with people gambling, drinking, fighting, and being servile. Gildart's. Just after Cornelia finished all this, she looked down at Gildart's under her and said with a smile, "This time you don't need to cater to me. Let me cater to you." Okay. Gildart's smiled, and he started crying while smiling. It's great that Cornelia is still alive. This is to make up for yesterday. I'm still trying to finish the manuscript. I can't write it, I can't write it at all. Chapter 95, New Simulation Mission: The Regret of the First President Mavis. So far, Cornelia has officially joined the Fairy Tale Guild. Is this the seal of the Fairy Tale Guild? Seeing her again after 15 years, she is indeed very beautiful. Cornelia raised her arm, carefully observed the brown seal on her arm, and smiled with satisfaction. From today on, she would never again watch Gildarts go out to do tasks but was helpless because of his lack of strength and had to stay at home. She would keep an eye on Gildarts, the scum who couldn't control his little brother. Gildarts was speechless for a while. He looked up at the sky and murmured, "I always feel that happiness always takes something else as a sacrifice. But God can see that my love for Cornelia is unique. For Cornelia, even if I have to give up Maria, Julie, Emily, and Emma, I will do it. Everyone come here and take a good look. What did Gildarts, this scum, say just now? What disgusting words did he say?" Ian, sitting not far from Gildarts, shouted loudly. "Hey, hey, hey! Don't backstab your brother." Gildarts's face was confused. He looked at Ian nervously and said in a panic, "I don't remember that we were brothers." Ian's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said indifferently, "How can it be? You are my Gildarts, the best brother in this life." Gildarts put his arm around Ian's shoulders and said with a smile, "Will men, as creatures, become scum and beasts after adulthood?" Not far from Gildarts and Ian, Mirage looked at Ian and Gildarts, who were like-minded, and frowned. "No. The probability depends on the person. For example, Grey's father, Silver, is a very innocent person. As for Gildarts and Ian, the reason why they are scumbags is probably not because they are of a certain gender. Even if they become 2 stinkbugs or 2 ants, they are the 2 most beastly in the world of insects." Urusha calmly explained this. "Well, Urusha, an INTP, is still very rational. That makes sense." Miraja suddenly understood. She didn't want her good brother Elfman to become a scum like Ian or Gildarts after he grows up. He fell in love wherever he went and was a scum in the kingdom of Fiori. Well, Ian and Gildarts have completely become negative examples. "Gildarts, you and Cornelia should get a little closer. Kana should smile brighter." Yes, that's it." Ritazuo Jonah was holding a paintbrush, painting the appearance of Gildarts, Cornelia, and Kana on his canvas. So far, the family portrait of the Gildarts family has been completely finished. And Ian's simulation has been completely completed at this moment. Sure enough, my efforts are meaningful. Whenever Ian sees his efforts paid off and receives the smiles of his guild mates, he will be extremely happy. It's worth his efforts. The family portrait is so nice. Just as Ian was watching Gildarts and others not far away, drinking beer in his glass and secretly happy, the first President Mavis was sitting on the guild bar with a pair of bare white feet, swinging. She looked at the family portrait of Gildarts, Cornelia, Kana, and others, and a trace of envy flashed in her eyes, followed by a sense of guilt. Is it coming? Simulation about Augusta. When Ian saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't wait to set off for the simulation about Augusta. Ding! Discovered a new simulation. Initiator, Mavis Viviamilio, the first president of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale. Initiation time, X696. Content, help Makarov Dolia's father Yuri Dolia and mother Rita survive. After receiving the new simulation, Ian was slightly stunned. Hey! The thing that Mavis regrets the most has nothing to do with herself, but with Makarov. Maybe in Mavis's eyes, she has always owed Makarov 2 lives. In response, Ian took a deep look at Mavis and the exhausted Makarov. However, if Ian remembered correctly, Makarov's father Yuri was very similar to Lacheus's not only in magic, but also in personality. Just a little more stable than Lacheus's. Ian felt happy when he thought that after he completed the simulation of Mavis and rescued Makarov's father Yuri and mother Lya, Makarov would change from an 80-year-old old man who should enjoy his retirement to a rebellious old man who is 100 years old above him and a rebellious son who joins the Dark Guild below him. He also has a rebellious grandson who always talks about being the strongest, and he is 80 years old and a struggling man. Ian, President Makarov, you must live 100 years. The Magician Guild fairy tale is still waiting for you to lead. Your parents will also be waiting for you to take care of them in the future. Makarov, please spare me. Really? Time flies. Since Cornelia joined the Fairy Tale Guild, fairy tale has rarely entered a period of peace. Of course, the main reason is that the 4S class magicians of Fairy Tale Guild are rarely in the guild, so Fairy Tale Guild and the entire Magnolia town have become quiet. Among them, Ian is constantly preparing for his time travel to X696. The death of Rita and Yuri is not simple. It was caused by the curse of Angselram, the god of life, which was entangled in Mavis. To be honest, Ian has no way to deal with the Angselram curse at the moment. This powerful force can even plunder the vitality of the dragon standing at the top of the Eslanden world. Ian must be careful to deal with it. Gildarts was entangled by Cornelia and couldn't get off the ground recently. When Ian occasionally met Gildarts in the guild, both of them held the same thermos cup in their hands, and the thermos cup was soaked with wolfberry and yam. Well, there is a kind of weakness and powerlessness in the eyes of Ian and Gildarts, both of whom are middle-aged. Who? You is still catching up, she keeps improving her magic power. With her unremitting efforts, her magic power finally broke through the non-human level and officially reached the King of Heaven level. Finally broke through. You lay on the ground, with an excited smile on her lips. Around her, the magic power released by her natural metabolism was frozen into a thick layer of frost on the ground. This is undoubtedly a sign of officially entering the King of Heaven level. Senior Vlad, come and fight me. You, whose strength has been broken through, is like a chicken blood, and finds Vlad who is drinking tea in the guild. As early as when you stepped half a foot into the King of Heaven field, she could fight with Vlad, who was not good at fighting. Now that she has officially entered this field, since however, she couldn't wait to confirm her own strength. After thinking again and again, she decided to use Vlad, who was rare in the guild and at the same level as her, as a whetstone for her to continue to improve. You broke through. After discovering that you had successfully broken through, Vlad was stunned. Are all young people nowadays monsters? Vlad still remembered that it took him 60 or 70 years to reach the realm of the King of Heaven, and he was already called a genius among geniuses. No. He would no longer be called a genius, he was the magician standing at the top of the Ishgar continent. As for Gildarts, when did he reach the King of Heaven realm, Vlad didn't know. Gildarts' strength was too strong. He walked across the Ishgar continent at the age of 30. Who knows when Gildarts entered this field? At this moment, Ian has the most say, 25 years old. Well, with Ian's help, it was a few months or a year earlier. As for Ian is not that old now, but he is about 30 years old. It is believed that to reach the realm of King of Heaven, one should be in his 20s. However, even for Uru Merkovich, who is 32 or 3 years old this year, the speed of advancement is already a bit exaggerated. After all, Uru, unlike Ian and Gildarts, who have been constantly advancing in the magic path, has been in a mess for many years after she naturally entered the realm of Holy Ten at the age of 20 because of the life and death of her daughter Urusha. According to Vlad's calculations, it has only been 5 years since Uru started practicing magic again. In this way, even if Uru has experienced great joys and sorrows, and the accumulation of life and death, this speed of advancement is already a bit scary. Then give it a try. Vlad took a deep breath. He actually knew that he might not be Uru's opponent, but he still planned to fight Uru. Honestly, Vlad was also a little curious. How strong is Uru, who he had trained from the beginning of the Holy Ten to the King of Heaven level, now? Okay. After Vlad and Uru decided to fight, they got up without any hesitation and headed to the back mountain of the Fairy Tale Guild. Hey, hey, hey! Have you heard? Senior Vlad is going to fight Senior Uru. What? This is a rare battle between the 10 saints, we must go and see it. Who do you think will win between Uru and Senior Vlad? Do you want to make a bet? Who dares to bet? Besides, instead of betting on the outcome of the battle between Vlad and Uru, let's guess whether Vlad and Uru will demolish the town of Magnolia. The battle between Uru and Vlad was like a dose of cardiac glycosides for everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. The absence of guildarts, Ian and others had caused the guild's enthusiasm to decline, so that the idle fairy tale mages became excited again. So, the back mountain of Fairy Tale. This place, which is often chosen by fairy tale mages as a gladiatorial arena, was once again crowded. On the hillside. Hey! Warad and Uru were facing each other, staring at each other. The terrifying magic power was continuously released from Warad and Uru. Ice Shape Rose Garden. Uru was young and energetic, and she took the lead in launching the attack. See, accompanied by magic arrays one after another, countless beautiful roses were blooming in front of Uru at this moment. Uru, look at it. This is the real rose. Warad looked at the countless roses attacking him. He did not dare to be as arrogant as he did when dealing with Urusha during the S-level magician assessment. He directly released his magic with all his strength, summoned countless vines as thick as buckets, and collided with the ice vines made by Uru. Boom! For a moment, Uru's ice was shattered by Warad's magic. These green plants seemed to be able to absorb the moisture in Uru's ice shape. At this moment, they continued to grow and bloomed countless eye-catching roses. Ice-shape cordyceps. Uru looked calm in the face of Vlad's magic, as if she had expected it. She once again released her ice-shape magic. Uru's ice, like a layer of gauze, attached to the green plants summoned by Vlad. This is not over yet. With a light wave of Uru's fingers, the vines summoned by Vlad immediately broke away from Vlad's control and attacked Vlad. Interesting. Vlad's forehead was sweating. He didn't know when he had thrown away the scepter in his hand. He was no longer calm as before. He put his hands together to mobilize the magic power in his body and summoned a towering tree with a diameter of more than 50 meters. While protecting Vlad, he rushed into the sky. This towering tree is not an adjective, but a statement of fact. I saw that the tree had broken through the clouds. I wonder how many kilometers it is? Then, he grew hands and feet and turned into a huge tree man. Compared with the tree man that Vlad had turned into at the moment, the 100-meter class giant that Makarov had turned into was a bit dwarfed by the giant. Ah! For a moment, let's not talk about Uruwat. All the fairy tale magicians who were watching were dumbfounded. Even Lacuses who had already stepped into the realm of the Holy Ten looked dumbfounded. For the first time he clearly understood that the Holy Ten was just the beginning of the path of magic. No, Senior Vlad. Is this what you said? You are not good at fighting. Are you not too good at fighting? Maraja felt that her head was big, in front of this huge tree man. Even if she completely controlled the power of Delira, she was no match at all, right? Hey! Uru looked at the wooden man in front of her that was as big as a mountain. She spit out bursts of cold air from her mouth, and the terrifying magic power swirled around her. At this moment, Uru's power seemed to have reached an unprecedented extreme. At this moment, Uru's hair, cheeks, and body were covered with a layer of frost, and her snow-white posture was like an elf in the ice and snow, beautiful and moving. It's just that whether it's Vlad who turned into a tree man, or Uru who looks like an ice elf at the moment, they don't have any human posture. This is the so-called non-human realm that has surpassed humans, that is, the top combat power on the Ishgar continent, the level of the kings. Boom! The violent roar, the carrier's freezing air that seemed to freeze everything, instantly enveloped the huge tree man that Vlad turned into, and froze Vlad's fist, which was half the size of a small town, in the sky. So strong! But this is too outrageous, right? So, can ice-shaping magic be so powerful? Gray, Leon, and Yerusha, the three of them were surprised to find that the same ice-shaping magic, in Uru's hands, is completely different from theirs. Uru, don't hide it anymore, I know you should practice a new magic, right? Vlad seemed to know some secrets about Uru. After all, at their level, the movement of practicing magic cannot be hidden in front of masters of the same level. Speaking of which, when a magician of their level uses magic, the earth-shaking posture will be discovered by everyone except the drunkards in the fairy tale guild, right? In that case, then I'm sorry. As Uru said, the nature of the magic in his body changed immediately. Modeling magic is free magic, and the nature of his magic is changeable and pleasant. But now Uru, her magic nature gives people a sharp offensiveness, which is obviously a magic that focuses on attack and combat. What is this? The faces of Lakuses, Natsu, and Wendy suddenly changed. This magic that made them feel familiar was definitely not wrong. It felt like Dragon Slayer magic. Uru also practiced Dragon Slayer magic. Natsu's expression was a little confused. There is no doubt that this is the power of dragon-slaying magic. Lakuses said. Can you practice dragon-slaying magic without the guidance of a dragon? Wendy's eyes were filled with even greater confusion. Isn't this natural? After all, the earliest dragon-slaying magic was passed down from human to human, but I am a little curious. The only people in the entire fairy tale guild who can teach others dragon-slaying magic should be my father and mother. Urza, who came after hearing the news, showed a hint of curiosity after confirming that Uru had practiced dragon-slaying magic. Yes, I have already become a disciple of Irene. Uru's mouth curled up slightly. If you can't beat them, just join them. It's not shameful. Also, Master's wife, you smell so good. The main character is a traitor to the Master. Gray said unwillingly, Teacher Uru, you said that the modeling magic has unlimited potential. Second update, 5,000 words. Chapter 96 The Fairy Tale Magic Council Branch Plan begins. Ice Dragons. Roar. Uru took a deep breath, and a large amount of magic power poured into her mouth. Along with the slowly rising magic circle with a dragon head, endless freezing air and ice blades that were enough to tear a person into pieces sprayed out of her mouth, attacking the huge tree man transformed by Vlad in front of her. Boom! There was a violent roar. Uru's roar directly opened a 100-meter wide hole in the chest of the tree man transformed by Vlad. Not only that, the power of the roar was still penetrating, from the chest of the tree man transformed by Vlad, to his inside. Uru's idea was very simple. Since the tree man could not be frozen from the outside, he would be completely frozen from the inside. Vlad, who was controlling the tree man, also found the problem at this moment. Countless beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't know how to break the situation. One strike decides the outcome. Uru said, and the magic power in her body surged again. Her eyes flashed with red light, and transparent scales grew faintly on her delicate cheeks. Dragon Slayer's secret, rose-shattering ice. Uru directly used the dragon-slaying secret that she had practiced for several months. At this moment, the terrifying cold air swept the back mountain of the entire fairy tale guild. Woo woo woo. A layer of frost covered the bodies of the fairy tale people who were watching the show, making them shiver all over. Their hands were frozen red and kept rubbing, their feet were shaking up and down, and even their teeth were trembling up and down, and they were faintly covered with frost. But even so, it did not hinder their determination to watch the battle between Uru and Vlad. Well, nothing can stop the fairy tale people from watching the show. This is not over yet. Even the urban area of Magnolia Town, which is several kilometers away from here, has been affected to a certain extent by URU's attack. Originally in the summer of July and August, the townspeople who were walking on the street in short sleeves only felt that there was cold air coming from the sky, adding a touch of autumn to the hot summer, making them feel happy and comfortable. What is fairy tale doing again? Although I don't know how they did it. But this time, they did a good job after all. Some old Magnolia townspeople, although they don't know where this autumn feeling comes from. But they also know in their hearts that this cool air is probably related to the Magician Guild fairy tale. Fortunately, this time it is a blessing in disguise. They can't say much, and there is no need to complain to Makarov. Well, the old Magnolia townspeople all complained directly to Makarov, the president of the Magician Guild fairy tale. They also know that the prosperity of Magnolia Town is inseparable from the fairy tale guild. Naturally, they turned a blind eye to the behavior of the fairy tale people and would not make a big deal and complain to the Magic Council. If the fairy tale guild moves away from their Magnolia Town, they will suffer heavy losses, which is equivalent to cutting their own sword on their local tourism industry and security industry. At that time, the economy of the town will be seriously affected. On the other side, Fairy Tale Back Mountain. Boom! The tree man, which was thousands of meters in size and as big as a mountain, was completely frozen from the inside out. Under the aftermath of the URU Dragon Slayer secret art and the air vibration caused by it, it was completely shattered and turned into ice slag all over the sky. For a while, the entire Fairy Tale Back Mountain, including the nearby Magnolia Town, was hit by a violent blizzard. At the level of King of Heaven, their magic power can even affect the atmosphere to a certain extent. For a moment. Originally, the Magnolia Town residents who were praising the fairy tale mages for doing a good job and adding a touch of coolness to this hot summer, sneezed because of the sudden drop in the atmosphere. They looked at the snow and suddenly regretted praising the fairy tale people before. Among them, many townspeople were furious and said, "Give us back the praise we gave you fairy tale mages before. Damn it! As expected, you fairy tale mages feel uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble every day. Well, as I said, it's normal for children to make trouble. When children are particularly quiet, you should think about what mistakes they made. I lost." Back to the back mountain of fairy tale. Vlad was covered with frost. He looked at URU with a grey face and announced his defeat. However, Vlad was happy deep down in his heart. The stronger URU was, the stronger fairy tale was. He had already reached the pinnacle of his magic, and URU's future was still bright. URU, from today on, you are the third seat of the Holy Ten. Vlad gently stroked his frost-covered chin and said so. That's great. Gray and Arusha, look. URU won. From today on, URU will take a step further in the ranking of the Holy 10 Magisters and reach the third place. That's great. He is worthy of being Mr. URU, whom I have been pursuing for my whole life. Leon waved his fist excitedly, looking excited. It was URU who won, but he seemed to have won Vlad himself. He was so excited that he couldn't help but cheered loudly, with a proud attitude. But, URU didn't use the modeling magic to defeat Senior Vlad. Instead, she used the disgusting dragon-slaying magic. Gray frowned, he was still struggling with the fact that URU gave up using the modeling magic when dealing with Vlad. URU had clearly said that the modeling magic was the most powerful and freest magic in the world, and that the modeling magic had infinite possibilities. But URU betrayed the modeling magic and practiced the killing magic, and the same dragon-slaying magic as that annoying Natsu. Gray, why do you care about these little things? Is magic such an inconvenient thing? When Leon heard this, he looked at Gray with a look of incomprehension. As long as magic is powerful, it doesn't matter what kind of magic it is. What's important is never the magic used by the magicians, but the person who uses the magic. In response, you said, Gray, you are right. Shaping magic does have infinite possibilities. But practicing dragon killing magic has only one possibility, which is to make you stronger than you are now. There is no other possibility. Method, the magic of killing is really the top magic among the magic of the same attribute. It has a huge advantage over other magics. No matter what. I will never practice dragon slaying magic. Gray frowned when he heard this, and he swore that he would never betray the magic of modeling. At the same time, after 5 years, Gray's father Silver finally found the magic in this world that is specifically used to hunt demons. It is called the devil-slaying magic. Well, it is the same as the dragon-slaying magic and the god-slaying magic. Yes, it's the same sentence. No one in this world can escape the law of true fragrance. True fragrance will only be late, but it will never be absent. Time flies, and another month has passed. It's September. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. On this day, the atmosphere in the Fairy Tale Guild was particularly friendly. Urza, Myra Jane, and even Lachuses rarely fought each other, but stood together in harmony. Just because, today is Listena's birthday. Probably, they called a truce for Listena's birthday. Thanks to Listena's strong emotional intelligence, which is far superior to her sister Myra Jane, and her optimistic and gentle personality, Listena is a pure favorite in the Fairy Tale Guild. On Listena's birthday, the entire guild gave her birthday gifts. By the way, looking at the entire Fairy Tale Guild, there are currently only 2 people and 2 cats who have such treatment, namely Listena, Wendy, Charlou, and Happy. As for the others, Lachuses will celebrate his birthday alone with the Thunder Gods. On Urza's birthday, Irene and Ian will give her the most sincere blessings and luxurious armor as gifts. Then they will leave Urza and enjoy their own world. Urza, so, I was just an accident, right? On Mirajana's birthday, Urza will forcibly interrupt her spell casting. Damn Urza, go to hell. Often at this time, the entire guild will be involved in the battle between Myra Jane and Urza, and eventually turn into a chaotic battlefield. Because of his introverted personality, Elfman often spends his birthday alone with his sisters. On Altair's birthday, he will leave the guild to empty himself, cheer himself up, and tell himself that he can hold on. Others often spend their birthdays alone for various reasons. Only the cheerful Listena and the young Wendy can get preferential treatment from everyone in the guild. Oh, by the way, and Kana. Kana, this girl, often gets drunk and sleeps until the next day before the birthday party. To be honest, in Kana's eyes, every day is a birthday party. Back to the present. Listena, this is my birthday gift to you, a sword made from the horn of an S-class monster. Arisa made a 5-meter-long giant sword from the horn of the S-class monster she hunted and gave it to Listena as a gift. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Urza. Listena's forehead was covered with sweat. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't use this sword, right? It contains the animal soul of the S-class monster I hunted. I think you should be able to use it, Listena. Remember, this is an S-class monster. Urza patted Listena's shoulder lightly and said proudly. Especially, Urza emphasized that the soul of an S-class monster is sealed inside. Tisk. When I become an S-class magician, I will kill an S-class monster for you every week. No. I will hunt an S-class monster for you every day. In response, Myra Jane lowered her head and gritted her teeth. She swore that she would pass the guild's S-class magician exam, she would. Listena, I gave you a magic crystal with thunder attribute. Lachuses came to Listena silently, put the magic crystal of thunder attribute beside Listena, then put his hands in his pockets and left. Brother Lachuses, I like the gift you gave me very much. Listena looked at Lachuses' departing back and said happily. As long as you like it. Lachuses' old face turned red, and he snorted arrogantly. Well, the law that golden hair must be arrogant is fully demonstrated in Lachesis. Not only that, as Lachesis grows older, his personality has not changed, but he has become more and more arrogant from the previous arrogance. Ahem. Next, Kana presented flowers, and the two adults, Wakaba and Makeo, naturally presented valuable small gifts, which can be regarded as highlighting the financial strength of adults. Although these two, the property is already very little, not to mention the heavy debts. It is not much stronger. After giving Lisana a birthday present, adults such as Makarov, Uru, Vlad, Ian, Irene, Selene, Gildarts, and Cornelia left the guild to the children. Today is the birthday of these children after all, let them have some fun. The adults in the guild also took a rare break and went to the hotel next door to have a good meal to relax their tired and tense nerves. We'll be gone for 2 hours. Can these naughty kids in the guild tear down the guild? Besides, isn't there still guild president Mavis in the guild? As long as she's here, there will be absolutely no trouble. Makarov said in disbelief. So, the guild caught fire. It started when Natsu and Gray fought over the chicken legs of a roast chicken. In the end, they got angry and started fighting. Natsu's fire dragon's brilliant flames failed to hit Gray, and he accidentally ignited the roof of the house. Suddenly, the town of Magnolia was filled with curling smoke. As for the other people in the guild, because of Natsu, they were in chaos and each went their own way. No one had time to put out the fire that had ignited the guild. When everyone reacted, it was too late. My guild! Look at what you have done! Makarov, who had been drinking with Gildarts and others, was about to collapse when he saw the ruins in front of him after returning to the Fairy Tale Guild. He wiped his tears and shouted angrily. President, forget it. The guild has to be rebuilt anyway. The original guild has been in disrepair for many years. Ian patted Makarov's old shoulders as he wiped his tears. To be honest, he didn't expect that the Fairy Tale Guild would be rebuilt ahead of schedule. I'm sorry. Lisana, Myra Jane, Lachesis, Urza, Natsu, Gray, Altair, Lucky, Wendy, Kana, and Mavis, all the boys and girls who had a great time at Lisana's birthday party, bowed their heads hard to Makarov and apologized. Forget about the others. President Mavis, why are you causing trouble? Mrs. Makarov was numb. She looked at Mavis helplessly. I'm sorry. Mavis lowered her head, and the angel earrings on her head drooped with her. She didn't dare to look up at Makarov, like a primary school student who made a mistake and was being criticized by the head teacher. It's terrible. Makarov squeezed out a few tears and said helplessly. I'll pay. In response, Ian looked at the exhausted old man Makarov, who seemed to have lost his soul. In the end, he couldn't bear it and decided to sponsor Makarov once. I knew, Ian, you wouldn't give up on me. Makarov was very excited when he heard this. He hugged Ian's thighs and said with tears and snot. I always feel like I've been tricked. Ian looked at Makarov, whose eyes were sly, and a few black lines of regret crossed his forehead. Anyway, this time I plan to build Fairy Tale to the 15th floor. After hearing that the cost of building the guild this time was entirely paid by Ian, Makarov began to ask for more. That's enough, old ma. Ian's eyes twitched slightly, and he really wanted to kick this greedy old man into the ditch behind him. You're really going too far, old ma. However, Ian still planned to expand the Fairy Tale Guild. The 15th floor was indeed a bit too much, but the 5th floor was still fine. After all, there were more and more magicians in the guild, and the previous guild was a bit too small, and it was not enough for these children who had become stronger. Time, another half a month passed. Fairy Tale, which was burned to ashes, has been rebuilt with the help of Vlad and various furniture purchased by Ian. However, there is no time to feel sad about the reconstruction of the guild. Next up will be Fairy Tale Guild Autumn 24-hour endurance race. However, before the endurance race began, Vlad left the Fairy Tale Guild and went to the distant Magic Council era. Vlad, have you finally figured it out? In the council, Irene, who is currently the chairman of the council, looked at Vlad, who came late, gently shook the milk in the cup, and spoke elegantly. It's decided. From today on, I will resign from the position of Fairy Tale Guild advisor and serve the Magic Council era wholeheartedly. As you said, at our level, we should not place ourselves in a certain magician guild. We should fight for the kingdom of Fiori and the entire Ishgar continent. Vorold said it with righteousness. Humph. As long as you understand. Eurofheim nodded slightly. In fact, Eurofheim and Haberian had no choice but to call Werold back from Fairy Tale this time. First of all, it was to balance the combat power among the major magician guilds. Werold, a king-level combat power equal to theirs, is too oversized to be placed in these magician guilds. Also, let's say, you, Werold, a 100-year-old man, are still competing with a group of children for tasks. It's not appropriate no matter how you look at it, right? Secondly, Haberian and Eurofheim were indeed too short of manpower. They found under the leadership of the former chairman of the council, Crawford, this council has been full of loopholes. Before entering, they found it hard to believe that this huge council was full of scum who were paid for nothing and parasites who took advantage of their status as a council member to do whatever they wanted. They urgently needed some capable people to help them share the pressure, and among these people, no one was more suitable than Vlad. Yes, this time they won over Vlad. It not only weakened the combat effectiveness of the Fairy Tale Guild, but also strengthened the combat effectiveness of the Magic Council era, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. Of course, they also considered that Vlad would secretly help the Fairy Tale Guild, being in the Magic Council, but his heart was in Fairy Tale. Relying on his status as a council member, he would seek benefits for Fairy Tale. So this time they would transfer Vlad to the east of the Ishgar continent to work, so that Vlad could not interfere in any affairs of Fairy Tale located in the west of the continent. However, what Haberian and Eurofheim didn't know was that there was a gleam of brilliance in the eyes of Vlad in front of him, and he said in his heart, the era erosion plan of the Magic Council has begun. Yes, this time Vlad joined the Magic Council, he shouldered a huge responsibility. The purpose is to cultivate a force in the council that specializes in working for Fairy Tale, so as to ensure that Fairy Tale will not be picked on by the council. Well, Vlad, who just entered the council, has not thought about competing for the chairman of the council. Only, after Vlad joined the council, he waited for 3 years, and 3 years in addition, Vlad joined the council to deal with a person, Preshito, the second-generation president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Vlad knew that Preshito had established the Devil's Heart, but he did not tell Makarov and Mavis. He didn't want to make Makarov and Mavis sad. Preshito, the old bastard, would be dealt with by Vlad. On the other side, with the autumn colors, the Fairy Tale 24-hour endurance race officially began. Ian, Gildarts, and you are ready. Little Angel L slowly moved her waist, she was determined to win the championship. Lacuses, Urza, Myra Jane, and Altair were eager to try. Natsu, Gray, Leon, Elfman, Kana, Lysina, Lucky, and others also refused to give in. The rules are still the same as before, I won't go into details. Everyone has participated in it at least once. You should all know it in your mind. So I repeat again, this is not the Fairy Tale 24-hour fighting meeting of the Magician Guild, not the 24-hour fighting meeting, not the 24-hour fighting meeting. Important things should be said 3 times. So the Fairy Tale Guild 24-hour endurance race is officially open. Makarov held a signal gun in his hand and was about to fire it towards the sky. Ah! Such an interesting activity, why didn't anyone inform me? Just when everyone was eager to try, Irene, wearing sportswear, appeared behind everyone and said with a smile. At the same time, a voice rang in the hearts of all the magicians in the audience. All the magicians present widened their eyes and said in disbelief, Irene is also going to participate in the 24-hour endurance race of the Fairy Tale Guild this year, is it true? Chapter 97 Irene's Flower Sea Temptation. 24-hour endurance race? It's just the interest between Irene and Ian. There's nothing I can do. Since Irene is going to participate. Lakyu says, you have to stop Irene. After all, only a dragon slayer can deal with a dragon slayer. This is common sense in the magic world. After the matter is done, I will give you half of the guild's prize money. Lakyu says, don't let me down, I always believe in you. When you were a child, I treated you well. Gildarts glanced at Irene, with a bit of fear in his expression. It can be said that Gildarts's confidence has been beaten away by Irene. So, Gildarts looked at Lakusis, who was not far away from him, very shamelessly and said so. Hey! You said I should stop Irene. Really? Lakusis, who was suddenly named by Gildarts, was confused. It was true that Gildarts treated him well, but asking him to deal with Irene was definitely a dead end. Although Lakusis had entered the level of the Holy 10. But it was too far away from the field where Irene was, wasn't it? In short, he was a second-generation dragon slayer mage who had not even fully mastered the power of dragons. How could he deal with Irene, the mother of dragon slayer magic? Well, if the mage is divided into game levels. Level 1 is an E-level mage. And so on. Level 2 is D-level. Level 3 is C-level. Level 4 is B-level. Level 5 is A-level. Level 6 is S-level. So Lakusis is currently around level 7. During the Great Magic Tournament, Jura, the ultimate level of a human mage, was level 8. The kings of Ishgar, who were in the non-human realm, were level 9, and the 12 shields of the Albarez Empire were above level 10. So what was Irene's level? Level 91. Acknowledge is level 100. Yes, this is a 100 level system. Let him, a newbie who has just entered the field of magic, to deal with a big man who has practiced for more than 400 years, how can he win? Who gave him the courage to challenge Irene? Was it Fiona Liang who gave him the courage? Irene. That, how should I put it? Although according to the previous requirements, the 24-hour endurance race of the Fairy Tale Guild is a group activity that the president has forced all members of the guild to participate in. But because we need to leave Magnolia Town, so I have reported to President Makarov in advance, and you and Selene don't need to participate, so as not to attract acknowledge. At this time, Ian, who is still Irene's wife, stood up. He looked at Irene with a hint of apology in his eyes and explained. Well, of course it's not because they are all afraid of Irene. After all, if the 24-hour fighting tournament starts, they will only be beaten up unilaterally when facing Irene. They are just thinking about Irene. That's why they don't let Irene participate in the collective activities of the Fairy Tale Guild. It's okay. I will win the game before Acknowledge finds out. However, Ian's words did not dissuade Irene, but instead aroused Irene's competitive spirit. At the same time, Irene said softly in a joyful tone, also, I have good news to tell Ian. From today, Ian doesn't have to worry about Selene for a long time. Because Selene has been in the Eslinden world for too long, the natives of the Alentia world under her command have revolted. I don't know where these natives learned the dragon-killing magic from. They defeated several Cotters under Selene and have already fought to the foot of the Black Moon Mountain. Therefore, Selene had to temporarily return to her old nest in the Alentia world a few days ago, and she couldn't come to the Eslinden world in a short time. She needs to stay in the Alentia world to maintain order. When Irene said this, a smug look flashed in her eyes. Excuse me. Does the uprising of the natives in the Alentia world have anything to do with you, Irene? After a moment of hesitation, Ian seemed to have discovered something incredible. So, where did the natives of the Elentia world learn the dragon-slaying magic? Looking at the three worlds of Eslanden, Elentia, and Edres, it seems that you, Irene, are the only one who can teach others the dragon-slaying magic across the world? Ha ha ha! How could it be possible? Selene and I are good sisters. Maybe there is something special in the world of Elentia that can grow dragon-slaying magic in the desert. Ian, you have to know that the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Irene just chuckled when she heard this, and her laughter was somewhat filled with personal grudges. It really has something to do with you. Ian's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard this, and he spoke like this. At this moment, Ian seemed to have seen the near future when Selene completely suppressed the rebels in the Elentia world and stabilized her own power. The day she returned to the Eslanden world from Elentia was the day when Selene and Irene would go to war again. As expected, Selene and Irene have always been just plastic sisters. It was another day of silent prayer for the residents of Magnolia Town and the people of Fiori Kingdom. Ahem, anyway, the game begins. On the other side, Makarov hesitated for a while, but still pulled the trigger in his hand. With a gunshot, the 24-hour fight of the Fairy Tale X779 of the Magician Guild officially began. Ahem, no, it's the 24-hour endurance race that officially began. Ian, weren't you worried that I would be in danger and attract Acknowledgea if I left Magnolia Town? Erin looked at Ian, with a smile on her bright red lips. Yes, yes. Ian felt Ian's fiery gaze, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I don't know if it was Ian's illusion, but he always felt that something terrible was about to happen. Ian, just rest assured. My life will not be in any danger. Because, as long as I don't leave Magnolia Town, isn't it okay? Erin looked at Ian with a hint of smile in her eyes. Don't leave Magnolia Town. All the fairy tale mages present were stunned. They didn't understand what Irene meant by not leaving Magnolia Town. You know, the next race is a 24-hour endurance race, and you have to run out of the town to reach the foot of the mountain 100 kilometers away. Could it be that Mother is going to use that trick? Just when everyone was puzzled, Urza, as if she had thought of something, her pupils trembled slightly. Erin, you are not going to use. Ian also guessed the magic that Erin was going to use. He was sweating and was rarely at a loss. It seems that Ian, and Urza, you have guessed the magic I am going to use. In this case, let's go over quickly. Erin said, holding the staff in her hand and putting it on the ground with force. Boom! There was a huge roar. The magic power rising from Erin's body instantly enveloped the entire Magnolia Town. No. This magic power is still spreading. To the extent that it has reached the level of covering the entire surface of the Kingdom of Fiori. You must know that the diameter of the Kingdom of Fiori is more than 2,000 kilometers. The entire country is circular, and its land area is close to Australia. It is not an easy task to cover the entire territory of the Kingdom of Fiori with your own magic power. What a huge amount of magic power! Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, widened her eyes in surprise. Although Mavis had seen the top combat power of the continent, such as the Black Mage Ziref, the power displayed by Irene at this moment was far above Ziref. Mavis found that she still underestimated Irene and Shenlong. Ziref, although, I am just a scholar who knows a little about magic, and I am not very good at fighting. Just when everyone was shocked, there was a roar. The entire town of Magnolia had disappeared. In just a moment of days, they had arrived in a snowy mountain. No. Where is this? In the town, when countless townspeople who were planning to go out to sea came to their senses. They found that the pier had disappeared, and even the sea had lost its trace. All they saw was a barren mountain emitting cold and snow. By the way, this is from the west of the Kingdom of Fiori to the east, right? No, where's the sea? Where's such a big sea? The townspeople were dumbfounded. They knew that the Fairy Tale Guild was holding its annual 24-hour fight. They were just planning to leave by boat for a day or two to avoid the danger. When the fairy tale mages had enough trouble, they would come back. As a result, before they set off, not only did their boat disappear, but the sea also disappeared. Is this something a mage can do? Is this a god? Are mages so powerful? Ah! As for the mages of the fairy tale guild, they were no less shocked than the townspeople. They just closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, the green mountains turned into a white expanse. The most shocking thing to them was the countless dragon scales of the flying dragon placed at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, shining under the scorching sun. We are now 150 kilometers away. After Makarov was stunned for a moment, he widened his eyes in shock, opened his mouth as if he could eat half a watermelon in one bite, and his whole spirit was in a state of madness. To be honest, although Makarov had never seen a magician who could teleport 150 kilometers in an instant, he could accept it. But it was the first time he heard of someone who could teleport a town of dozens of square kilometers, including the town's dock, for more than 100 kilometers, and it was even a little hard to accept. Is this still a magician? Is this a god? Even the magicians of the fairy tale guild were so shocked that they couldn't speak after feeling Irene's powerful personal power. Hey! Let's not talk about the other things for now. The scales of the wyvern are just ahead. That is to say, we only need to grab the scales and then return to President Makarov, and we will win, right? Just as everyone was shocked, some of the magicians who participated in this year's 24-hour endurance run found a bright spot and spoke with a little uncertainty. Then what are you waiting for? The war has begun. After a short silence, the magicians rolled up their sleeves and gave it their all. Ice floor. The first to attack was still Grey. He posed a modeling magic posture and attached a layer of ice to everyone's feet at lightning speed. I've been waiting for you. Who knew that the magicians of the fairy tale guild were well prepared? They all changed into skates and were not afraid of the smooth ice under their feet. Damn! Seeing this, Grey couldn't help cursing. Grey, you may be angry, but why are you taking off your clothes? Kana looked at Grey, who was taking off his clothes casually, and said in confusion. Ice Dragon's roar. You attacked Gildarts without any hesitation. Crush! Gildarts faced Uru's sudden and fierce roar. He did not hesitate at all and directly launched the crushing magic, but even so, a layer of frost still attached to the stubble on his chin, and even the cloak he was wearing was frozen stiff. You have become stronger. Gildarts frowned, with a murderous look in his eyes. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Just as when Gildarts was about to attack Uru, Lacuses waved his hand to the sky, released a golden magic circle, and took out a glittering Fang Tianhuaji made entirely of lightning from the magic circle. Lacuses, holding the Fang Tianhuaji, did not hesitate and threw it towards Gildarts like throwing a javelin. Boom! The terrifying Fang Tianji had a series of frictions with the air, igniting endless sparks. Oh! I said, Uru, how dare you challenge me? It turns out you found a helper. Facing Lacuses' Fang Tianji, Gildarts just waved his hand gently towards the sky, and the atmosphere and Lacuses' Fang Tianji were shattered together, turning into countless lightning and leading into the mud on the ground. Uru did find helpers. But we will unite to deal with you in advance. Gildarts, have you ever thought about it in advance? At this time, Urza walked towards Gildarts with a sharp blade in her hand. Beside Urza, there was also a human like Ellie. Receive magic Deliara's soul. Beside Urza and Ellie, Myra Jane completely received Deliara's soul. Although Myra Jane could not exert Deliara's full strength, in a short period of time, the combat power of the demons that could match the Holy Ten was enough to distract Gildarts' attention. Sorry. Uncle Gildarts. For victory, you can only be sniped. At this time, Urusha twisted her hips and walked towards Gildarts. Her immature body has developed very well, and under the tights, it is outlined thoroughly, which makes people think about it. However, none of the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild and the townspeople of Magnolia dared to provoke this ice rose, not only because Ursha's mother was Ur of the Holy Ten. Also, although the rose is beautiful, it is covered with thorns. Is it troublesome? Gildarts couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. He didn't expect that Ur could join hands with Urza, Lachesis, Ellie, Myra Jane and Ursha, the S-class magicians and S-class candidates of the guild, to deal with him. Of course, Gildarts was not afraid. Lachesis, Myra Jane and Urza were the little ones who had not grown up. What really troubled Gildarts was Ellie, the real dragon. Well, Gildarts had no confidence that he could defeat Ellie. On the other side, Ian stopped Ellie alone. Ian, tell me, is the 24-hour endurance race champion more important? Or am I more important? Irene was lying in the sea of flowers, barefoot as white as jade, looking at Ian with a teasing and blurred look, and said so. Hee. Today's game ends here. Ian just sneered, using this kind of thing to test cotters? Which cotter can withstand such a test? Isn't this asking him to betray his faith? Thinking so, Ian carried Irene from the flowers and strode towards the town of Magnolia. Well, what 24-hour endurance race? It's just a part of the fun between Ian and Irene. On the other side, Spirit Peak embraces the bellows of Hades. Ale touched the ground with both hands and activated her secret. Boom! For a moment, the ground began to shake continuously. The terrifying impact came from the Earth's crust and attacked Gildarts. Its power is more than 10 times that of the ultimate super magic, Ringing Rich Prison, which is mastered by Jura and can hardly be used in actual combat. It requires a certain amount of power to use. Crush! Gildart's eyes were shining, and he burst out with terrifying magic power. The terrifying magic power rushed into the sky, making his figure looming in the virtual. Then, Gildarts used Crush on the earth, which was enough to destroy everything, and even turned the vibration from the earth's crust into nothingness. However, the collision of magic between Gildarts and Ellie detonated the snow-capped mountains not far away, causing an avalanche of snow on the mountains, turning into an endless white wave, swallowing the mages of the Fairy Tale Guild and the town of Magnolia behind the Fairy Tale Guild. Really? Makarov said in horror when he saw this. The second update, 5,000 words. The picture of the Sea of Flowers did not pass the review. Chapter 98 Dragon Slayer Gildarts? Gildarts, how can crushing be as useful as Dragon Slayer magic? Oh no, it's an avalanche. I'm going to die. When countless mages of the Fairy Tale Guild saw the avalanche attacking everyone not far away, they all panicked and shouted in horror. Although everyone knew that facing an avalanche of natural disaster level, they had torn away, but the snowflakes in all directions make them wonder where to run to. It seems that no matter where they run to, it is not very safe at this moment. At this critical moment, accompanied by a powerful magic, Makarov, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, stood up. He turned into a giant several dozen meters tall and held the guild's magicians in his arms. But even Makarov, facing this avalanche hundreds of meters high, couldn't help but sweat a little on his forehead, and comforted the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, who he regarded as children in his arms, no matter what. I won't let you get hurt, President. The magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild, feeling Makarov's deep love for them, wiped their tears and were moved to a mess. Crush! Then, Gildarts, who had caused the avalanche, cast his own crushing magic directly at the avalanche that was smashing towards them like a tsunami boom. Accompanied by endless roars, the sea of snow, along with the high mountains thousands of meters high and stretching for dozens of miles in the distance, were shattered into countless fragments. Well, the court mage who was responsible for drawing the topographic map of the kingdom of Fiori was so angry that he almost cursed, "Give me back my mountain! Bastard! You know, with your casual attack, I will not only be fined, but also have to remeasure the terrain and draw the map. The snow, the avalanche has stopped. That's great. As expected of Gildarts. Too powerful. Yet. He's not at the same level as us. But, no matter how you look at it. Isn't this a bit too much? By the way, President Makarov. If I remember correctly, that mountain range just now should be private, right? Are we sure we don't need compensation? The mages of the Fairy Tale Guild who were held in Makarov's arms whispered at this moment. Woo. Stop talking, really stop talking. I've already started crying. Makarov, who turned into a giant, wiped his tears, leaving behind tears as big as a bucket. On the other side, the battle continued. For the Fairy Tale Guild, this group of S-level and S-level candidate mages, the avalanche just now can only be said to be a small episode in the battle. This can't stop them from fighting. In X779, the title of the 24-hour endurance fighting king of the Mage Guild Fairy Tale. In fact, Makarov could have turned into a giant of hundreds of meters and calmed it down by himself. The reason why he turned into a giant of dozens of meters was to play a pitiful role and let these monsters in the guild stop their fight, but unfortunately he failed. The battle begins. Change. Armor of the Wise Dragon. Change. Holy Sword. After Gildarts burst out with brilliant magic power and began to go all out. Iluza's eyes condensed slightly, and she also put on her most powerful armor at present. This is the top-level armor that Irene personally went to the northern continent of Kurtana to collect dragon scales from those dragons, and it took a year to create. As for the Holy Sword in Urza's hand, it is a national magic tool of a top magic kingdom on the western continent of Alakadacia that was destroyed and annexed by the Albarez Empire. Its name is the Holy Sword Excalibur. In this form, Urza is heroic and valiant, releasing terrifying magic power all over her body. The holy sword in her hand is shining in the sun. The terrifying magic power from the earth, the atmosphere, and the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind that make up the world is constantly approaching Urza. Excalibur. When Urza's magic power reached its peak, she instantly swung down the holy sword in her hand. The terrifying slash at this moment cut through the sky and the earth, turning into a huge light cannon, attacking Gildarts. Ha ha ha. Come on. Gildarts laughed wildly at this, and he was just excited. With Urza's magic power that rivaled the 10 holy mages, and the complementary power of the top magic device in her hand, she even burst out a force that was enough to compete with Jura's full-strength roaring Fuyu during the great magic fighting exercise. No, it was even better than Jura's roaring Fuyu. Even compared to the Fairy's Glory, one of the 3 major magics of Fairy Tale performed by Kana during the great exercise, it was not much worse. If converted into the value of the MPT test, it would definitely be above the off-the-chart 9999. There is no doubt that this light cannon is of super magic level. Unfortunately, Gildarts is stronger. Facing the light cannon that Urza released with all her strength, Gildarts waved his hand and released the shattering magic instantly, completely crushing the light and turning it into starlight. Ice Dragon's Collapse Fist. Without waiting for Gildarts to rest, Uru had already taken the opportunity to get in front of Gildarts. The biting cold seemed to freeze the entire space. The cold magic gathered in front of her, forming a magic circle with a dragon head printed on it, carrying infinite power, and hit Gildarts. Ha ha, Uru. Gildarts sneered, as if he had already prepared a means to deal with it. The Underworld Dragon's Collapse Fist. Without waiting for Gildarts to think more, the little angel Alii flashed out from behind Uru, and she and Uru formed a diagonal pincer attack. She clenched her right hand into a fist and punched Gildarts hard. For the Dragon Slayer magician, whether it is the Iron Fist of X-Dragon or the Collapsing Fist of X-Dragon, it is a powerful magic that needs to be studied hard. But for the real dragons, after they are born, they rely on their most primitive hunting instincts to punch the enemy hard, which is already the top collapsing fist in the Dragon Slayer magic. Dragon Slayer secret, Thunderbolt. Except for Ellie and Ulu. Behind Gildarts, Lachesis turned into a golden lightning and came over at a faster speed. When Ellie and Ulu attracted Gildarts' attention, he launched a sneak attack on Gildarts. Lachesis bet everything on this attack. A huge amount of magic power gathered in Lachesis' right arm. This was the final secret he realized after entering the Gate of the Holy Ten. It combined the speed, fierceness, power, and invulnerability of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. It was Thunderbolt, the secret of Thunder Dragon Slayer. Sugh. Except for Ellie, Ulu, and Ulu. Mirage, who completely received the soul of Deliura and barely joined the ranks of the Holy Ten, gathered all his magic power in his abdomen and released it towards Gildarts. For a moment, Gildarts was facing 3 giant dragons and a demon. At this moment, Gildarts was besieged by 12 shields, a front-rank King of Heaven, and 2 Holy Ten Magisters. Even if he was as strong as Gildarts, he should have retreated when facing such a combination. At least, it should have been like this. Hee. In response, Gildarts, who should have chosen to retreat under this high pressure, suddenly sneered, his eyes flashed with scarlet light, and sneered, "Hey, hey, hey! Since when did you have the illusion that only you can use killing magic? Hey!" As Gildarts' voice fell, the faces of Lachesis, Ellie, and Uru, who were close to Gildarts, all changed. A little cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They thought to themselves that it was not good, and said loudly, "Could it be that Gildarts, you are also?" Boom! Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Gildarts waved his hand and released the crushing force towards the ground. The terrifying force directly tore the earth apart. The powerful magic blasted away Lachesis, Ellie, and Uru who were close to him. Even Myra Jane, who was slightly farther away from Gildarts, was affected by this force and was forced to withdraw from the posture of complete reception. Yes, the aftermath of Gildarts' magic explosion alone was enough to force Myra to withdraw from her receiving mode. This is the true strength of Gildarts. What is this magic? When Gildarts was about to go all out, the faces of Ellie, Uru, and others all changed. Because they felt a strong sense of threat from Gildarts. The only person who can give a top Dragon Slayer magician such a sense of threat is a dragon. Only the existence of the same level. That is, the Dragon Slayer magician. Gildarts, you. Arisa raised her eyebrows slightly, and she looked at Gildarts with a bit of inquiry. As I said before, in the entire Fairy Tale Guild, the only people who can teach others Dragon Slayer magic are Irene, the mother of Dragon Slayer magic, and her father Ian. But no matter who Gildarts learned magic from, it is equivalent to lowering his status by 1 level. For example, since Uru learned Dragon Slayer magic from Irene, Urza is already at the same level as Uru in terms of seniority, and 1 generation higher than Grey, Leon, and Arusha. Iluza, well. My seniority is all due to my companions. I didn't take Ian as my master. I used my signature skill, the highest level magic, Crush, to exchange with Ian for the Dragon Slayer magic. After all, if you don't know how to use Dragon Slayer magic, you can't cause damage to the dragons, and you can't complete the 100 Years quest, right? Gildarts naturally heard the hidden meaning of Urza's words, and he immediately emphasized. Well, how can Crush magic be as lucky as Dragon Slayer magic? At the same time, even though Gildarts has understood the difficulty of the 100 Years quest, at this moment, Gildarts still can't forget the 100 Years quest. How to say it? For Gildarts, a bohemian, freedom-loving, natural adventurer. If he is not allowed to try the 100 Years quest, he will really feel uncomfortable. So everyone, the second stage has begun. Gildarts said, and directly activated the power of the dragon. Just look, the majestic magic power roared out from Gildarts' body, and the dragon seed in his body, like being injected with a large amount of fertilizer, sprouted instantly. And it grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it turned into a towering tree, with the level of the Dragon Slayer mage next. Gildarts, who has just started learning Dragon Slayer magic, has already surpassed the Black Dragon Slayer riders, a cadre of Diabolos, the Dragon Devourer Guild in Kiltana, the northern continent. Even when he faced the Dragon Devourer Guild's president, Jurg Lesson, he could fight a few moves. It can even be said that they were on par. Such strength is enough for Gildarts to roam across the Ishgar continent. Even in Kiltana, the northern continent, he can stand at the top under the Dragon God. This is the combat power that Gildarts, who has been properly trained, should have when he is in his 40s. There is no doubt that Gildarts' strength has completely surpassed the general 12 shields, second only to the 2 pillars of the Empire. It's bad. Seeing this, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Gildarts' powerful strength at this moment is only one step away from dragonization. Facing a Dragon Slayer magician of this level, if Elle does not use the dragon body, she has almost no chance of winning. After all, the human posture of a dragon is completely different from the posture of a dragon. Boom! Gildarts did not hesitate at all, and flew towards Uru and others like a ghost, approaching them. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Gildarts chose to attack the most powerful opponent among them, Aile. He waved his fist with the power of dragon, and said in a steady and loud voice, "Dragon slaying secret, everything shattered." Boom! This is the combination of dragon slaying magic and crushing magic. When the crushing magic, which is difficult to produce an effect on a dragon with high magic resistance, is combined with the dragon slaying magic, the power of this magic has grown to a level that is enough to pose a huge threat to the dragon. It is also a very dangerous magic for the dragon. Boom! Facing Gildarts' powerful blow, Ellie subconsciously put her arms in front of her, but even so, she was still knocked out by Gildarts, turning into a meteor and smashing heavily into the distant mountains. Next, after knocking Ellie away, Gildarts turned around silently and looked at Lachesis not far away. Shit! Lachesis felt his scalp tingling and his heart chilled just by looking at Gildarts. At the same time, a huge word of danger rose in the depths of Lachesis' heart. Boom! Before Lachesis could think more, Gildarts' fist had already landed in front of him. From Lachesis' perspective, when Gildarts swung his fist, it seemed as if the whole world had been paused. Under Gildarts' powerful momentum, he could hardly escape, and couldn't even move. And Gildarts' fist, like a scene in a movie, hit his cheek frame by frame, and a huge word danger kept echoing in Lachesis' mind. Lachesis knew that as long as he was hit by Gildarts' punch, he would definitely faint. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. Lachesis, including the ground under Lachesis' feet, and the forest behind him, were all blown into the sky by Gildarts' punch. As for Lachesis himself, at this moment, as he expected, he fainted completely, like a doll abandoned by its owner and completely broken, falling heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Next, Gildarts said, looking at Myra Jane not far away. Myra Jane trembled. Even Lachesis was defeated, what chance did she have of winning? Before Myra Jane could think about it, Gildarts appeared in front of her as if he had teleported. Woo-woo! Myra Jane was frightened by the sudden appearance of Gildarts and squeezed out a few tears. She even forgot how to resist. Ding! Gildarts did not show any mercy. He swung his fist and hit Mirajana's cheek. Myra Jane was so scared that she immediately blocked her arm in front of her and closed her eyes tightly. Hee hee! Gildarts could not help but chuckle. His fist stopped the moment it approached Mirajana's cheek. He stretched out 2 fingers, came to Mirajana's smooth forehead, and then flicked it hard. Tang! With a sound, Mirajana's forehead became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The force was just right, making her lose her fighting power. Next, It's you and Arusha. After Gildarts dealt with Myra Jane, he turned around and looked at you and Arusha, mother and daughter, not far away. I surrender. Urusha surrendered directly. Urusha's personality has always been like this. It's okay to win or lose. Well, it's just a bad personality. How can I surrender like this? Uru is completely different from Arusha. She is full of passion and is a passionate young man. Whether she can win or not, she has to fight first, right? Dragon Slayer Secret. Uru turned into a shadow and took the initiative to attack Gildarts. Perhaps it's because it's very cold here. Under this extreme weather, Uru's strength seems to have improved to a certain extent. Especially when Uru used Dragon Slayer magic moment. Although they are all at the level of King of Heaven. But the King of Heaven who uses killing magic is not at the same level as those who use conventional magic. In other words, although Uru is currently the third among the 10 holy magisters from the official perspective of the Magic Council era, her actual combat power has reached the level of the first. Neither Urufhaim nor Habarian are Uru's opponents in actual combat. Unfortunately, Uru's opponent is a being above the 10 holy magisters. Gildarts Cleves, the most powerful mage in the Ishgar continent. Crush! Gildarts waved his hand and shattered the magic circle in front of Uru, along with the Dragon Slayer secret that Uru had not yet used, into countless magic fragments. Ah! At this moment, Uru showed the same shocked expression as Brunato, who used all his magic power to release super magic when the Devil's Heart invaded in the S-Class Magician Assessment chapter in the original book, but was easily crushed by Gildarts. Uru finally understood something at this moment, and she thought to herself, it turns out that magic can be interrupted. Boom! Before Uru thought about it, Gildarts's fist had already fallen. With Uru's coat flying into the sky, she completely lost her fighting power. Well, the duel between masters is so simple and unpretentious. Next, you are the only one left, Urza. After Gildarts defeated the team of S-Class magicians and S-Class candidates who attacked him in this 24-hour endurance race with just a few moves, he looked at Urza, the team leader. Well, the strength Gildarts showed at this moment. Completely not on the same level as other S-Class magicians in the guild. That is overwhelmingly powerful. Although everyone is an S-Class magician of the Fairy Tale Guild, it's like some people get 100 points because the full score of the test paper is 100 points, and some people get 100 points because they can only get 100 points. Gildarts is so powerful. How strong is the father who defeated Gildarts on Tenro Island? Urza muttered to herself with cold sweat on her forehead. I don't know how strong Ian is. That kid is very cunning, he always likes to keep a hand. But there is one thing I know very well. He is at least far better than all of you combined. Gildarts gave the answer after hearing this. Well, in Gildarts' eyes, the sense of oppression brought by Ian is greater than that of the human-formed Ellie, Uru who practiced dragon-slaying magic, Lacuses and Urza who were at the Holy 10 level, and Ursha and Myra Jane who barely reached the Holy 10 level. Boom! Just when Urza was alone and at a loss facing Gildarts. Infinite magic power erupted from not far from where Gildarts and Urza were. What is this? Gildarts and Urza felt this terrifying magic power and their faces suddenly changed. They subconsciously looked back and saw Ellie, who was wrapped in magic all over her body. Gildarts! Ellie let out a series of dragon roars, and she seemed to be calling Gildarts' name. In fact, Ellie had long forgotten how long it had been since she was beaten by someone. Gildarts's fist directly made Ellie burn with her desire to win. So, accompanied by a huge magic circle. When everyone looked back, Ellie's figure had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a huge demon fox with a huge body and 6 tails behind it. No, this is not a demon fox. It's a real dragon. Trouble. Gildarts looked at Ellie who had completely transformed into a dragon, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. To be honest, he was not prepared to fight a dragon at all. Boom! Before Gildarts was ready, Ellie had spread her wings and came to Gildarts at lightning speed. Oops! Gildarts secretly cried out that it was not good, and his eyes were fixed on Ellie's dragon arms, which were slightly thick for humans. Boom! Unfortunately, Gildarts had taken the wrong precautions from the beginning. There was a hint of contempt in Elle's eyes, and the tail behind her was like a whip, cutting through the air and whipping Gildarts. Bang! A sound rang out. Gildarts was like a spinning top, spinning at high speed towards the sky. Chapter 99 The 10 Holy Magisters? Sorry, this is the entry standard for participating in the Fairy Tale S-Class Magister Assessment. Gildarts actually practiced dragon-slaying magic. Selene, Irene, Ian, Elle, you, Urza, Lacuses, Natsu, Wendy. Our Fairy Tale Guild is almost a dragon's nest. Besides, magic is free. Each kind of magic is unique and has different charms. They come from our hearts, they are the power of the mind. By the way, what's so good about this extermination magic? Let you all put down your original magic and practice it. When Makarov found out that Gildarts had secretly practiced extermination magic, he was immediately furious, frowning and saying angrily, "No, if someone else said this, it would be fine. But President Makarov, you are a guy who secretly asked Senior Irene and President Mavis to help you practice the extermination magic, how can you have the face to say this? Do you really think that everyone doesn't know about the despicable things you did? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself." In response, Makeo and Wakaba, the old live treasures, didn't give Makarov, the president, any face at all, and complained loudly. "Hate it! How can you say that to others? How can a magician's pursuit of magic be considered sneaky?" Makarov's old face flushed when he heard this. Well, giant magic has its limits. From today on, Makarov will no longer be a giant, he will be a titan. Just like I said, any kind of magic in this world has its own unique charm. And the unique charm of the killing magic is that it is really suitable for fighting. More suitable for fighting than any other magic in this world. Makarov whispered. Among the magicians of the same level, the magicians who master the killing magic are the leaders in combat power. The killing magician is undoubtedly the king among the magicians of the same department, and can even often fight across levels. These are difficult for other magic to do. So, in order to quickly catch up with the children in the guild, at least not to be left too far behind by the stinky boys in the guild, he shamelessly practiced the most suitable magic for him, the killing magic. The giant's magic of killing gods is Titan God. Well, the Fairy Tale Guild has almost become the home of killing magicians. Of course, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dragon's nest. The whole guild is full of little dragons. You practice dragon killing magic, I practice god killing magic, and we all have a bright future. It is not an exaggeration to say that Fairy Tale is the Castle Academy of the Ishgar world. After that, it was the next morning. The Fairy Tale Guild 24-hour endurance race officially ended. On the bumpy ground, there were a lot of fairy tales lying on the ground. The magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Except for the S-Class magicians and S-Class candidates who were defeated by Gildarts. Natsu, Gray, Leon, Elfman, Freed, Bigusro, and Albagreen all died together. As for Kana, Wakaba and Makeo, the two old bitches, had been eyeing Kana, the previous champion, from the beginning. The final result was that Kana defeated the two old bitches alone and finally lay down exhausted. So, the winner of the Fairy Tale Guild X779 24-hour endurance race is Wendy Mabel. Runner-up Xiaolulu. Third place Habi. Well, the cutest trio of the Fairy Tale Guild successfully won the reward of the 24-hour endurance race. As for the reason why Wendy and others won? The answer is very simple. Although the Fairy Tale Guild is full of scumbags, they are justified in being scumbags. They can't do anything to little girls and cats, the two cutest things in the world. The reward belongs to you. Makarov handed the 1 million J symbolizing the championship to Wendy. President Makarov, this money is really too much for me. I'd better give it back to you. Or give it to someone who needs it more. Wendy blushed. It was the first time she saw so much money, and it was also the first time someone gave her so much money. It really made her a little embarrassed. No. These are what you deserve. Makarov looked at the cute, sensible, light and soft Wendy in front of him, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. If the magicians of the fairy tale guild were as sensible as Wendy, why would he have to write more than 1 million words of self-criticism every year? Although they are all girls, the gap between people is really big. In his heart, Makarov secretly named Urza, Myra Jane and others. But Wendy's expression still carried a hint of hesitation, and she seemed to have not thought it through. Wendy, since this is the bonus you won with your strength, you should keep it well. Xiaolulu looked at the hesitant Wendy and said so. Well, then. Wendy finally accepted the huge sum of money. Alas! Xiaolulu sighed helplessly. Wendy has joined the fairy tale guild for more than half a year, but she still hasn't changed her mindset. So don't you understand? In the fairy tale guild, where the strong prey on the weak, you must show your strength. Although, in Xiaolulu's opinion, Wendy's cute appearance is Wendy's strongest point. I want to buy a lot of dried fish. Happy held tightly in his hand the 100,000 J reward he received as the third place. His saliva kept flowing from the corners of his mouth, one drop after another tick falling on the ground. Humph! This male cats are so disgusting. Xiaolulu frowned when she saw this. Anyway, let me record this scene. Ridasuhyuna thought, opened the canvas, and drew Wendy, Xiaolulu, and Habi. After all, these three people are so cute. If this scene is not recorded, it would be a pity. Ah, tired. After Ridasuhyuna drew the appearance of Wendy and others, he looked at his work, his expression was slightly stunned, and he couldn't help but sighed, I accidentally drew Wendy as a goddess. But there is no way, who made Wendy so cute? Oh, right. By the way, the reason why Urza and Elle failed to win the 24-hour endurance race was because they had long forgotten the rules of the game and teamed up to beat up Gildarts. Although, in the later stage, Gildarts did not fight back. On the other side, Ian's 24-hour endurance race was also over. Well, this is the real 24-hour endurance race. At this moment, Ian looked like a dried corpse that had been sucked dry by a vampire or zombie, and the whole person seemed to have lost more than 10 pounds. Oh, I'm full. On the contrary, Irene looked radiant, and exceptionally beautiful. In that case, send the fairy tale guild back. Irene said, launching her own magic. Boom! Accompanied by roars. The entire Magnolia town returned to its original place faster than when it came. Finally back. The townspeople of Magnolia, who had originally put on down jackets and cotton-padded clothes to prepare for winter, wiped their tears and flashed with relief in their eyes after finding that the snow and wind had finally disappeared and replaced by an endless ocean. Back. Everything they lost is finally back. Really, they were so moved. Originally, they had planned to live in the east of Fiori Kingdom for the rest of their lives. By the way, the Fairy Tale Guild, this year's 24-hour fight is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Indeed. A fight is so exaggerated. I really can't imagine what these guys are going to do with this year's Harvest Festival. In response to this, the townspeople of Magnolia, who were severely persecuted by the Fairy Tale Guild, sat together and chatted. These fairy tale mages held an annual fight meeting, and moved the Fairy Tale Guild, along with the entire Magnolia town, from the west to the east of the Kingdom of Fiori. According to the past experience of these townspeople, every year, the Fairy Tale Harvest Festival is more lively than the fight meeting. Who knows where Fairy Tale will hold the Harvest Festival this time? Is it going to an alien planet? Or the legendary other world? In short, the townspeople of Magnolia only hope that the Fairy Tale mages can be honest, and they really can't make trouble anymore. So, the time came 2 weeks later. October 7th. The whole town of Magnolia is full of joy celebrating the Rare Harvest Festival. However, if you look closely, you will find that the townspeople of Magnolia have a haze in their eyes. They look frightened and are on guard against the magicians of Fairy Tale. However, the more surprising thing is, today, the whole Fairy Tale is extremely quiet. To be precise, since the end of the fighting tournament in the beginning of autumn, the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild have been much quieter. In the hospital of the Fairy Tale Guild. You guys are really... How did you get your body like this? It has been half a month. But Lacuses, Guildarts, and others have not been discharged from the hospital. They are all bandaged and lying on the bed. As for the other magicians in the guild, they are not much stronger. Everyone has more or less bandages on their bodies. Well, as expected, the biggest copy of the Fairy Tale Guild is not the external enemy, but the civil war. It seems that the Harvest Festival this year can't hold a big parade. Makarov looked at the magicians lying in the guild and said weakly. So, next year's fighting meeting. I mean, why don't we postpone the 24-hour endurance race to after the Harvest Festival, and hold it in October or November in the autumn and winter season? How about it? In any case, we can't affect the Harvest Festival of all the townspeople of Magnolia Town because of our Fairy Tale's traditional meeting, right? Ian thought for a while with dark circles under his eyes, then looked at Makarov and asked. It can only be done this way. Makarov nodded slightly after hearing this. Indeed, the Harvest Festival is the most important thing anyway. After all, it is a rare day for the Fairy Tale Guild to open to the outside world. It is also a rare day to promote the world's best wizard guild, Fairy Tale. However, this year, because of the fighting competition it was the sequelae of the 24-hour endurance race, it had to be cancelled. Makarov, I'll say it again. Don't bother me about anything related to you wizards in the future. On the other side, Ms. Polishika, who had finished applying medicine to everyone, walked in front of Makarov. She frowned tightly, with a bit of disgust in her eyes, and warned Makarov coldly. Okay, Polishika. Got it, Polishika. In response, Makarov squeezed out a smile on his old face, and he raised his hand to guarantee. However, everyone knew that Makarov didn't listen to what Polishika said at all. You guy. In response, Polishika glared at Makarov fiercely. Then, he left angrily. Makarov and Ian seemed to have gotten used to this. They smiled and didn't take Polishika's anger to heart. Well, Polishika was so arrogant. Although she said that she didn't plan to care about the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild, she was always the first to come when Fairy Tale encountered something. The aura on her body is similar to that of Grandine. At the same time, Wendy blinked her big eyes and looked at Polishika curiously. She felt the aura of her mother, Tianlong Grandine, from Polishika. I'm not Grandine. Just when Wendy was talking to herself, Polishika seemed to hear Wendy's murmur. She turned around and looked at Wendy fiercely, saying coldly. Woo-woo. Yes. Sorry. Wendy was startled and bowed to Polishika to apologize. Humph. In response, Polishika snorted coldly and walked towards the hospital gate. However, if you look closely, you can see the deep maternal love in Polishika's eyes, as well as a touch of pity and worry for Wendy. Hey! You scared Wendy? At this time, Xiaolulu put her hands on her waist and shouted at Polishika. Polishika said nothing and left without saying anything. It's okay, Xiaolulu, I said the wrong thing, it has nothing to do with Polishika. Wendy stretched out her soft little hand, pulled Xiaolulu, and said softly without staring at her little head. After leaving the hospital, Polishika walked alone on the street, as if she was talking to someone, or as if she was talking to herself. Hey! That child is too young, isn't she? Are you really at ease leaving her alone in the Magister Guild, such a dangerous place? Magisters are accompanied by death. Also, since you are guarding the child near her, why not confess to the child? The child has been looking for you all the time. Don't you think she is too pitiful? Even if you are not a human, but a legendary dragon, you can't play with humans like this, right? Forget it, I have no right to say anything about you. At this moment, the one who is communicating with Polishika is Polishika from the Eslanden world. As mentioned before, the three worlds of Eslanden, Ilentia, and Edlas are control groups for each other, and each world has similar isotopes. And Polishika, like Mist Gang, was originally from the magic-free world, the Edlas world. Therefore, Polishika also has an isotope in Eslanden. It's just that in this world, the name of Polishika has changed. Even the species has changed, and its name is Sky Dragon Grandine. This is also the main reason why Wendy felt a similar smell to Sky Dragon Grandine on Polishika. Next, time flies. It's November in a blink of an eye. As the weather gradually cools down, the entire Fairy Tale Guild is busy. Strange, what's going on? After getting up, Wendy and Xiaolulu walked into the lobby of the Fairy Tale Guild. She looked at the busy magicians in the guild with confusion. Well, since Wendy won the first place in the Fairy Tale Guild's 24-hour endurance race in X779, which is this year, and won a reward of 1 million J, she has lived in the women's dormitory of the Fairy Tale Guild. After all, always disturbing Ian makes Wendy feel guilty. Although, Ian doesn't care about these. Because that is coming. As Wendy asked, Noblazaro, who always stood in front of the guild's task board, constantly looking for tasks but rarely set out, looked at Wendy and gave the answer. Which one is that? Wendy was curious and didn't understand what Noblazaro said at all. That is the most important event of the Fairy Tale Guild every year, the S-Class Mage Assessment. Nob answered after hearing that. Hey! The most important event of the Fairy Tale Guild every year, the S-Class Mage Assessment. Wendy's eyes widened and she was shocked after hearing that. That's right. Nob nodded vigorously and said so. Because every year, the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Mage Assessment is not only related to the strength of the mage, but also to the mage's annual completion rate of tasks. So, every November is the busiest time for the guild's magicians. Everyone is looking forward to participating in the S-level assessment and eventually passing the assessment to become the guild's S-level magician. When Nob said this, a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. Well, even Nob hoped that one day he might become one of the S-level magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild. S-level magician. Although Wendy has joined the Fairy Tale Guild for a long time, she doesn't know much about the structure of the guild. She only knows that the S-level magicians of the guild seem to be different from other magicians, but she doesn't know what the difference is. Anyway, let me tell you. There are a total of 4 S-class mages in the guild. They are Ian, Guildarts Cleves, Uru Milkovich, and Urzabels Arian. These 4 people represent the highest combat power of the Fairy Tale Guild. They are also the candidates for the next president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Not really, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild can only be Makarov. Among them, Uru is a strong man who has the same title as our guild's president Makarov and is one of the 10 great mages of the Holy Land. But in my opinion, she can only be ranked 3rd in our guild's combat power rankings, because Guildarts and Ian are too strong. Noblazaro paused slightly when he said this. Next, it's the S-class candidates of the guild. They are the closest to the S-class magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild, and their strength is also top-notch. They are Lakusis Dolia, Urusha Milkovich, and Myra Jane Strauss. Oh, yes, there is also Urza's sister El Belzarian. Among them, El is an S-class magician candidate of the Fairy Tale Guild. However, she has the strength that is not inferior to the S-class magicians in the guild. She is undoubtedly a monster level, and is also the top seed among the S-class magician candidates who participated in the S-class assessment of the guild this year. She is a super hot favorite. Of course, strength alone is not enough. Speaking of strength, Lacuses should have passed the guild's S-class assessment last year. On the basis of strength, some luck is also needed. Noblezaro put his arms around him and said a lot to Wendy. He obviously has a lot of insights into the assessment of the Fairy Tale Guild. Thank you, Mr. Noblezaro, who is suitable to be a waiter of Fairy Tale. In response, Wendy bowed deeply to Noblezaro and thanked him. Waiter. Noblezaro was immediately broken when he heard this. At the same time, the S-level candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild named by Noblezaro. Boom. Lacuses was sitting under the waterfall, constantly training his magic and body. After Lacuses had a series of sparring with Uru and Guildarts, his magic and physical strength were rising sharply. It has even reached the level of Joseph Pola, a senior Saint 10 during the timeline of the beginning of the plot, when Phantom and Fairy Tale were fighting. However, even so, Lacuses still did not have a 100% chance of passing the Fairy Tale Guild S-level magician assessment this year. Lacuses, you must cheer up. Outside the waterfall, Fried, Begusro, and Alba Green, 3 members of the Thunder Gods, are constantly waving their fists to cheer for Lacuses. By the way, the strength of the 3 members of the Thunder Gods, including their magic eyes, are all at the level of A-level magicians, and Fried's strength has even reached the level of senior A-level. With this kind of strength, in a general magician guild, it is a solid S-level candidate, but in the Fairy Tale Guild, S-level is a long way off for Fried. For at least 10 years, Fried can't see the hope of promotion, and there is no way to queue up. The Fairy Tale Guild lacks everything, but it does not lack strong people. Finally caught up. At the same time, in a land of ice and snow, Ultia's magic power suddenly erupted, and the terrifying power seemed to freeze everything around her. Well, with the help of Uru, the king level, Arusha finally broke through the level that had been hindering her before the start of this year's S-level magician and reached the Holy 10 level. On the other side, a mountain range hundreds of kilometers away from the Fairy Tale Guild. A huge beast was walking across the mountain range. It was the king of this magical beast mountain range, and it had been invincible here for many years. Any magician who challenged it would eventually die in its hands. As for today, another blind guy came to die. It's this guy, right? Across from the beast, a seemingly ordinary little girl with white hair and beautiful face moved her body slightly. Then she launched her magic, and she was confident in her expression, and said softly, "Completely receive the soul of Deliara." Boom! With a burst of extremely strong magic power, the demon that had dominated the Ishgar continent for hundreds of years appeared in front of the king of monsters in a remote corner of the kingdom of Fiori. The giant monster was stunned. If he had wisdom and could speak human language, he would definitely say in confusion, "Ah? Really, I fight Deliara. It is a national and regional boss, and it encountered a continental boss." A few hours later, Mirage, who borrowed the power of Deliara, successfully defeated the huge body in the distance, exuding infinite power Beast King. Well, Mirage, this bad boy, secretly accepted the S-level mission without Makarov's knowledge. Fortunately, in the Fairy Tale Guild, after countless hellish battles and with the help of the magic developer, Myra Jane gained strength several levels stronger than in the original work. She met the Beast King 3 years earlier and defeated it personally without any accidents. With Mirajana's current strength, there is only one person in the entire Ishgar continent who can threaten her existence, apart from the invincible Black Dragon King Aknowledja. The only ones left are the Evil Magic Council, the Devil's Heart, the Gate of Hades, and the companions in the Fairy Tale Guild. Hey! Mirage moved her neck, making a crisp crunch sound. She raised a sneer and muttered to herself, with my current magic power, I can receive Deliara's soul almost 24 hours a day. When I receive Deliara's soul, my strength will definitely not be weaker than the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Yes, although Mirage's magic power is only at the top S level. But as a receiving magician, she has unique advantages that other magicians do not have. That is, Mirage's combat power, in addition to being related to her own magic power, will change with the strength of the demon soul she receives. Elfman received the soul of the Beast King and went back. This time we must make Urza look good. After Mirage moved her stiff body, she gave orders to her brother Elfman, who was not far away, in a commanding tone. Okay, sister. Hearing this, Elfman approached the half-dead Beast King who had been beaten unilaterally by Myra Jane in Deliara's posture for several hours. A touch of pity and sympathy flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to have a resonance with the soul of the Beast King. Chapter 100 The S-Level Magician Assessment officially begins. Irene and Selene announced to participate in the assessment. Roar! When Elfman successfully received the soul of the Beast King with the help of Myra Jane, the memory of the Beast King in his life flashed in his mind. It seemed that Elfman had turned into a powerful Beast King, wreaking havoc in the forest northeast of the kingdom of Fiori, invincible. Whether it was the magic beasts in the forest, the army sent by the nearby lords, or the magicians who were ordered to attack it, they were not its opponents. In just a moment, Elfman was swallowed by these memories. No matter what, this Beast King is genuine, a terrifying beast that can rival the senior S-class mages of the Light Mages Guild. Its powerful strength and tenacious soul are still too much for Elfman, who is currently at a weak A class. Roar! For a moment, Elfman roared. The terrifying magic power was released from his body, and this magic power was still growing, so that Elfman successfully touched the bottleneck of the S-class mage. Well, this is the benefit of receiving mages. Their strength will increase significantly according to the souls they receive. Of course, this is also the disadvantage of receiving mages. If the mage's own strength is insufficient and he cannot suppress the soul of the monster he receives, he will easily go berserk. Crack! Just when the soul of the Beast King was about to take over and prompt Elfman to go berserk, a crisp sound was heard by the Beast King. I saw that Mileage stood beside the Beast King, gently moving his wrists, making a crackling sound, and at the same time, there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Hey kitty! We just parted, and you can't wait to see me so soon. Meow! For a moment, the Beast King, who had turned the tables and successfully invaded Elfman's spirit, was covered with beads of sweat on his forehead. The fear of being beaten unilaterally by Mileage and dominated by the demon Deliara once again appeared in his mind. He immediately meowed, restrained his magic power, and returned to calmness. Ah! Elfman, who was wrestling with the Beast King's spirit, felt his whole body relax. The Beast King, who was so strong before, seemed to have turned into a cute cat, allowing him to receive it perfectly, and did not dare to have the slightest resistance. Myra Jane, you call me Beast King? Are you going to go berserk? Beast King, I don't dare. I don't dare. Calling me Beast King is really embarrassing for me. Just call me Kitten. Sister, I have successfully tamed the Beast King's soul. After Elfman completely controlled the Beast King's soul, he looked at Myra Jane excitedly and spoke excitedly. At this moment, Elfman's strength was once again after the promotion, his strength finally got closer and closer to the realm of his sister Myra Jane. He vowed that one day, he would become the pride of his sister and younger sister. Elfman wanted to grow into a real man, relying on his own strength to protect his family. Well, in this way, our goal has been achieved. The next step is the animal soul that Lysina needs. But Lysina is still too young, so there is no need to rush. Let's talk about it in a few years. Myra Jane smiled gently. She accepted the S-level mission privately this time for two purposes. The first one is to test what level she has reached and whether she can complete the S-level mission of the guild alone. After all, the S-level exam of the Fairy Tale Guild has always been more difficult than that of other guilds. It is said that the S-level candidates of the guild have the strength of S-level of other guilds. Myra Jane wants to verify whether the rumors are true. The second is to find a suitable beast soul for her brother Elfman. At present, Myra Jane has successfully completed both tasks, so she can go back with peace of mind. Myra Jane, President Makarov has discovered that you have accepted the S-level mission privately. He ordered me to bring you back. Tell me, do you plan to surrender and leave with me? Or do you plan to be knocked out by me and then taken back to the guild? Just when Myra Jane gently patted Elfman's shoulder with a bit of relief in his eyes. Accompanied by a roar, Urza wearing black feather armor fell from the sky and came to Myra Jane. I saw Urza holding a sharp blade and pointing it at Myra Jane, with confidence and pride in her eyes, and no politeness in her words. Well, since President Makarov sent her to capture Myra Jane and bring her back to the guild, it means that in the eyes of President Makarov, her strength is above Myra Jane. Is there a possibility that I knocked you out and took you back to the guild? And tell President Makarov that the person who should have passed the S-class magician assessment last year was not you, Urza Belzarian, but me, Myra Jane Strauss. Myra Jane stood on the corpse of the Beast King, looked at Urza floating in the sky, and sneered. You are dreaming. Since you are so confident, let's give it a try. As Urza said, she turned into a dark lightning and rushed straight towards Myra Jane. Come on. Marajana's reaction was also quick. She burst out with powerful magic power, instantly received the soul of the devil Satan, and collided with Urza. For a moment, a shocking force broke out between Myra Jane and Urza. The speed of the two was so fast that it had exceeded the limit of Elfman's naked eyes. He could only see a few black shadows, but he couldn't see the figures of Myra Jane and Urza clearly. As for Myra Jane and Urza, the impact of their collision raised dust on the ground, and the terrifying magic power made the entire mountain range shake continuously, and huge explosions sounded from time to time. If Elfman had not known in advance that the people fighting in front of him at this moment were Myra Jane and Urza, the two S-level magicians and S-level candidates of the Fairy Tale Guild, otherwise, just relying on this earth-shaking magic power, anyone would probably mistakenly think that two monsters far stronger than the Beast King had fought in this mountain range. Sister. And Sister Urza, calm down a little. Don't fight anymore. If you continue to fight, all the lives in the mountain will die. Elfman wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally wanted to directly receive the soul of the Beast King and borrow the power of the Beast King to stop the crazy Myra Jane and Urza. There was no need to defeat them, just let them calm down. Unfortunately, when the Beast King found out that the people fighting outside were actually the one who beat up Myra Jane and Urza, whose strength was even stronger than that of the monster Myra Jane, it was directly frightened and hid in Elfman's body, resisting his reception. There was no way. Finally, Elfman could only use the long-distance communication crystal to ask for help from the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov was speechless for a while. He looked at the mountains that were constantly being destroyed by the battle between Myra Jane and Urza through the magic crystal. He held his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, "Please spare me." Really? Guildarts, now you are the only one who can bring Myra Jane and Urza back to the guild. I know, President. Guildarts yawned. In his opinion, this was nothing. After all, isn't it normal for young people to have some drive? Isn't it just demolishing a few mountains? Who hasn't done it when they were young? Not to mention when he was young, he still does this often now. In response, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild said, "Guildarts, your childhood seems to be different from ours. When we were young, we never demolished the mountain." After all, who would demolish the mountain when they were young? Are those who demolish the mountain serious people? Well, in the end, it was Guildarts who took action and successfully brought Myra Jane and Urza back to the Fairy Tale Guild. However, in the process of stopping Myra Jane and Urza, Gildarts accidentally shattered the precarious mountain range. In response, Makarov burst into tears, and he suddenly regretted sending Gildarts to stop Myra Jane and Urza. By the way, because Myra Jane secretly accepted the S-level magician mission, she was punished by Makarov and was not allowed to go on missions for half a year. She had to wear service clothes and serve as a waiter in the guild. Moreover, Makarov clearly required that Myra Jane must serve with a smile. Makarov was also trying to temper Marajana's hot temper. In response, Myra Jane had a stiff smile on her face. She appeared in the Fairy Tale Guild with a completely changed appearance. By the way, is Myra Jane so beautiful? In response, the wolves in the Fairy Tale Guild looked at Myra Jane, who had changed from a little girl to a beautiful lady just by changing her hairstyle, and said in disbelief, "Mirage-chan, give me a smile. Mirage-chan, you can definitely make your debut. Mirage-chan, you are so cute. Mirage-chan, have you ever considered changing your career and being a waiter in the guild in the future?" The bachelors in the guild shouted at Mirage. "He he he. If you keep talking, I will kill you." Mirage had a cute smile on her face, and with the most perfect and impeccable expression, she said words that frightened the magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild. Sure enough, it's still that demon Mirage. Mirage, she's really not cute at all. She's far inferior to Lisana and Wendy-chan. In response to this, the hungry wolves in the guild showed a look of fear and dared not say anything more. Well, Mirage's status in the Fairy Tale Guild is still very high. The strength of her S-class candidate is recognized by the Fairy Tale Guild. Ha, who do you say is not cute? Mirage was furious. To put it simply, it is not okay to say that Mirage is cute, and it is even more unacceptable to say that Mirage is not cute. Mirage picked up the table in front of her and threw it at the guys who were judging her wantonly. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the guild gradually quieted down. Well, the guys who dared to talk nonsense to Mirage fainted at this moment. Time flies, 1 month later. In a blink of an eye, it was the day when the S-class magician assessment began in the Fairy Tale Guild in X779. December 8, X779. In the small town of Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild, no matter how busy the magicians were, they all returned to the guild on this day. Just because today is the top priority of the guild. The day when President Makarov announced the members of this year's S-class mage assessment. Then I won't go into too much detail about the rules of the assessment here. Now let me announce the list of candidates for the Fairy Tale Guild's S-class mage assessment in X779. They are Lakusis Daria, Myra Jane Strauss, Arusha Milkovich, L. Belzarian, and Kana Alyaparona. Well, Makarov first announced the 5 seeded players who were almost recognized by all the mages in the Fairy Tale Guild as the most likely to pass this year's S-class mage assessment. For the above 5 people, the entire Fairy Tale Guild was not surprised at all. Is it really like this? Wakaba held a cigar in his mouth. They had long expected that Lakusis and others would be successfully selected. So much so that, in the bet about who will be selected by Makarov this year to participate in the guild's S-level magician assessment, they all took the initiative and did not bring Lakusis and others to play. There is a 100% possibility, so there is nothing to bet on. Lakusis and others will definitely be able to participate, right? Macau yawned, as if he felt that this year's list was a bit boring. Lakusis is great, you were selected. Fried looked at Lakusis with excitement at this moment, and said so. No. Shouldn't I be selected? Lakusis shrugged. He was not surprised that he was selected by Makarov. He was full of confidence in his own strength. Sister, you have to work hard. At the same time, Urza looked at Ellie and said with a smile. Don't worry. You will win. Ellie smiled lightly. It was not that she was too confident, but that she did not take Lakusis and others seriously at all. Although Lakusis also practices Dragon Slayer magic. But if you want to hurt her, you must at least practice Dragon Slayer magic to the level of the Black Dragon Slayer Riders, a cadre of Diabolos in the Kurtana Dragon Devourer Guild in the northern continent. Sister, come on! On the other side, Elfman and Lysina were constantly cheering for their sister Myra Jane. Don't worry. You won't lose. Myra Jane clenched her fists tightly, with determination in her eyes. Tun tun tun. As for Kana, she started drinking before the assessment began. Before Myra, Lacusis, Arusha, and others passed, she had no expectations for the guild's S-level magician assessment. Let's talk about it 5 years later. Kana talked to herself and comforted herself. It's okay, Kana, we will accompany you. Yours. After several months, Gildarts, who was finally completely drained by Cornelia, has become a complete daughter slave. He held Cornelia in his left hand, sat in front of his daughter Kana, and said happily, Arusha, you have to work hard. Next to Kana, you patted Arusha's shoulder gently. Don't worry. Arusha smiled gently. Compared with Lacusis and Myra Jane, she is more Buddhist. She doesn't care much about whether she can pass the S-level magician assessment. The next 5 people to participate in this year's assessment are Natsu Dragneel, Greyful Basta, Fried Justin, Leon Bastia, and Mist Gang. Then, Makarov continued to announce the other 5 people who would take the test. Among them, Natsu, Grey, and Leon had already taken the test last year. Fried took the test as Lacusis' partner. As for Mist Gang, he was a newcomer. Great! After Natsu, Grey, and others confirmed that they were on Makarov's list, they jumped up from the ground and cheered loudly. I'm taking the S-class magician test? Although his true identity was no longer a secret in the eyes of everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild, Mist Gang, who was still wearing a mask, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Makarov to include him in the list of candidates for the Fairy Tale Guild's S-class magician assessment this year. After all, strictly speaking, he didn't even have magic power, so he was not considered a magician. The above 10 people. They will be the S-class magician assessors of the Fairy Tale Guild this year, and will go to the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, the flower city of Crocus, to participate in this year's magic tournament. The winner who finally got the prize money. The prize money is not important. Those who eliminate your opponents and work hard to the end will pass this year's S-class magician assessment and become one of the S-class magicians of the guild. Makarov stood on the podium and spoke loudly in front of everyone. Well, the difference between this year's S-class magician assessment and last year's is that this year's contestants are conducted individually. At the same time, in order to protect world peace. This year's S-class magician assessment, he did not set up examiners. After all, the active and inactive S-class magicians of the Fairy Tale Guild are all a group of monsters with extraordinary strength. Let Ian, Gildarts, Uru, or Vlad, these king level or in if the guys above the king are the examiners, they will surely make this S-level exam a big fuss in the end. As for this year's S-level exam, why not hold it on the Fairy Tale's Holy Land, Tenro Island? Because Makarov is really scared. He is afraid that Tenro Island will really be demolished by these little bastards in the guild. He absolutely cannot allow the Fairy Tale Guild to have such a thing that is sorry for the first and second generations during his rule. Although the first generation himself doesn't care much. Everyone, come on! Come on Fairy Tale! Come on Fairy Tale! At this moment, the first generation was shaking its white little feet, sitting on the fence on the second floor, constantly cheering for the guild's S-class mage candidates this year. Well, Mavis is a person who is afraid of chaos in the world. She can dance on her own grave. As for the reason for holding the test in the arena in the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, it's the king's venue anyway, so I don't feel bad if it's destroyed. Woo woo woo. However, not all of these S-class candidates who were selected by Makarov and were about to participate in the S-class mage test were very happy. Among them, Fried was the unhappy guy. After discovering that he could not participate in the test with Lachesis this year, and would become Lachesis's competitor, he burst into tears and kept complaining, "I just want to participate in the guild's S-Class Mage test with Lachesis. The S-Class test without being able to be a teammate with Lachesis is meaningless to me. Fried, come on." In response, Lachesis gently patted Fried's shoulder and spoke seriously. "Lachesis? I understand, I will work hard." Fried wiped away the tears from his eyes and spoke with a firm look. Fried is easy to fool. For him, as long as Lachesis says something, he will treat it as an imperial decree. If everyone has no objection. The candidates for this year's Guild S-Level Magician Assessment are the above 10 people. Please give a warm round of applause. Makarov was full of confidence, so he didn't believe it. This year, the monsters in the guild would not participate in the S-Class Magician Assessment because there was no examiner. The source of cholera had been cut off by Makarov. With only the S-Class candidates in this guild participating in the assessment, could they still mess up his carefully designed S-Class exam? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Pa. For a moment, the entire first-floor hall of the Fairy Tale Guild suddenly burst into warm applause, and everyone was looking at Makarov with admiration for his wit. "I have a difference." Discussion. However, Makarov didn't have much time to rest assured, and an accident happened. I saw that Irene, wearing a magic robe, appeared in the guild at some point, and gave Makarov on the podium the most sincere smile. "I also have objections." Then, accompanied by a water-shaped portal, Selene, wearing a Myco robe, was born in the hall of the Fairy Tale Guild. After several months, she returned to the world of Eslanden again and stepped into the Fairy Tale Guild again. She had a bit of ruthlessness in her eyes, staring at Irene not far away, but with a seemingly relaxed smile on her face. "Ah! It seems that you have completed the rebellion. I heard that the Myco in the White Destruction town of your world suddenly learned dragon-killing magic. This is really surprising." Irene looked at Selene in front of her and said with a smile. "Thanks to you, it is a success for the time being." Selene said calmly, also smiling. "If you don't know them, you would think they are good friends who care about each other." In response, Makarov smiled slightly, "It's over."